junior players, they started playing very early on.
Good evening, Bonusera. Skeletom here for the final day of Pokemon Worlds 2023. We are starting now for the TCG, which is going to be kind of a long time. I know nothing about the TCG personally, and I don't expect anybody here to know anything about the TCG, except my co-commentator for the evening. Today I am joined by...
Not as old, not so used to.
Hello, hello.
There
It's
we go.
Penny again from. Oh, there we go.
You're good.
Hello, hello. It's Penny again from yesterday. I know more about the TCG than the VGC, so this is my field.
Yes. I'm excited to see what the deal is. You keep telling me Gardevoir is the hot ticket item. Everybody's crazy about Gardevoir, and I don't know why.
Yes.
I don't fully understand why, but hopefully I will soon enough.
I'm unsure. I saw the decks they were playing yesterday, and one of the finalists, I believe, oh god, what was their name? I gotta pull up Pokestats again. One of them that clutched out the last game at the end of finals earlier today was playing Gardevoir.
Okay. You're being revered
from
as the
what we
one
can tell.
TCG knower. That's funny.
The one TCG no,
Only
yeah,
one
my
who knows.
claim. Oh, we're really doing this again, huh?
What? What do you mean?
Another explanation of Swiss.
Oh, yeah. People just don't understand.
Well, Gardevoir as a deck is basically revolves. So, for Scarlet and Violet, they brought back a mechanic called EX.
Okay. Is this like a thing you can do? You can have like one EX card or something like that? Or how
No,
does it
so
work?
you can have up to 4 of any Pokemon in your deck at a time, and the hot one is Gardevoir EX.
Okay.
Gardevoir has a ability. Gardevoir EX has an ability basically called, as often as you like during your turn, you can attach as many psychic energy from your discard pile or graveyard, whichever makes more sense to you, to one of your psychic Pokemon.
Okay.
If you attach any energy to a Pokemon in this way, you put 2 damage counter, so 20 damage on that Pokemon, and you can't use his ability on a Pokemon that'd be knocked out. So I kind of explained some TCG stuff yesterday, similar with Lugia.
I will be honest, it truly went in one ear out the other.
it-
I was so tired yesterday, and it was just like not where my head was at. But now we're going to be watching TCG, so I'm not trying to think about a separate game while you're explaining a different one
Yeah.
to me. I'm actually going to be just thinking about the TCG, which is nice. And we're starting with
ba-
juniors, by the way, because unlike Go and much more like VGC, there are 3 divisions. Not 1, not 2, but 3 for TCG. Juniors, which is like a literal like single-digit age numbers. Seniors, which is up until I think you're 16, if it's like VGC, which I assume it is. And then Masters is everything beyond 16, which is just wild to me.
I'm obviously not very familiar with juniors.
I
Believe it
never
or not.
really understand, like, so... I love Pokemon. It is my favorite game. It is my favorite strategy game. It is awesome. I don't really understand why the meta is different between the age divisions, because I feel like
The resources are the same.
the resources are the same, right? Obviously, like, your smaller baby brain is maybe less capable of thinking 5 turns ahead and jockeying for position. Like, we were watching, I forget if you were around or if it was with other Tom. We were watching Gabriel Agati, right? That's the guy's name, Agati.
That was that was us, I believe.
Okay, and he was just like, he didn't take any damage for his first game because he was just switching in and out with Regenerator and Intimidate, and like that requires a very, very macro level of thinking, where you're thinking like so many turns ahead of where you want to be, what pieces need to be moving. But like for more like hyper offense teams, I'm surprised like the meta isn't the same. I'm sure that's gonna rub some people the wrong way, where they're like, what do you mean? Hyper offense is exactly as strategically deep, but I think it's fewer moving pieces, so you can kind of just go for it. I don't know. I was very impressed at NAIC when I watched the Juniors World Champion. I should pull that clip up if we've got downtime between matches, where Avery, who is like literally 7 or whatever, won with a Oranguru Trick Room team, which is like the first time that's ever been demonstrated in the Juniors division. It was like hailed as insanely high strategy for this little toddler, and they were adorable when they gave their winners interview.
Yeah.
I wish we did. That would be amazing.
Okay.
Not sure that
Everything being reported is
we are focusing on Gabrielle,
not right.
on Xiaotong, and
So I'm just gonna
Good, I
I'm
love
just
a
gonna
surprise.
wait. I'm just gonna wait and pull up decks as they come.
I love surprises.
So Gabriel is playing the Arceus V-Star Duraludon deck.
Okay.
He
So
played a lot of tournaments this season.
Arceus V-Star Duraludon, I do have that pulled up.
Very good finishes with Lugia Single Strike.
Arceus is a very, very funny card. So V-Star is a mechanic from Sword and Shield that is still stuck around because it hasn't rotated out yet. And Arceus V-Star, it's the once per game mechanic I was explaining before. So there's a mechanic called V-Star that once per game you can use this mechanic to activate a very strong ability. So Arceus V-Stars is during your turn, you may search your deck for up to 2 cards and put them in your hand.
Love to search my hand, or love to search my deck rather. That's always good. That's a universally good TCG mechanic, yeah.
The most important thing about that is it does not specify. So you can search for any 2 cards that are currently legal in the game.
Oh, okay.
And just add them to your hand. It's once per game, but that's very strong for just boosting.
Wait, sorry. What do you mean any 2 cards that are legal in the game? Like even if you don't have them in your deck to begin with? What do you mean?
No, it's any 2 cards in your deck. So if you can slap Arceus in the hot deck is Duraludon because it's a very strong card with big attack. But say you were playing a deck with Moltres, you could search for Moltres and a Fire Energy, Moltres or a Fire Boosting card, things like that. It basically you get to search the 2 cards that start your combos or your setup. It also has a very, very strong attack where it's just 200 damage attack, where you can search your deck for up to 3 basic energy cards, so that's any energy card at all basically that doesn't have a special effect on it, and attach them to any Pokemon V in any way you want. So
Machi, okay. We're just doing whatever it sounds like.
It's a do whatever in the game button. When the card first came out, there was just a deck that was basically a pile of every kind of good generic V card. Arceus V-Star and just a bunch of random energy, so it could just cover basically anything. But the new builds generally support Duraludon, which is basically just a 220 damage attacker. And its attack avoids any additional effects from the field, so it's just 220 straight. No, if you have there's an effect on field like take 20 less damage per attack, it just ignores that. And then there's Umbreon, which is a newer thing. I mostly saw this deck when it was played just with the 2, but the Umbreon is just a good attacker, and when you play this card from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon,
first-time chatter. First of all, let me give you a big thank you for the follow. Mephisto, I think it's Mephisto with an L, and an underscore. I don't know if the underscore is meant to be pronounced. But hi, welcome to the channel. We're watching finals, as you can see here. You're positing that the finals is specifically the Flying Pikachu variant mirror? I don't know. Those are words that I know what they mean individually. I do not know what they mean when put together like that. I will take your word for it. Thank you for the insight, and welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you, Mel. Mel's actually one of the friends I play TCG with.
That makes sense.
I'm glad she is here because it is another source of knowledge while I'm still kind of waking up.
Like, I know what Flying Pikachu means. I don't know what it means in the context of the TCG.
It's so Flying Pikachu is actually, it was a card that was released in Celebrations, which was the anniversary set for Sword and Shield. It started off as kind of like a funny little meme, and then it took Worlds, I believe, last year because it was a hard counter to the meta decks at the time.
Some of them, weren't even alive, so it's like basically.
And foreseeing it again, that's very, very funny.
Player had 5, 10, 15 years ago sometimes. So of course, you just have to start from scratch basically, and this is why it's so amazing to see these journeys of the junior players, because they are starting fresh with like a fresh mind.
Now, I'm unclear if we're currently dealing with what I would classify as downtime or not. if I should like pull up something funny or engaging, or just like flip back to the Go finals that we were watching moments earlier. I have to imagine we're starting soon. The Go finals ended like exactly at the top of the hour, which was awesome. It was like could not have been scheduled better because that was exactly when they were slated to end. It's like you have 1 hour for Pokemon Go finals, and then TCG, 3 age divisions, then VGC. VGC's not starting until 1 a.m. Eastern time, so buckle up, I suppose. I'm hoping I've got my brain like sorted out. I know what the winning teams for Masters Division are, but they haven't streamed any of the juniors or senior division, so I have no idea what's going to get played there. I genuinely could not tell you.
Or maybe if there were some players that you were rooting for that already got kicked out, who also did well, especially for the junior division. Yeah, we don't hear about so often. These are the matches that usually are not posted or collected for data. It's like kind of difficult to get to. And then also a lot of Masters players, they don't
He is right about that.
Right about what?
Well, junior players...
The juniors division is just not covered in the slightest.
Not really
yes. I mean, I think that's kind of
intentional
because they're children, and so you don't want to make them celebrities because you'll get creeps, I would imagine. And like, there are other problems with putting children in the spotlight. It is like bad developmentally, I believe. You see this all the time with like famous YouTubers or child actors, where they just like, you know, they melt down kind of. They're just not able to handle that kind of attention.
They're giving out the funny meme lizard for free.
What's funny about this meme? I see a lot of text written here.
Nothing particularly. It's just no matter how viable, Charizard cards are always expensive.
Oh yeah, people just love a good Charizard. That makes sense.
Funny meme lizard.
Funny meme lizard. I think I have like a Team Rocket's Charizard from way back in the day, but all of my cards obviously are not mint condition or anything anymore. So I don't know if they're worth anything.
Other Tom, I also hate it.
I hate the funny meme. They gave out the same funny meme lizard in VGC, by the way, also, and it's not good. It's a Terra Dark Charizard, but like it's not in a Cherish Ball, so like who cares? Like it's just a normal Charizard. And 2, it's like IVs are bad. It doesn't even have perfect IVs or anything.
That's right.
So I don't know why they gave it out.
It's to promote the new Pokemon TCG set.
Let me rephrase. I know why they gave it out, but they shouldn't have. Okay, she definitely is doing cosplay. Other Tom pointed out yesterday she was dressed like Lorelei. Today she is absolutely dressed like Misty. This rules. Big fan of the hostess. When the camera pans back to her, you'll see. Right?
Oh yeah,
that's so good actually.
That's awesome.
That's super cool. I wonder who she was day one, because I didn't like even pick up on that until Tom pointed out that she had the Lorelei look. Yeah. Isn't that what Penny said? It's promoting the new show.
I said it was promoting the new set of cards.
It's unclear which is promoting what, because it's a very circular media franchise, right? Where you've got everything props up everything else, right? So which came first? The Charizard
it could be
anime,
anything,
right? Yeah.
So the next set,
Obsidian Flames, right?
Obsidian Flames. The cover card is a Terra Dark Charizard,
who is in the anime and was a game distribution also. Yes.
So it could be promoting anything at this point. It could be promoting both.
The game Charizard is so worthless. It's a physical attacker, which is like not what you do with Charizard ever. And also, I said, its IVs are just like poor. So like I don't know why they bothered. At least give me like a Cherish Ball Charizard. That would be cool. Because then you could like respec it into whatever you want. But it's just like a normal Charizard.
It's just a normal Charizard. But Charizard makes money.
Is Hisuian Goodra a card that's very frequently used? Or are you talking about VGC? Because we won't see it in VGC, I don't think.
We will not see it in TCG, but I don't think we're seeing it in VGC or TCG. Hisuian Goodra is a fairly good deck. At least I like it.
What's the archetype? How does that work? Because I can tell you how Hisuian Goodra teams work in VGC. Let's see how similar they are.
Let me pull up a list.
Easier to play. You don't need
fun rogue deck. You're saying words that don't mean anything. I like literally have no idea what that means. What is a rogue deck?
Rogue is basically TCG for off meta.
Oh, okay.
So Hisuian Goodra is like a very funny stall deck. It has the same V-Star mechanic as before, and its once per game ability says during your turn you may heal all damage from this Pokemon.
Oh, sick.
So you can just have it wall out your opponent and then
I'm
heal
sorry, did you
up
say that was
and
once
just-
per turn or once per game?
once per game.
Okay,
E você que
that's what I thought, but I was like, hold on, let me make sure. Because otherwise
but-
it'd be you have to one-shot me or it doesn't count. Then you're like a
So,
Shedinja.
Additionally, its attack is just 200 damage, but
Oh.
it says during your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes 80 less damage from attacks. So you can
Oh.
do a lot of it just does a lot of walling while you just
Oh.
grind out your support. Well, it does attacks and you can grind out support mons to
No! They failed the handshake.
oh no.
They didn't understand. I mean, they both have translators, so when she said go ahead and shake hands, it just wasn't communicated. And the other one of them turned around and just like went to go to the table, which is like totally fair. It's just like, these are babies.
We haven't seen Umbreon all weekend.
So Hisuian Gudra in the VGC, its entire thing is being a Steel Dragon type, which is very, very good, and being immune to critical hits, which matters because Urshifu is a Pokemon that you're allowed to play with, and it's a Pokemon that something like 55% of teams combined between its two forms are running. No, it's higher than that. It's like 65% of teams have a.
I was gonna say it's definitely higher.
because it's like 47% for rapid strikes and then 16% with single strike. So combined,
I
yeah.
believe it was 16%.
Yeah, something like that.
Actually, I have the
And then Fluttermane's still like good old 71%, highest it's ever been.
I was gonna say I have the usage tweet on hand. It's 15% for single strike and 46.9% for rapid
Okay,
strike.
so I was pretty close. That's approximately like 65%, right? Or 60%.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the point of Hisuian Gudra is it has the ability Shell Armor, which is typically not very useful because that blocks you from being hit by a critical hit, which is like a very exceedingly low, I don't remember what the actual number is, chance of happening normally. But Urshifu has a signature move which is guaranteed to crit, and it's very strong. So Gudra is just like, actually you don't. And the funny thing about critical hits is that they go through all defense modifiers, and they also go through any offense debuffs that the user has. So typically, if you wanted to not take a lot of damage, you would cast a lot of defense boosters, booster stages of defense, or set up a field condition called a screen, which reduces a specific damage type for a couple turns by like 30%. But critical hits go through all of that. So if you can't be crit, your screens are suddenly also providing full effect. So not only do you not take the critical damage, you're taking like less than normal damage if you've got screens up. The typical archetype for Hisuian Gudra is Grimmsnarl, sitting next to him casting dual screens, and then Gudra just continues to boost its defense until it can body press you. Body press being a move that does damage based on your defense rather than your offense. So, very good. You just keep buffing your defense as a funny little wall, and nobody can get around it. These kids shuffle better than me. Yeah, I mean, it's their job, right?
These kids shuffle way better than me.
Every day they're shuffling, I'm told.
You know, after several turns of setup, you get this big smash with
I also like that this kid has the baseball cap on backwards, like real Shonen Pro Tag energy, real Ash Ketchum energy over here.
Yeah.
Cramorant and cars like Dragonite and Raikou and never even
These kids look like stone cold killers, like both of them. Just
fancy ending. And when it
man.
works, it is a spectacular way to end the game.
They are ready to play.
He certainly looks like it.
Get your Arceus, you evolve up. Oh, but we can talk about that in a minute, David.
That is quite the record.
It is.
I will say.
Big year for this kid. And remember, he's a junior, so he's like single-digit age, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Which means when he was in 2022's contest last year, he was even younger. A lower single-digit number.
We had in the
So that's cool.
also top 4 at the regional league in Tainan.
Top 4,
and
top
top
8.
in
Yeah.
Taipei, and like I mentioned already, all with this same deck. Same
Okay, what are we looking at here?
Okay, so he is playing Lost Box.
Okay.
It looks like.
You were telling me about that yesterday. It had something to do with controlling prize distribution, right?
to use
Yeah, well, not so much prize distribution. It just
Gabriel,
is a more resilient deck because it is made entirely of single prize.
Champions,
Well, not entirely, but mostly single prize mons.
Hold up. Sorry. This kid, Gabriel, has records going back to 2019, which was 4 years ago.
champion. South
Which he must have been like literally 6 when he did that. If he's still in
Unreal.
juniors.
This is the same
Okay, and here's your
Okay, so
Duraldon. Or Duraludon.
Here's the RCS deck that I was talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
single strike. So
Let me
Okay.
pull up.
reached his deck for World
Yep, and I was
Championship.
explaining yesterday, after the Urshifus came into TCG, Single Strike and Rapid Strike came in mechanic, it wasn't super, like, game determinative,
They
other
shouldn't
than...
put Urshifu in more games. They should put Urshifu in less games, actually, is my
I,
opinion.
I would agree, I would agree.
It's actually fine if they didn't make Urshifu a meta TCG card, I feel like. I don't miss him.
Oh.
Is Fluttermane in the TCG yet? Is she running house?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I haven't. There's been some reveals for a new set, I believe. I just have not seen them yet.
Not playing it at day
Okay, so
championship as we see the price cuts coming
Ye-
down.
We have not seen the Paradox Boys yet. That's probably for the best.
next set is themed around Iron Valiant, at least in the TCG.
That's cool. Iron Valiant is hot. I was saying this with Tom
So-
yesterday, where Iron Valiant is like both Gardevoir and Gallade,
Blade,
and it's like the
yeah.
meme where it's like, everyone thinks I'm hot, and that makes everyone gay. And it's like, yes,
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
much. I wish they were good in the VGC. Fighting Fairy is like a cool typing combo, but they just don't really have anything.
Yeah. So prizes are interesting. I think prizing 2 of the RCS V-Star is really, really rough. I think the deck usually only plays 3, so that leaves only 1 to search or find from the actual deck.
Sorry, does the timer at the bottom of the screen here indicate that the match can go 75 minutes? Is that what that means? Oh no, that is what that means. Oh no.
I'm not sure about Pokemon TCG time rules.
Oh no.
So-
Wild, you see here. Oh,
So
That is not what you want to see.
that was a really rough first start. So
Why?
just attach 1 energy and
Okay.
pass with only an active Pokemon and nothing on your bench is
Okay,
really
okay.
rough. You want to have some backup.
Okay.
yeah,
So explain to me bench mechanic. Is that just like guys you can send out at any time?
can do
How does that?
Uh,
I know nothing about the TCG. I really
so
know
it's-
nothing.
This is not
5 Pokemon on the bench. Some have abilities that can be activated from the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Some have abilities that can only be activated when they are played to the bench. But it's backup Pokemon, Pokemon that you want in the back to support.
thing about the Arceus deck is
Most notably for a while was Inteleon.
Okay.
There's a single prize Inteleon that
basically the best.
had an ability where you could just do 20 damage
Like I said earlier,
to any Pokemon on the field, and you could do it from the bench.
Wow. So that's like fitting the sniping theme of Inteleon. I guess you like long range.
Yeah.
Okay.
almost 10 years ago now, as Gabriel
That's
just
cool.
opened
Oh.
this game.
So I'm seeing
Uh,
energy getting distributed here onto. Is that
If-
Arceus on the field?
anything useful here,
Uh,
and
Arce-
then might be game over, but
Okay.
Arceus on the active spot, and then Umbreon V.
attached to the active Pokemon. If
Yeah, you can't attack it. You can't attack turn 2. So the player who goes first cannot attack that turn.
So it's okay if you only have one guy on the field because you're like not as vulnerable. Otherwise, you just like completely get run over. Is that the thought?
So 2
Lost
lost
zones
sorry.
happening?
Yeah,
Is that
so
the
the
discard
banish-
pile? Is that what that means? Like the banish graveyard?
No. So discard pile is similar to other card games. There is the discard pile, which is equivalent to your graveyard, and then there is the lost zone, which is equivalent to your banish.
Okay.
Manaphy hitting the field, one of my favorite Pokemon ever.
Okay, so
and one of
they
my
went from
favorites-
the bench to the field, swapping out for Sableye. Okay.
Yes.
Wave
I
Veil
believe
prevents
Sableye-
all damage on benched Pokemon by attacks from your.
Yep.
So they would be immune to that Inteleon thing, is what you're saying, with Wave Veil. here?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe Arceus Duraludon plays quite a
No.
ton of bench damage.
Interesting.
I
interesting.
that kind of went a little too fast. I didn't
Yeah,
quite
these
see
kids
what
are
was played
going
there.
pretty quick. Yeah. I certainly don't fault you.
Do see another Pokestop coming down? So we got an echoing horn. We lose a Comfey. We get a battle
Okay.
IP pass, but that's no.
So
good.
prize has been
Unfortunately, it's not
taken. Yeah.
Prize has been taken because the Sableye was knocked out, and it's a single prizer, so only one prize
okay.
gets taken.
It's going to be Clara.
I totally missed how it got knocked out too. I thought it was on the bench, and I thought we were protecting
This is
ourselves from
going.
bench damage.
This is going very, very fast.
Well, that's good. It
even
won't
for
go to the
Pokemon
75
TCG.
minutes, hopefully.
That's pretty much the entire play here.
yeah, this is not the best way to.
Setting Comfey to hand. Comfey is the sort of engine of this deck. So its ability can be used from
for short.
only the active spot. That
Okay.
says
Just
once returned to this Pokemon's in your active spot, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 in your hand, 1 in the lost zone. So it fills up your lost zone
Okay.
yeah,
or the big attack from Sableye, and it fills your hand with cards that you actually need.
Okay. And putting stuff in your lost zone isn't like that bad because there are effects that let you pull back
It-
from it. I assume that's why it's not the discard pile.
It's I believe you can pull from it. No, I don't know if you can actually. I don't think you can actually pull from it. It's just loading it up does give you benefits. There's
Okay.
effects that benefit from it.
I see there's a counter on screen up at the top there, which is like Lost Zone 4.
Yeah.
So that's
Another
exciting.
card to note is escape rope. So each it's the hot new switch card of the generation. Each player switches their active Pokemon with one of their bench Pokemon, and your opponent
Everybody's going
switches
to Lost Zone.
first.
The fact that Gabriel's only supporter card is a judge, which you definitely do not want to play in this situation.
So,
So now, why
So
did
if-
Comfey not give a prize? Or is the UI just not updated yet? Because it looks like they said KO, we're sending Comfey, everybody's going to the Lost Zone.
So, yeah,
What's happening?
There was a Lost City play.
I'm actually not sure. So if it is knocked out, that just means I don't think we've gotten to the prizing part yet. There we go. It's updated.
Yeah, removing one completely from the game.
Stabilized attack requires there to be 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone to use. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're almost there. And then Sableye, I guess, will do a big hit.
Faster.
Is that the...
Sableye's attack is you can put 12 damage counters. A damage counter is 10 damage each across the field in any way you want.
Any way you want. That's cool. Okay. So that is potentially like enough to knock out a single big attack. Well, these guys all have tremendous HP, like 200 HP. But you can do a huge amount of damage, it sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't know what healing is like in this game. I'm assuming it's like an item card or trainer card that would require that. Unless you've got an ability that specifically facilitates that.
It depends. Like as I was explaining earlier, too, there's cards similar to Hisui and Gudra that can heal themselves, and there's other support Pokemon that can heal other Pokemon.
Makes sense. Makes sense. When did they add Dragon type to the TCG? Because that was definitely not an energy type that existed when I last bought a Pokemon card pack.
So I've only been playing TCG since like middle of Switch era, probably a little later than that.
And it's always been there for you?
So it's always been there for me.
Okay.
Notably, Dragon type used to have its own specific type of energy, and it just doesn't anymore.
But there are cards that are Dragon type. Like that Dragonite
There are
was
cards
Dragon
that
type.
are Dragon type, yes.
But there's no Dragon energy.
But if I do that, then I
Dragon's
in
been in
Gen 5?
Gen 5. Wow, okay.
to completely get back to this game.
Also, there used to be Fairy type, and Fairy type is just no longer in the TCG. It's just it just got homogenized into Psychic type, more or less.
Why? That's odd.
I don't know.
But they felt the need to make Dragon type.
Dragonite can use Dragon.
Yeah.
But they're okay.
50.
All right, we're almost at critical mass for Lost Zone here.
Really don't care
They hate
about
pink.
that right now.
They do hate pink.
See the KO on Umbreon, and not only has Shouton gone and evened up the prizing,
All right, so prizes are 2-2 right now, and we're almost at critical mass for Lost Zone.
and now actually the
Because
best
gamers do hate pink cards. So yeah, most notably, the V cards that are being played are all double prizers. So when they are knocked out, you take 2 prizes.
late now.
Yeah, he got it from the prize cards after taking that.
Dragonite, let me actually pull up the card text for this one.
One turn too late.
Uh,
Last turn with the Arceus V star.
Oh, the list I have pulled up does not have Dragonite in it.
Attack,
Whoopsies.
Radiant Alakazam, ability Painful Spoons.
Yes.
Once during your turn, you may move up to 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another of their Pokemon. Okay.
Attach more energy cards.
Yeah, so if they have Pokemon on the bench,
Very, very crucial.
I see.
that's almost knocked out. They switched out earlier.
Are the dice here the damage counters?
Arceus V.
Yes.
Is that what they're using this for? Okay.
Played.
I believe so,
You can
yes.
get some damage with Moonlight.
Pokemon does have official dice that just have like the numbers that go up to I think like 200.
Here can
Cool.
outplay, make some
200-sided die, is that what you're saying?
you put on.
No, it's so a lot of product comes with die, and it'll have like one that's like 10 through 60, 60 to 120, and then I think it's actually only 60 to 120 because it usually comes with a couple sets of a couple things of each.
You don't play the judge because you don't want to give your opponent a new hand because you know they've got nothing. But then all
Interesting.
of a sudden-
And so what were you saying, the single strike? I thought when you were talking about single strike, I thought you meant there is Urshifu single strike in the TCG. But I'm looking at
Yeah.
Umbreon single strike here. What does that mean?
Right now, it's
So it's just a class of card, and it just means that certain types of energies and cards can be used on them. So there's some cards that specify you can attach this to your single strike Pokemon, or
Weird.
if you have this many single strike Pokemon on the field, you can do this.
So we can have more modifiers. It's the VMAX, Umbreon,
It's
single
the V,
strike.
the VMAX, Umbreon, single strike.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only ones that make intuitive sense to me are the Radiant Pokemon, which are just the shiny versions.
80 damage.
Yes,
cool.
and those are only one per deck.
Can just
Yeah.
attack with Dragon.
I have the last Pokemon card I received was given to me as a gift,
Up the game.
and it is Radiant Steelix, and it has maybe the funniest attack I've ever seen in a card game,
hit from Dragon.
which, if memory serves, is discard all of your cards and do 10 damage per card you throw out.
going up by 4.
I believe so. I don't think I've ever seen that card played.
It is
so I
literally like
cannot
the
tell
most
you-
Hail Mary possible move,
Any Pokemon
where you just like have to end the game right now, because if you don't, you lose instantly. You deck out.
If Gabriel would have gotten
So
I do want to make note of the Cramorant on
okay,
Xiao's
please do.
bench.
Yes.
from Alakazam,
So Cramorant is a very, very interesting card. So if you have, it has an ability that says if you have 4 or more cards in the Lost Zone, ignore all energy in this Pokemon's attack cost, and it just has a 110 damage attack that ignores all weakness. Uh, yeah.
That sounds phenomenal. That sounds like incredible synergy with what we're seeing here, because there's 9 cards in the Lost Zone, so that's definitely triggered. So you're saying you can
Yep.
just attack for free, and it's unmitigatable?
One game up in a
Yep. If you have 4 or more cards, so and if your if the Pokemon it's attacking resists, it
Oh, game
does
hap.
not matter.
We have seen the end of game 1. I didn't even process that.
Yeah.
3 games.
So that's kind of what I was saying before. Dragonite is kind of new to me in this deck, but everything else is Sableye. Comphase your engine, Sableye your big attacker, and then
Well, it sounds like Cramorant's also kind of your big attacker. Because we were talking,
Cramorant-
Sableye can do 12 damage counters, which is 120 damage, but Cramorant can do 110, it sounds like,
Yep.
for like freezies.
cards in the lost
Though you can't
Cra-
distribute it, so maybe that's better or worse.
lost money.
Yeah, distributing is kind of nice because you can then use, say, Escape Rope into a weaker Pokemon that forces your opponent to switch into a weaker Pokemon, and you can switch into Cramorant and get the KO for free from that,
The one single
and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's what he did here with the escape rope, it looks like.
the most
Yeah.
damage.
Interesting.
Also,
Switching in the Dragonite for to take out the Arceus, get the double prize.
energy.
That's cool.
Uh,
I like the concept of charging up your Lost Zone. That's like fun. To me, intuitively, I like that, because it's like
Pokemon V that can
a very tangible way of seeing that you're like charging up.
if you play some
To me,
Yeah,
that's a
totally.
good feedback loop mentally. Like, I don't know if it's actually like clearly it's a very good meta, or a very meta deck also, because here we are.
Lost
But I just think like
all cards and short
from a tactile perspective, it's like, ah, yes, I'm growing in power in a very
there, David.
measurable way.
Works.
That's fun.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. This
Tony
it's a deck
explained
there.
it quite well.
Some of the match
Cramorant's your early game guy,
things we saw.
and then Sableye is
Not
you finish everything
Just
off.
snipe the bench. Okay.
field this weekend. We did see it around.
So
Dragonite-
Cramorant can only attack on the field. Is that right?
Only on the field. They
Okay.
cannot do
Oh,
anything
okay.
on the bench.
I see. So you can you have great field control because you can just do a free attack that you can't mitigate, and then finally Sableye can clean out everything in the back. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, that's really that sounds very strong.
And yet,
Yeah, this deck has been basically relevant since it came out, which was
a remarkable recovery.
3, maybe 4 sets ago.
I mean,
Honestly, maybe 5.
Without knowing of mechanics that let you like clear out your opponent's Lost Zone or like stop that snowball from happening, to me it sounds very good. I'm sure there must be cards that are like discard your opponent's Lost Zone or take cards from it or something, but
played in a situation like this, it's obvious your opponent
I don't know there.
well. Why take the big risk? Give your opponent 4 random cards when
Approximately how many cards are currently legal in
on top of the
the TCG?
That is not a good
I could not tell you the full number for the pool.
Okay.
work out.
Because that seems crazy
Um,
to me. It's like
But here,
in VGC,
strong.
there's 400 Pokemon plus some guys from home.
More cards
90% of them are
moving forward.
not fully evolved or baby or whatever, or just like not good for other reasons. So really, there's like probably about 40 Pokemon that you might ever see. And so like that's cool to think about. I can't even begin to wrap my head around like having to know, ah yes, VMAX Single Strike Umbreon does this, but Rapid Strike Umbreon Gmax or whatever, or EX does this other thing, and this third type of Umbreon isn't even Dark type, it's Psychic type or something. Because that's like to me how the TCG seems to work, where it's just like so many variations,
And then you can make
and it's like they're all very fundamentally different, as opposed to like variations in VGC where you have like different EV spreads or like a slightly different move or a different Terra type.
Or
You like still ultimately know what Dragonite can or can't do.
yesterday,
Yeah, I mean, luckily with Pokemon TCG, it is a lot simpler than most other TCGs, so it's fairly easy to pick up on. The other big thing is a lot of
just going chorus
staple cards in this game are just
is already
guaranteed to be good in every deck.
optional card.
That makes
Like,
sense.
He's trying
Ultra Ball is discard 2 cards, search
Yeah.
any Pokemon, and search any Pokemon from your deck and put it in your hand.
another card.
Sounds pretty good.
Probably a rating Greninja.
Here comes Battle VIP Pass, which is a very, very strong card. You can only use this card during your first turn, and you can search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon and bench them.
What happens if you don't get it on your first turn? It's just dead weight in your deck?
It's just a brick, just a complete brick.
Wow.
but it is run at 4 because it is so strong that if you
Well,
get it to
I would imagine
1,
you have to run it at 4
yeah.
because otherwise you're never gonna get it on your first turn. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Like,
I'm looking at the prizes real quick. 2 RCSVs is still kind of rough. Boss's Orders, Escape Rope.
wait, why is
I don't know.
RCSV a prize card?
So
I
at the
thought
start of
prizes
each
were always
game,
items.
no. So the way prizing works is at the beginning of each game, you draw 7, and as long as you have a basic Pokemon that you can play onto the field, as soon as that's done, you take the top 6 cards of your deck, and those are your prize cards.
Oh.
Considering the matchup,
That seems
you don't really want
very
to more than
troubling.
2 Arceus V.
Yeah, you can. You. I have
You
had
could just
games
like
where I've
lose outright,
prized-
couldn't you? Because like
where
now
I've
I can't do my
pri-
thing.
Want to have
Yeah,
V
I have prized a full engine. It's
into play.
it's RNG. That's the
Arceus V.
I'm like, cool. All
The
4 of my
nature of card
Comfey are now in the
games.
prize pool.
At all,
I can't do my thing.
going
GG.
not a Comfey.
Radiate Greninja, very fun card. Probably the best Radiate in the game. It's just
Really?
discard an energy and draw 2 cards.
Oh, that's nice. And you can do it once per turn, it says, according to its ability.
Once per turn. And
You will
generally, discarding energy is kind of good because there's a lot of ways to get energy out of the discard pile.
of those 2 cards. You want to make the best choice, and because of that, you want to know which cards you draw with Radiant Greninja first. So then you have more information to deal with.
When the cards are tilted like that, that's just the indication that
Even the junior players are
its ability is used.
very
Okay.
small, like
So you can't use it again. So you
Yeah,
remember you've already
that
done that.
turn.
experience with
Yes.
this deck.
Yeah, excellent Pokemon for most decks. It's just so generically strong, and most decks run enough energy and energy acceleration out of the discard pile to just play it with no cost to themselves, really. We see the Cramorant attack for free. No energy on that thing.
Alakazam, the first time Xiaotong uses a Lost Mine on Sableye, that radiant
Okay, still in a good position, even though Gabriel's prized 2 of their RCSV.
Like having
Still getting 2 on the field. One with a double turbo energy is
like a
pretty good.
annoyance for Gabriel because
I'm also just now parsing that 75-minute timer is apparently for the entire 3-game
is a small
set.
Yeah.
I'm assuming TCG is best of 3
get it.
and not best
Yes.
of 5. Go I just watched as best of 5 because PvP and Go takes approximately
Or you can use
6 minutes
Starburst
to like complete.
for the
So
Mhm.
sure,
as we
you can do best of
know,
5.
Arceus
But I was like, oh, is it 75 minutes
And
every match?
again
No,
would
thank
be
goodness.
very
It's a
problematic.
timer. That makes sense. I guess that's to prevent some kind of weird infinite like
There was already
milling tech or something like that. Where you can just like keep putting cards back in your deck or hand or whatever.
Yeah.
Luminion. Now Luminion's a Pokemon that I saw get used a little bit in the first regulation in VGC because it is like if you took Gastrodon and gave it the ability to learn Tailwind, it has the ability Storm Drain, which draws in water attacks, neutralizes them, and boosts your special attack by 1 stage if you get hit by one, which is
Yeah.
very, very good. Like we were talking about how Urshifu is running rampant, and so being able to draw in water attacks is why Gastrodon's back in the meta, and then like Luminion, because it's a weird butterfly fish, can learn Tailwind arbitrarily, which is
Yeah.
like also a very good move. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, it is still Luminion, and its base
Yeah.
stat total is very bad, and its other moves are like also very bad. So it doesn't have the bulk of Gastrodon, it doesn't have the priority Tailwind of like Murkrow or Tornadus.
It is not
So ultimately, it
Yeah.
is not very useful at being either.
it's a lot
But
So
it's very pretty.
Luminion in the TCG is one of the most useful cards. So it's not an attacker. It has an ability that says when you play this card from your hand onto your bench during your turn, search your deck for a supporter card, reveal it, and put it into your hand.
and then
So really important stuff. You can get something like a Professor's Research, which is discard your hand and draw 7, or a Boss's Orders, which is
go for it. This is a
switch only your opponent's bench one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, so you just get a free switch. If there's something you want to kill more than what's already out there.
that put in
Iono is being run right now, which is each player shuffles their hands and puts it at the bottom of their deck. If
Okay.
either player puts any cards on the bottom of their deck this way, they draw a card for each of their remaining prize cards.
Wow.
So a bit of hand control between both players.
The phrase hand control is just funny. It's like, wow, look at me. I'm controlling my hands. Whoa.
exactly what
Yeah.
opponent gets the Arceus.
No, actual hand control is fairly important in
Absolutely,
Pokemon
it sounds
because
like-
you
it's just a funny
can
phrase.
actually.
Here would put
Not many card games let you manipulate your opponent's hand like that.
No,
then you
it's
add
uncommon.
speed, and it kind of is in the way of a later Sableye play where you can just put 20 damage
Interesting.
on Radiant a la
So earlier Tony mentioned that the Sableye actually pierces the water veil from Manaphy because of the wording of the attack. I'm not quite sure why. Is it because the wording of Sableye's attack says you can place the counters any way you like?
Duraludon.
And it's like,
It's,
well, I would.
it's placing counters, not an attack.
A little bit tight now.
Oh,
Pokemon.
you're right. It doesn't say do damage. It says place a counter.
Damage. So
And then
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Manaphy's is like prevents damage. That's funny.
good
That's some rules
It's-
lawyer nonsense right there.
to seal it up.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, that's cool.
There.
That kind of reminds me
Ooh.
of in like the VGC. There's like ghost move that like can go through protect, which is pretty cool. Just like no, ghosts are just funny like that. They can just do whatever they want.
Hitting that Umbreon, and then of course when you hit the Umbreon, you kind of put your opponent on a clock. You say, look mate, you got
No prize has actually taken yet, but a lot of damage on the field between the Radiant Alakazam and the Umbreon.
Cramorant.
In the VGC we did this is very cerebral gameplay. They're posturing for a solid board state.
With a Cramorant,
Mm-hmm.
you blew the
Lost Stone's getting charged up for sure though. Like we're at 7, so Cramorant's ready to start blasting off. Sableye's almost ready to do the funny move.
that we do
Cramorant's definitely been doing most of the damage so far.
What is that little black tip that got slid in by the judge in the top? Right here?
So that is
What's
a V-star marker, so it's
Oh, you
literally
get that
just
they
a
used it?
little...
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a little piece of plastic that says V-star. You flip it over when it's used, and
Gotcha. I just like saw the judge like slide that in from
like a
off frame.
prop.
I was like, oh, okay.
Umbreon has got a lot lower.
Yeah, so it's just an indicator to show that it's used. I did not
Now,
see what Gabriel searched.
Yeah, also it only has
They're going very quick.
HP left. So
Going very quick.
If you need me to
use
like
the-
pause at any point, by the way, let me know. Because like that is
No,
the
no,
benefit of
it's
using
fine.
YouTube here, is I can just pause the live stream whenever. I'm sure we'll be able to catch up in no time.
Use the as the attack I was explaining before. The main attack of Arceus just lets you spread energy around. So attach all of that to the backup Arceus.
2 Arceus. Gee, Bill, why does your mom let you have 2
if you
Arceus?
have a double turbo energy, you can still attack with it later on.
Technically, they have 4.
They had 4, yeah. But 2 of them were prizes, right?
Yeah, 2 of them were prized.
Yeah, Lost Mine plays as now Shortongu's
But I think just having 2 Arceus on the field is already
putting some energy cards in.
doing well for yourself,
Also
for sure.
Lie on the bench, and it seems like Shortong is eyeing up those easy prize cards on the bench, Umbreon V.
I mean, when you've got a chance to take, and obviously you can get the Radiant Alakazam as well, because that's not got much HP left.
Most notably for Lost Box is the card Chorus's Experiment. Is a Lost Box is a Lost Zone specific card. It's just look at the top
Take 3
5 cards of your deck, put 3 of them in your hand, put
setup, like
the other 2 in the
So 2
Lost
more in
Zone.
Lost Zone. Cool.
Radiant
That's fun.
Alakazam moves damage counters. That's really
That sounds really good, especially because you get to pick. It's not just like the first
Yeah.
3. You just
Gust, and
put 3 of them,
Yep.
any 3 of them.
that's pretty good.
Yep, no, it is very, very, very strong.
Actually giving up
I love the names of these trainer and like supporter cards because it just seems like completely random. Like, what was the experiment, Chloris? What are we doing? Why does that let me draw 5 cards? Okay, cool.
He's sending them to the Lost Zone.
And then like there doesn't appear to be any flavor text, unlike other card games sometimes have, where it like explains
No,
why
it's
it does
just-
this.
It becomes
It's just that's a guy from Pokemon. And
Sure
that's the
is.
entire that's the entirety. That's all you get.
It seems like it's basically just like, well, we need a card that does this effect,
and
and then you just slap literally a random character or place or something on it.
here
Kind of, yeah. Oh,
already saw a lot of value coming out of the earliest escape.
on the
rope.
bottom.
Late
I guess I just don't
It sometimes even stands in your way if you just
pay enough
on
attention.
the active strong attacker and your only switching option is the one that just allows your opponent to basically run away from you.
Oh yeah, I've just completely missed this. Like I'm looking at the card for Radiant Alakazam right now. It says it has an incredibly high level of intelligence.
Out
Some say that Alakazam remembers everything that ever happens to it from birth till death.
Oh, me too.
going
I'm the same
Yeah.
way. If anybody's ever mean to me, I remember forever, yes.
always funny to see
Every time I've ever felt sick or uncomfortable, I remember forever,
the
yes.
difference, but
Yeah, it is not noticeable at all because I have a
that's right.
binder full of the cards for this. I have 2 decks, and I've not once
Or
ever
do I
parsed
Oh.
that was ever there.
Sounds like you've got some fun literature to read after the stream. A whole new
Yeah.
book has just been opened to you. You can go through your binder and read all of them.
Only got 9 cards in the
Oh,
Lost Zone.
no.
Sableye lost mine. We
Uh,
have 10 cards in
Pokestop on the field is a stadium card similar to field spells from another card game.
Other card games, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty conclusive. There are
Only one can be on field at a time. Pokestop was from the Pokemon Go set.
Yeah, no kidding.
It most notably says, hold on, I'm trying to find.
Is that one per side, or is it like whoever puts the first field card down gets it?
So say Gabriel played a field card right now, it would knock the other one to the
Okay, so
discard
there's
zone.
one. There is one.
Yeah, there is one. But if Shao played another Pokestop, it would knock Gabriel's to the discard zone.
Okay.
So you can just keep bouncing each other's stuff out.
Okay, that's similar to like how
Pokestop-
weather or terrain works in VGC, where it's like whoever does it last sets it. Yeah.
Just sometimes in your head you
I'm
already
trying to find an actual.
completely in your
I'm
head.
just gonna pull up the card.
Sometimes you forgot like you already-
Pokestop.
This is a very high pressure
TCG.
situation, and as Ross is correct, this is different. I
So this is a fun card. I actually played in the Rotom deck that I play. It is once during each player's turn, that player may discard the three top cards of their deck, and if a player discarded any item cards in that way, they can put them in their hand.
think, like very
Wait, so
small.
you discard the items, but then you just put them in your hand again?
You're at the World Championship.
From
No,
your deck to your
it's
hand?
so the way that Pokemon words how its card effects work is even if you are milling from the top of your deck, it counts as discarding it. So it's
Oh.
you mill the top three, and if you any items are discarded or any items are milled that way, you can add them to your hand.
Oh, okay.
Make it, but
That's
Similar
weird.
to
That's weird that that's
an
a
actual
discard.
use of this
an actual Pokestop from Go.
championship. If you want to win, you have to play everything perfectly.
And, you know,
So that one makes sense, unlike Chorus's experiment, which is just
putting 'em on
get
the
some
screen,
cards.
Not something we usually do, of course, only in the final.
I also
Get
like
some cards, banish some cards.
I like the attack names on basic Pokemon and stuff. Like Comfey here has spinning attack
It's a very
and the ability flower selecting.
there on the stage. Now we do see a Clara coming down from Xiao Tong here. That's going to get that Sableye straight back. And a psychic energy and a water energy, you know, really basically saying, look, I know Sableye is...
It really do be selecting.
That Dragonite comes down.
I love the art on this Sableye also.
Clara did it nicely.
Yeah, the big problem.
It's great. Oh, who's the artist on
was
that?
able to find that
I have a couple of
evolved
favorite just
Umbreon on
TCG artists.
Oh, for sure.
big liability.
I always liked back in the day the ones that were clay models.
A lot more.
Yeah, they still do those.
I'm sure
This
they do.
is
310.
Shibuzo. I'm not super familiar.
100 HP left.
Oh,
attack.
very long time ago, I sent you that crazy looking Flamigo card.
Hmm.
A dragon
Same artist.
knockout.
Wait, Flamigo or Palafin?
110 and yeah.
Flamigo. The
I still
you know the this was ages ago, so I doubt you remember.
Probably not. I remember more recently you sent me a Palafin card,
here.
and I was just like, this
Yeah.
is beautiful. Unfortunately, Palafin is extremely ugly,
5
but it is beautiful art of a very ugly Pokemon.
And it looks like we got one on the active as well. And we've still got some left over. So it looks like we're going to have
Should
some.
be 4, right? Yeah.
Yes, let's go for that.
Or okay, so yeah, there's your big attack.
Spreading it round.
Spreading
Hand in
everything
the Lost
around.
Zone.
Get it lost. Might as not go the Umbreon.
There we go.
Get that with Dragonite later. For now, let's spread some damage.
So
So-
3 damage counters on the main Arceus, 4 on the backup Arceus, and then
Yeah, it's interesting that he chose to put the damage evenly instead of just like trying to blow up one guy.
For maybe that
Can you give me some insights as to why you might do that? To hedge your bets like that?
naturally get a KO on Dragonite.
So I needed to go back to his field so I can kind of see the game state a little bit more.
Yeah, and the 50 damage on the Liminion, very nice. This puts it at 100.
I believe that's another. Yeah, that is another Sableye on the bench. So
And then the Gabriel decides
That makes sense.
spreading it out. Even if that one gets knocked out, it's not giving Gabriel the win, even with the prize cards. So the other Sableye can come in and
Do the
do
same thing.
more spread and just kind of
alternatively
keep going. At least Sableye has a 0 retreat cost. No, it has a single retreat cost.
That's how much it you have to play that energy if you wanted to swap it out for something on the bench.
The deck list.
Yeah, so if you want to swap it out for something on the bench without using an item card, you have to
sort of like bench damage. You can take potentially. mana
discard an energy. At least one energy has to be attached to it, and when you retreat it, you discard the energy off the Pokemon into the discard pile.
I see, I see.
Shortong knows, well, I have to win somehow with Lost Mine and also attacking into active Pokemon here.
Yeah.
This Lost Mine deck seems pretty good.
It's become a gigantic
Like, I don't know, I'm just like seeing the maybe it's just because it's easier for me to like
follow it through.
assess as a newbie, like what the like is he charged up because Lost Zone is full now?
Just a straight
But
Yeah.
I'm like, ah,
Also very
it does not seem like you can stop this from happening.
It was
But they are like dead even, like they both have 3 prizes,
very interesting.
and I can't assess if one of them is like completely set up and is just gonna run away with it now. But
It is,
faster to the amount of cards.
in my opinion, a
zone.
fairly even game state right now.
okay.
Yeah, like Mel said, Lost Zone definitely sets you up for the long run.
Because you sometimes have to put cards in.
I think Mel was
It
referring
is-
to why you'd spread damage around like that. Is
then
Oh,
you
sets
just
you
yeah.
in the long run.
Well, Lost
Yeah.
Still, I think
put the
personally, I feel like Lost Zone is a much
not even an option for
yeah, the game,
in
the late
future,
game, yeah,
yes, this game
pretty much exactly what I was about to say. The late
just needs
game
to take
definitely feels like an inevitability because
theory
you
that is
can
being
kind of grind out while
getting the
losing mons a little bit while setting up others.
That's cool.
the Dragonite V only
I
three
love
cards
I love that concept.
This might
My
be
my favorite
something
era in VGC this year was when Murkrow was very popular as a basic Pokemon because people just wanted a taste of Tornadus' power. They were so hungry for priority Tailwind that they were using Murkrow, the other prankster Tailwind user. And I was like, yeah, it's a funny little guy. So I love when decks are just or teams are funny little guys and not like
Umbreon.
Kyogre,
It looks
for
like
example.
it's
Kyogre's boring. Big damage.
Yeah.
Big whale.
your cards
Ooh, fancy.
Ooh.
Like, wow, okay.
see the right
Cool.
I do want to point out, so Shao played Dragonite and attached something to it. That is a card called Forest Sealstone.
Is that the like multi-energy looking thing that he just had? And now it's gone?
No, no, that was I actually don't know what that was. I would have to see it again.
Do you want me to rewind?
Forest Sealstone. It's fine. I'll wait till it's. Well, I guess it is being played, but
Aquastorm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out
Aquastorm?
those bench Pokemon. And
yeah.
again is your junior division.
Wow,
Oh,
I've never
okay.
seen the Kyogre tech before.
right here.
Oh, I guess I don't have to explain Forest Sealstone because it just was not relevant in the slightest.
Okay.
Game, but short
Yeah, I don't know why we suddenly like won there. How did he get the last
I have to pull through as long as
series of
Um,
prizes?
actually
Hold on. Because like right
He-
here, there are still 2 prizes left to get.
So,
Are we there?
How does he do it instantly?
Shao gets 3 because V stars and I know V stars are double prizers. I thought.
Oh, right. They can be double prizers. Okay.
And Xiaotong
Yeah.
junior division.
So he knocks
I
out one of the
don't know-
Arceus and he okay.
Yeah, he got. The
I thought he
double
had 3
prizers.
left, and I was like, how did he do that? Who
some,
knows?
yeah, like very little.
Oh, what's that Kyogre do?
Do you want me to rewind?
I just don't know what set it's from.
Okay, so here it says.
Yeah. Oh, it's Celebrations Kyogre.
okay.
Okay.
Ooh, that's cool. So Aquastorm. Discard the top 5 cards of your deck and then choose 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. This deck does 50 damage for each energy card you've discarded in this way to each of these Pokemon. Don't apply weaknesses or resistances. Okay. So you could potentially do what is that? 250 damage if you discard 5 energy.
It's a bench sniper. So the
Yeah.
damage. So okay, I see. So the damage spread before was basically. So the thing with VMAX cards,
Uh-huh.
or VMAX cards are triple prizers.
Triple prizers.
So
Oh
probably,
my god. Okay.
I believe Shao just completely focused the Umbreon and just took it right then and there.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's cool. Wait, sorry. So the UI at the top here, where right now it shows Shao has 3 faded out Pokeballs and 3 filled in Pokeballs. Is that how many prizes he has to collect to win, or how many
That's
prizes he has left to give out?
Prizes left to collect to win.
Oh, I had been looking at this backwards the entire time. Granted, it had been 3 and 3 for like most of the game, or like it was dead even the entire time, so it didn't really matter. Because that's how many more he needs to win. I thought that was how many prizes were left for his prize zone, and like that's like your health bar when it depletes, you lose.
Yeah.
It's the other way around. It's okay. When that runs out, he wins. Okay.
Now we can attack with the
Yeah.
Kyogre.
Kong, this did not destroy his mental state.
Did not destroy his mental state.
Cool.
Cool. That's awesome.
You know, come out and actually play
That was fantastic.
That was pretty cool. I don't really understand TCG still, but I understand at least the mechanics of those decks, where you've got your central game plan, which is cool. I would not know how to make those things happen, but I understand why you want them to happen, and like generally what you're trying to accomplish, which is cool. It's more than I understood
Radiant
several
They
minutes ago.
played a lot faster than the average TCG
I would
match
imagine,
that I've
yes.
seen played on stream.
I would imagine, yes.
out here. Shorthong made the right decision to set up games for
But are either of them going to hit the gritty afterwards?
Clara
Yeah, that's what we really gotta know.
one knockout on
Unfortunately, my bingo card is just
one
for
minion. Here we have two
for
VGC.
VGC.
actually 3 Pokemon with 250 and less.
I gotta
HP
pull up
remaining.
my.
all the cards needed. The
I had a different thing
knockout
pulled up on my MSP.
Listen, if
Kyogre,
if
such a great
one of the
card.
players hits the
And
gritty after winning the TCG, that's just bingo enough for me.
Nope.
Yeah, there is.
Hold on.
I had noticed, you know, after my terrible Picture Me Kyogre yesterday,
Hold
I
on.
get to sit here and cast Kyogre
I love the Mamoswine pin.
championships. But you know, we've all been to the Pokemon Center in Yokohama this weekend and seen that giant Kyogre statue coming out of the ceiling. And you know, I've got a son called Archie, so I've got a lot of love for Kyogre personally.
This guy's got a son named Archie. That's insane.
Very cool Pokemon, and that
That's awesome, actually.
I wish I was that big of a Pokemon fan.
I love seeing winning these world championships, winning these.
I wish I hated ground that much.
Difficult play to pull off. It is an exceedingly complicated play. We saw at the end that it had to be perfect.
Yes.
0 cards in deck, double energy recycler to put all those energy back, Mirage Gate to get the energy on Kyogre, but you also need an energy in your hand.
There we go. Now I've got my bingo card ready to go. I had the wrong thing in my MS Paint, which is what I'm showing this from.
That's awesome.
I had a screenshot. Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't have Hit the Gritty on here, but you never know.
More than enough players.
I suggested it day one.
Don't have the energy recycler.
Could have been cool.
Have the pivoting option.
No match is going to timer either.
Just that.
And yeah, they're talking about how that deck is not easy to play.
KO Arceus.
Yeah, no.
So we had to have that Sableye using Lost Mine a couple turns earlier.
Lost Box is very, very, like, it's big brain because it's a lot of resource management all at once.
It
so
seems like it, yeah.
the pilot at that level, that young, is thick. Especially with the Kyogre tech. I have not seen that before. That's awesome.
Last turn, or else you cannot win.
Yeah, more so than in any other game.
This downtime is going to give me some time to finally eat my food.
You have to plan every turn ahead already. From the very first time you use flower selecting, you have to think about what happens, how is this game changed by which card I put into the Lost Zone. You have to always keep in mind what happens if my opponent plays Iono, what happens if my opponent plays Judge, what happens if I put the wrong card in the Lost Zone with this chorus, with this flower selecting.
Sorry, what did you say Iono does? Because they were just talking about like what happens if my opponent plays Iono with regards to Lost Mine. So, like, I forget what you said they did.
Piloting it for the whole season.
Iono makes both players shuffle
everyone that you are
their hands, or put their hands on the bottom of the deck, and then draw cards or however many prize cards they have left.
from the very beginning in a game.
Oh, okay.
So it can just completely reset your hand if you're like set up for a big play.
Okay. So it's not something. I thought maybe she did something specifically with the Lost Zone, because the way they were talking about it made it sound like, like, oh, you know, your Lost Zone is going to become crippled in some way.
The Lost One was only supported in exactly one set, Lost Origin, themed around Giratina, which is also a fairly strong deck that focuses on the Lost Zone.
I see.
It got a little bit of support in later sets, mostly for stuff in that set. Like I said, I play a Rotom deck, and Rotom V-Star came out in the following, or in a later set, which also interacts with the Lost Zone. But it is basically all one set of cards, completely redefine the meta just for this whole mechanic.
How long
and
has
no
Lost Zone been a mechanic? Because also I don't think that was a mechanic last time I thought about Pokemon cards.
I'm not sure.
I forget the last gen it was used, but it was out of the game for quite some time and then brought back for Sword and Shield when Lost Origin dropped.
Interesting.
Very impressive trait you've seen anyone.
Yeah, being
If Tony's still in the chat, then they
Tony would know.
probably know better than I. They've been playing this game far longer than I have.
I see.
Draw random. You have some coin flips. There are so many things where every game looks completely different. You really have to know what to do with the cards that you're dealt with. And if something like that happens, you don't have to think about it. Oh no, I messed up. It's just, oh, I got like a very weird situation. It's just a new situation that you have to deal with somehow. And as long as you can keep your composure, you can pull through. And Shorthong showed us that even at this kind of age, you can be so like mentally.
Okay, through Gen 5.
To just.
Oh,
sorry, I'm eating.
Sounds like a lot of things happen in Gen 5 that I'm just
like
not privy to.
That's in, and that's amazing.
That was impressive. That was very impressive. Well, we have a Junior Division World Champion, so now we need a Junior Division World Champion interview. So let's go and hear from Xiao Tongyun and see how it feels to be crowned the Junior Division World Champion.
Winners interview, baby.
That's right. Now,
Junior Division interviews are the best.
World Champion. How does it?
That was almost exactly like 45 minutes for that, just to play the games and get to this.
That's good, because we've got two more divisions, and then maybe we can actually get to VGC before 1 a.m. I don't know if they are just going to make us wait in that case, or if they'll actually like advance the schedule. Gen 4, wow, okay. Well, that makes sense because you were talking about Giratina.
So it's very exciting.
Yeah, well, Giratina is the new one.
All his fans for cheering on for him during the match.
This is sweet.
I would also cry, just ugly cry, if I were in this position, so.
A highlight reel. What was the coolest moment that you would pick to be your highlight moment?
所以刚刚那场比赛就有哪一刻你是
If I just won Worlds and
就放在你的
a
highlight？
lady dressed as Misty was telling me how cool I was, I would also just have a meltdown.
我用
So true.
Like 100% guaranteed.
快龙
I would also cry if I won a box tournament at locals.
后
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, yeah.
阿尔宙斯。
So he said he used a Mirage Gate to attach it to the Dragon Knight V to get the knockout on the RCSVs.
I love Junior's interviews also because...
Full of emotion, but I'm looking at your future.
Hold on.
What comes after this? Will you keep playing Pokemon? Will we see you on this stage again?
I just love Junior's interviews because they usually just explain their plays. They're just like, I did this,
Is there
which is
anything
like great.
you can say to this huge crowd who's here clapping for you now?
Yeah, that rules.
所以要
Where he was like, I used Mirage Gate. And it's like, yes, yes you did.
观众
So true.
我太紧张了，我不知道说什么。
He's too excited. He doesn't even know what to say right now.
That's good. We'll give you a
Me too, buddy.
too. That's awesome.
trophy ceremony coming up. But right now, casters, back to you.
I love those big plastic trophies they got for Worlds. I don't care.
Wow.
They're so
Oh, they're
cool.
awesome.
To that juniors division final. And that's 1/3 of the way through our
I
TCG
love
Championship
how every caster gets their own
That incredible
little
match.
personalized pin.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I've been assembling a Torkoal Eat a Bag, and there just isn't any Torkoal merch like that is extant. I think I have it all at this point.
Ethan Heggie, I'm
So there is no Torkoal lapel pin, unfortunately for me, when I inevitably end up at the caster's desk with my
final match
stellar commentary, as demonstrated tonight.
division finals.
Yeah, what an excellent match to kick things off.
Hey, one day.
Sunday.
I have this big button,
Congratulations
like
again.
bottle cap button that's Flannery and her Torkoal that's like holographic,
In style.
which is cool.
The kite
I have a little like
for
tiny charm that's Torkoal that they apparently made in Pokemon Center Japan
Any other
for
way,
like
wouldn't have been that way.
3 months in January of like 2015 or something like that.
Celebration.
Very, very rare that I found out exists.
Exactly.
I have the funny little doll.
Things work out that way for
What else do I got in my Torkoal Eat a Bag?
Juniors division is concluded. We now have a
I've got a,
world champion. But
metal dog tag that was in someplace in Europe.
next up, the seniors division. Let's take a look at how that bracket has played out.
Show me about
to
the
get
seniors
us
division.
To this position, as you see, our two
Wait, hold on. Is Gabriel back at it? Same Gabriel? Gabriel has aged up. Today is his birthday.
featured a lot on stream. Two players we don't get to feature a lot, but they have a
I don't remember what the other Gabriel's last initial was, but it was a Gabriel.
I do not know.
throughout the
There's a kid in
actually have 6 different
in here that's name is Rune, bottom
in the
of the first
finals match.
round here.
But yeah, you can see the path.
It was also F.
had just
This is the same Gabriel's coming back for revenge. You lose the juniors, they make you fight the senior for like double or nothing.
the finals.
Oh my
tournament.
god.
my goodness.
Oh my god.
wow. It's gonna be so exciting. So many different decks. Of
There's a
course,
kid named
there's a
Polaris.
player who
Wow.
won the North American or rather
That rules. That's sick.
These are cool names.
earlier this year as well.
Polaris is definitely a Pokemon trainer name, and they'd be like an ice type
The
gym leader.
He said acted a little.
Yeah, nice to have
bit
leader Elite
Yeah.
Four member.
Mhm.
Some good coaching if the person you helped get there is now in the finals of the World Championships.
Yeah, perhaps an opportunity for to avenge Ruin in this finals matchup to take out the player who eliminated Ruin from the tournament. So this will be an interesting one for sure. I mean, there's nothing that matches.
I
the
wonder what
excitement
they
of
are
the finals
playing.
of the World
I
Championship.
literally only pulled up resources for Masters Division.
I mean, the
but,
information is
yeah.
non-existent for
The-
younger
yeah,
divisions.
the information is just non-existent.
They don't stream the younger divisions until finals because, again, like it is just not good for kids to be on stream.
Multiple
Well,
like-
even just for finding like,
Wasn't even it. They had to go to
I know who's in the TCG finals. I do not know what they're playing.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Like, you know who registered or whatever, and you see the brackets.
coming up.
But
Yeah, that's true.
it's already like it is known that if you get selected for stream
Matches went 2
in like
you
VGC,
have to play
you are
for
playing.
winning, so
Both of you are playing at like a disadvantage
up,
because
ready to go.
it is just a lot of pressure to be thinking about being on stream.
to just
So to subject younger kids to that, I feel like is not good, and would probably put them at a tremendous disadvantage relative to the people who are not on stream. So doing it
Yeah.
only in the grand finals, where it's like, you know, that's it,
Yeah.
and you're both playing on equal playing field there, is
I don't know
fine.
what else to say. We'll
I agree, Mo. I do think written features would be pretty
I
nice.
agree, yes. I keep saying I want them to publish the team sheets that get submitted at least by grand finals day, right? When it's like you know what everything has. I can understand not doing it before the tournament starts, or not even doing it at the end of day one. But today I would like to be able to see the team sheets of the teams that are playing in the grand finals, because I would like to be able to make intelligent decisions about commentary and not be like, if he protects. If he has Protect, that'd be really good, and then, he could tear a Ghost here if he's... It's like I'm trying to commentate a ladder match, which is just, like, impossible.
Getting you ready. You feel like you've got all this.
I can't provide insight as to what I think they might do, or what I would do, or what anybody might do in that situation if I don't even know what the options are. So it's really difficult.
They are not capable of being some of the best players in the world. We're going to see world-class competitors here.
I just wish there was any sort of official capacity, sort of,
what it took to get here, and now
like, documentation for this. Not even for, like, deck lists, just... I went to the official Pokemon TCG Twitter and could not find it. Could not find it unofficially. It's just no one knows what's going on.
It's a mystery. You could bring any cards you want. It's fine.
Seniors, juniors division, now making into the Masters division. So, our new world champions, we could be seeing them have success in future years to come, and that's what's so great about Pokemon. Seeing the young rising talent come to fruition.
They should keep the same timer rolling from the start of juniors all the way to the end of Masters. So like if the juniors take too long, Masters have like 12 minutes to do their rounds.
This is the moment you dream about.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Player. Making it to the World Championships, getting into the finals, and being one step away from being able to always be remembered as a world champion.
Always be remembered.
Everybody's dream, everybody's goals, and these players are waiting, getting prepared, hyping themselves up for one final match. You win. You're cemented in Pokemon TCG history. You're part of an elite group of players who showed that they have what it takes the specific year to become a world champion. Of course, that beautiful Pikachu trophy and that #1 trainer card, all those stakes on the line here today.
Absolutely. Those are things, these are memories you'll carry with you forever.
True.
No matter what happens after this moment, you'll always have this. You'll either be, champion.
You will be a Pokemon master.
Those are both excellent accomplishments.
You will be a Pokemon master.
When the song is like, so you want to be a master of Pokemon, do you have the skills to be #1? These kids are like, yes. Yes, I do. And that's cool.
Truly legendary moment.
Because I always answer that with no, unfortunately. I know myself too well. I don't have the skills.
Player can win.
I do not have the skills.
Not even a little bit.
I am beautifully casual at this game.
Beautifully casual.
A little bit more. Different backstories, different region. We've got a clash of Europe versus Latin America.
Yep.
Gabriel did get that day 2 qualification, so placed well enough in their division to secure themselves a spot in day 2. Has played a variety of different decks, adapted to play a very interesting deck that we'll talk about more. And
please talk about the decks. I want to know what decks we're about to see.
Please
talk about the decks more.
One match will determine the course of history for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and I know people in our audience here who are rooting for these players can feel the energy building up in anticipation, and I'm sure we're going to have a lively crowd for this one once we get going. You mentioned it a
once
little
we
bit.
Get going.
Listen, Tony, that 10-year-old was actually cracked. Like one of the best pilots of Lost Box I've ever seen. It was nuts.
I have fortunately not had to fight anybody outside of my division at locals, but I'm sure it'll happen someday.
Finalist at the World Championship.
The younger divisions typically don't have enough to fill out a full bracket, so they do get mixed in to the Masters division at the locals I've been to. But it also, because each division is pointed separately, they get free points basically. Which they should if they're gonna, show up and fight 20-something-year-olds, 30-year-olds or whatever, and you're like 9. Yes, you should get points for qualifying for Worlds, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's just like
Because it's time to welcome our players. First, please welcome Sydney De Bruyne.
Let's go.
Senior, old man, decrepit old man, Sydney, age 13.
Tell us a little bit about your history as a player in Pokemon.
Like, I started in 2019, and my first regional was in Germany, and then I got top 16, but I bubbled out of top 8, and like I bubbled multiple times out of top 8.
I'm trying to figure out what plush she's holding.
So like my highest.
It looks like a Corsola, but it can't be.
So I'm really happy to be here.
Or Cursula, rather.
Ursula, yeah.
look for in your deck? What's the coolest thing about the way you play?
Judge buff.
Judge Path? Is that what he said?
Great. Now let's bring out your challenger. Everyone,
Judge
welcome
Path.
to the stage.
Yeah,
Judge Bell?
so there's...
Yes.
I couldn't entirely parse that.
How crazy would it be if it was the same Gabriel from before, though? Just like back for revenge?
Same question to you, Gabriel.
I would lose my mind.
History as a Pokemon player.
I started playing 5 years ago. My
5 years
brother
ago?
Coco Star.
Half his life he's been playing Pokemon?
And your deck, what's it like? How should we watch your play?
I mean, I'll try to stop him from V-Star with my path. And try
So, Path that he's referring to is a card called Path to the Peak.
Okay.
Play, please.
That's the name of the new anime.
And then head to
Yes. So
Hold on.
For now, casters.
It's all
Path to
coming
the Peak-
together.
So, Path to the Peak is just a card that says it's a stadium card.
Okay.
That just says Pokemon with the rule box in
Where's
play
Gabriel
have
going?
no abilities.
Where did Gabriel
So
go? Hold on, he just kept walking.
Hop into these match. We'll wait till
Where'd he go?
their headphones on.
I'm
He
sorry,
go-
I got distracted by the kid just continuing to walk.
Peeking Gabriel.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No, he's actually lost.
To shut off doubt.
Oh no.
Both of these decks looking for powerful V-Stars to get their strategies.
He actually did just keep going. I thought it was like, oh, let me go get something, but he actually just left. Oh, it's Lugia he was holding.
Mascot.
Okay, yeah. So Path to the Peak is just a card that says Pokemon with a rule box have no abilities, so that is
Pokemon with what?
Pokemon
Have no
V
abilities? What was that?
rule boxes. So rule boxes on cards like EXs and V's, V stars, V maxes.
Masters division with that.
It just they can still attack, but they lose their ability.
That's crazy.
Pikachu, but
Okay.
Spaghetti moment.
keep playing that Arceus
That's cool.
Giratina deck that we've seen featured
Arceus Giratina, I've not.
as of recent.
They should
Seen
make
before.
a room move in VGC, like Trick Room, Wonder Room,
We don't
Magic Room, that does that, where like abilities just don't work anymore.
Kyle.
I forget what, I think it's
Standard format.
Wonder Room turns off items,
Single
which is
strike
cool.
variant of
But they should make one that turns off abilities for 5 turns.
This is the
That would be
Colossus
fun.
version.
I'm done with abilities. I've moved past the need for abilities. I'm willing to go back to Gen 2. I'm going to become a competitive player in
See
Crystal.
some of as we go along, but you can see some of the accomplishments here from Sydney de Bruin.
Top 16, very solid.
Yeah, no, he was saying before he did bubble out before top 8 at every regional he's been to.
Them's the bricks.
Accomplishment, and now one match.
I can pull up some Giratina information.
World champion forever.
Yes, Giratina.
Giratina is very cool looking as a Pokemon, so I'm rooting for it personally. It is like probably one of my favorite legendaries design-wise. It's just like an extremely sick-looking dragon with a lot of legs. Also, its Pokedex classification is the Renegade Pokemon, which is extremely cool.
Insanely raw.
Also, the way you fight Giratina at the Penny, have you beaten Legends Arceus? Or if not, do you intend to?
Yes, I have.
Okay. The way you fight Giratina at the end of that is like insanely raw. It's so cool.
Yeah.
You get the final hit on it and it like reels backwards and then just snaps back forward again and transforms. It is so cool.
So the Giratina, this is another Lost Zone deck. Giratina V-Star has an attack that just does 280 damage, and the cost for that is put 2 energy attached to any of your Pokemon in the Lost Zone.
Okay.
And then its V-Star ability, the once per game ability, is if you have 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone, your opponent's active Pokemon is just knocked
out of here. Yeah, that's what Mel just said. You can just knock a dude out for freezies.
Yep.
And it can be any guy, so you could like go for their V-Star and just get 3 prizes.
It's only the active Pokemon.
Oh, right, that's what you said. Yes. But if their active Pokemon is the V-Star,
if their active
then
Pokemon is the V-Star,
they just instantly lose.
It's just two free prizes.
Is Path the best option that Sydney has?
Lugia, I explained a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, they also have
but
Archeops,
again-
which is very funny to me because Archeops is maybe one of the worst VGC Pokemon ever made. With like an ability that deliberately nerfs it for no discernible reason. So I'm very I'm very amused to see it be viable in the TCG.
the biggest
So,
of them all.
Lugia's V-Star ability is you can put up to 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box, or just
both players.
Oh, am I reading this wrong?
Look, if there's any stage for your deck to draw the best.
Yeah, so 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box. From your discard pile onto your bench, which is usually Archeops. And its attack is just 220 raw damage, and if there's a stadium in play, you can just take it out. So, so if past the
Lugia
peak
levels
is on the, field,
city, literally bringing like hellfire and destruction. And, okay.
Also has one of the coolest, like the V, like the version you evolve in from the V Star. As you can see it in the Gabriel's prize right there. As one of the coolest, just basic arts I've ever seen in the game.
Which one? The Lugia?
Yeah, on Gabriel's side.
Yeah.
And it's finally here.
Archeops has an ability that says once during your turn,
Turbo.
you can search your deck for up to 2 special energy cards and attach them to one of your Pokemon. So there's regular energy and there is special energy, so just energy with different effects. So you're going in a kind of never-ending circle of just putting stuff out and attaching stuff to it.
Now this is an interesting turn one where they both seem to have their ace like ready to go.
Yeah. Also, I agree, Tony. I love the little plushies that people have been bringing. They've been doing it in VGC as well. The RCS game most notably.
And judge. You're trying to knock your opponent
Not the RCS, the Articuno, sorry.
Yes. The Articuno game was probably my favorite game from the tournament so far, and depending on how finals go, it might stay that way, just because I love the concept of a guy banking on a, like, 35% evasion chance or whatever for Europe World's shot. Just like, if you simply can't hit me, what are you going to do?
Gabriel's side, it will really come down.
Very cool.
Nest Ball, really good. So a lot of the good Pokeball searcher cards kind of got rotated out. Or not all of them, but quite a few of them. So Nest Ball is like the new one, and it's literally just search your deck for a basic Pokemon and bench it.
Okay. Slacking. Kinda lazy. If you have exactly 2, 4, or 6, couldn't even read what that does. Do you know what that does?
I can pull it up.
Wait, sorry. Why does Sydney have a hand that is literally his entire deck? What just happened?
All you really need is just
that is his deck.
He's to search his deck effect?
Yeah.
Okay. Just the visual of him with a fistful of a deck was like very funny to me.
Bidoof hits the field. This is probably gonna lead into Bibarel. Bibarel is one of the best support cards. Bidoof hits the field. Bibarel is one of the best like support mods in the game. God, do I have a list pulled up that is running it? I don't think so.
That's a great sentence that you've just uttered. Bibarel is one of the best support Pokemon in the game. I'm manifesting this for the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, rather.
So, let me pull up the card. So, Bibarel just has an ability called Industrious Incisors.
Okay. Big teeth.
Once during your turn, you may draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand.
Oh.
And it can activate that from the bench. So, yeah.
I see.
It's really strong.
Seniors Division Finals, but
we need a Bibarel evolution. You're so right.
You are so right.
Kind of lazy. So if you have an even number of prize cards remaining, this Pokemon can't attack. Okay. But it has an attack that is like defeat something instantly if you have 4 energy. Okay. 260 damage. With legally distinct Giga Impact, heavy impact here.
Evoltol, those kinds of cards. Nope, this is all colorless.
Man, that's crazy. That Lugia art does go hard. And yeah, Arrow Dive, where you just like destroy a building, is thematically very cool.
Arrow Dive is you usually don't even.
Colorless Pokemon.
Yeah, he is running Path.
Weird Ear V and Snorlax.
Weird Ear's in the deck. Is that what I just heard?
Of course, the Lugia V-Star.
I guess. Yeah, I'd
love to hear about Weird Ear.
And put the 2 Archeops in.
Yeah, I believe they both said in the pre-game interview that they're both running Path.
That turns off kind of lazy. Okay, why?
Yeah.
Do you understand why?
Do it on turn 1.
No,
you're talking about it turns off abilities because it's a rule thing, right?
Yeah. Yes. It is a rule box Pokemon.
Yes. Okay. So that's cool. Much like in any time you're playing in VGC, if you have slacking, your entire gimmick revolves around how do I remove the ability from slacking. So yes, that tracks.
Things like Raihan, Energy. I think there might be a Bibarel though.
Bibarel? Everybody's so excited for Bibarel.
I think there's
I love this card.
Industrious inside. Tail Smash kinda hot though. 100 damage. That's cool.
Yeah, but the cost of that is you have to flip a coin if you get tails.
Oh,
it
yes,
doesn't do
you're right.
anything.
Sydney
That's
Yeah,
part of
no.
the course.
Very difficult decision is going to go after.
So there's the boss's orders where just it forces your opponent to switch. So Luminion is now out. Luminion generally just does not have anything to attack on most decks that it's played in, just
Yeah.
because unless you're playing a water deck, you can't really do anything.
Burnett discarding both Archeops. There's no even path to the peak. It's just gonna
Oh.
power edge for 100.
It sounds like Archeops have been eliminated, like discarded.
This is not how this deck is supposed
Uh-oh.
to work. It's supposed to be
Yeah,
very
and
consistent.
that's
And there we see the Lugia V-Star.
2 Lugia!
I am glad as a VGC player that I don't have to worry about my
Yeah.
opponent having 2 Lugia in the back. Like, it's like, okay, they cool.
Yeah.
They brought Luminion and Archeops, and then they have Lugia and Lugia in the back. Cool, yes.
Ran this stage.
Okay, looks like the Archeops are back. I don't, unless those are the other 2 Archeops, because he's running 4 of.
Special energy.
Yeah.
I don't know what just happened here.
So with the way the math works out, if
I
Gabrielle
was gonna say because Lugia's V-Star is only
4 special energy onto this Lugia V-Star that are not double turbo energy,
Double turbo
Did-
energy.
attack for 220 damage,
did Lugia did
and take the knockout.
did Gabriel use the V-Star at any point? I see that it's
This is
marked off, but and like
Didn't-
still available, but
didn't
I
catch what it
just
did.
Primal turbos being used. And this
oh yeah, because Lugia's V-Star it doesn't have to be used in the active spot, right? It's just an ability. So activated V-Star, got the 2 Archeops out of the discard pile.
Oh, that's
so
how
when
he did
you
it, okay.
Lugia V-Star
yeah, you want the Archeops in the discard pile, especially when you have Lugia.
in the finals.
Interesting.
Down goes Arceus V-Star.
Uh-oh.
Gabrielle takes the first 2
2 prizes.
Yeah, Arceus down, double prize taken.
and no
Bibarel now at the forefront.
Bibarel's gonna do it. Bibarel's gonna hit that coin flip.
There's nothing else it could do. Sydney left with absolutely nothing in play. How do you even come back from a situation like
Oh
this?
no.
I think that Iona's very, very smart, just because it looks like his hand's kind of nothing. Yeah,
Bibarel
Bibarel
active.
active.
Bibarel
yeah.
hits the field.
Bibarel has hit the active spot.
Play down.
Okay, that's a really good hand refresh.
Evolve it into the V-Star.
That seems good,
You're
yeah.
just going to be so far behind. I don't know.
Lots
how
of
you
tools to work with in that
this
refresh, yeah.
Does find
But
Yeah,
how do we
you-
get Bibarel out of there and back on the bench? We really need that quite badly, I feel like.
That's also a piece missing to even.
It's gonna have to be through an escape rope, which I don't know if he's playing, or just attaching energy and
Retreat
going
cost,
for
yeah.
the actual retreat cost. Yeah.
try to figure out some way to come back in this first game. One of the important cards in this matchup on Gabrielle's side is also the V-Guard energy. All of the attackers in Sydney's deck are Pokemon V. And this
V-Guard
special
energy.
card
Yeah. So V-Guard energy is a special type of energy you can attach. Counts as a colorless energy, and it takes 30 less damage if it's attached to a Pokemon. It takes 30 less damage from a Pokemon opponent's Pokemon V. But you can't stack it, so you can only have
energy card.
one. You can have multiple of it on a Pokemon, but will only ever take 30 less damage.
No energy card found, so unless there's something like a Rhyhorn next turn, there's going to be no way for this Arceus V or V-Star to
Bibarel hogging up the field, but there's like these monster legendaries on the bench.
I know.
God, also God, and Giratina on the bench while this dumb beaver can't get out of the way.
path to the peak. First going to use Primal Turbo.
Stand behind me.
Is the boss's orders. We did see that one of the boss's orders was
Leave Lugia to me.
is unavailable.
Bibarel.
And I see it there, that beautiful full art boss's orders from the Paldea Evolved expansion. Seems like it's got
That beautiful boss's orders from the Paldea Evolved expansion. Buy it now.
Buy it now. I do think this art is gorgeous.
And your opponent has still done no.
Which one is it?
Taken 0.
Not the
So
Getsus,
boss.
surely.
No, there's a full art version of the Getsus that it
Oh.
was actually done by the art was done by one hungry clicker
Oh,
for the official TCG.
one hungry clicker. I see.
One hungry clicker,
Okay, I understand then.
and it is beautiful.
What is
all-
is Hungry Clicker attributed by their actual name, or does the card actually say like by Hungry Clicker?
I think it's like a shortened version of it.
Okay.
Boss's orders found off the Luminous sign ability from Luminion. Boss's orders will bring up the Giratina. Smart choices.
That's great. So Giratina needs a grass, a psychic, and a colorless energy for its other attack. That's
Yeah,
weird.
so as I was saying before, they took out dragon type energy, so all dragon types
Just use random other energy? Like, why grass?
So
or at least in Ultra Ball
Hungry Clicker's username is shorthanded to HNCL.
Ah.
ability. Once per game, you can use this. Search
Yeah, famous Pokemon TCG artist HNCL.
and the question is,
Definitely does not do anything
have a
else.
basic energy card in the discard pile. Yep. So if you want to attack this turn, you're going to have to go for the Raihan, and you won't be able to play a disruptive supporter card like Judge or Iono. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to attack. You can't.
So Ultra Balls discard 2, get any Pokemon out of your deck. Doesn't matter if it has a rule box or not, just any Pokemon.
I see.
Search the deck for another V Pokemon, V-Star Pokemon, and we'll just try to put some of these V-Star Pokemon in play, make it a little harder. The way the game works out right now, Gabriel can't necessarily put a powerful Pokemon into play right now.
This Bibarel is just not getting out of the way.
Star does cap out.
No, the Bibarel was.
Oh, sorry. Gabriel just said can't get out of the way.
20 damage with
I see.
Tempest Dive. An interesting tech card coming down there. That Radiant Alakazam. Able to use that Painful Spoons ability.
Painful Spoons?
Around, and that could actually
Painful Spoons. We saw this last game.
You are going to be dealing damage to these Lugia V-Star if you're not taking one-hit knockouts. Maybe, if this game gets to that point, you can set up a way so that a Trinity Nova or a Lost Impact can take some knockouts.
Yeah, there we go. I was about to say Sydney hasn't used their V-Star yet. This seems like the time.
And what does theirs do? What have they done? Starbirth, right?
Yeah, Starbirth, yeah. So you can just search your deck for any 2 cards that are in your deck. Doesn't matter what they are. And you can just
I mean, it's kind of funny.
add them to your hand.
Get Raihan, which
And he wants the Raihan?
card. So it's almost like you're searching for
At least so I didn't actually catch what he added. Oh, Raihan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me see. I'm pretty sure list I have is pulled up. So Raihan says you can only play this card. You can play this card only if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn. You can attach basic energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. If you do, search your deck for a card and put it in your hand. That searches, attaches,
just maybe this is what you
adds any card to your hand. You just comes at the cost of having a Pokemon knocked out to activate it.
Psychic energy from the discard pile to
So why did he take that? Because it seems like Starbirth would also let you just pick any card you wanted. So why would he pick a card that also lets you then pick another card?
But it is finally online.
Just to thin your deck?
Nova, 100
Deck thinning is actually fairly important. So there's the double turbo, so that's just fairly basic. Gives 2 colorless energy.
Is there a reasonable way that Sydney can...
He will be able to actually attack now.
Gabriel is able to just take these final 2. I mean, the damage is guaranteed into this active. Sydney's not playing any way to pick Pokemon up with something like Sharon's Care, so as long as there's Boss's orders, the game will end at some point.
Using Alakazam to move damage counters over to the other Lugia.
From Luminion V over to that Lugia V on the bench. The V-Guard energy doesn't really mess with the math on Trinity Nova. Still going to be a 2-hit knockout either way.
Yep.
I actually don't think those 2 damage counters will be particularly relevant, but they're also not doing much on the Luminion, so I guess may as well move them somewhere.
Fair enough. Move some damage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go.
Things out. There it is. Trinity Nova finally putting this into play, getting some more Pokemon powered up.
Let's use the Raihan to attach an energy so you can actually attack and do something.
I see.
To close the game out now, but
the big thing was he just outright did not have
opponent and even sort of some mind games here.
Didn't have enough energy, right? So
he just did not have enough energy. Yeah.
Going on, and your opponent may not be very inclined to disrupt it if you're not doing anything in the first place. We will still see Capturing Roma played, so can maybe search out some of these Pokemon. Of course, none can be benched, none can be evolved. But this is still a good way to thin those cards.
Did they use dice in place of coins also, where it's just like even odds? Or is that what I'm saying? Because like this card says flip a coin,
assume so.
but they just rolled a die.
I actually don't know because like most like Pokemon like starter decks and like ancillary product just come with like a coin.
You just want to figure out
like the one he just put on his Archeops, for example.
Yeah.
the best way for me to maximize.
I've used a V-Star marker as a coin before for games.
Unable to make some.
That's interesting because that does not seem like that would slip very well.
So Gabriel.
It doesn't, but I didn't have a coin, so.
Turbo once again get extra energy into play.
Yeah, they always do.
Maybe prepping for that Weird V to come.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Weird V, come on! I want to see it.
Yeah, there we go. I've not seen this card.
No bench spots.
Frontier Road. Hold on, I'm pausing. I'm pausing because I want to see what this does. Frontier Road. Once during your turn, when this Pokemon moves from your bench to the active spot, you may move any amount of energy from your other Pokemon to it. Okay.
I have never seen this card used. This seems really strong too.
Unable to get a knockout here and unable to really prep another.
I was hoping we'd see at least one Weird Team in the VGC at Worlds, because it's a Intimidate Haver, and it's a Trick Room setter, so you can do like some goofy stuff with it.
Guaranteed that this game is over quite yet.
The actual Stantler or Weird meta in VGC is that you run Trick Room, something like Facade, Imprison, and then you'd actually have Skill Swap as your last slot, and you'd run it next to something like Galarian Articuno, whose ability is competitive, which is anytime you have a stat drop, you gain +2 stages of special attack. So you actually do is you skill swap your Intimidate off yourself onto your opponent, forcing them to lower your attack, which Articuno doesn't care about, and trigger competitive. Which is just super fun. And then you can run stuff like Facade and Imprison to stop Ursaluna from being able to do anything in Trick Room. And you can take Guts away from it as well as Skill Swap, which is just a lot of fun.
Pretty big one. One of the unfortunate things for Sydney is that there is the gift energy on Gabriel's active Lugia V-Star.
His attack is 40 damage times the number of energy attached to him. That's pretty good.
Gabriel will be able
oh yeah, that is what that says. Side Shield Bash.
In hand, almost nullifying the hand disruption from this Ino would otherwise be an extremely disruptive card, but you have this safeguard with the gift energy. Just taking advantage of all these different special energy cards, these little minor effects, they add up to something.
Yeah, it isn't. I didn't realize there were so many variants of the energy cards, like Turbo Energy, VMAX Guard Energy, Gifted Energy.
You're going to want to attack with this.
Yeah,
that's
so
cool.
Don't put this Arceus V-Star that has the damage on it in play, but setting up a second.
That's definitely cool. What did they say Gifted Energy does? I didn't follow.
Deciding to get rid
Gifted Energy. Hold on, I actually have that pulled up.
No real main purpose that lost.
Gifted Energy is if the Pokemon from this if the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, you can just draw until you have 7 in your hand.
Oh.
Following turn, but I even have to wonder. Are there enough energy left? We do see an interesting thing.
Double Turbo Energy is, like I said before, 2 energy. But it comes with the caveat of your attacks do 20 less damage.
Find more of those energies. Power.
Not the worst thing in the world, though.
We'll see an attachment onto the bench, and then Industrious Incisors.
Industrious Incisors.
So good. Never gets old.
To prepare for.
So Sydney still has not taken a prize, right?
No.
Oof.
If Sydney's gonna
things are looking rough. If this Arceus gets KO'd, which
I mean, then it's just over, yeah, because only 2 prizes left.
For that to happen, but Gabriel is just so far ahead in this game. He has several turns of buffer here, where he can even miss once or twice and still be in a position to win. But it's not over until he gets that final knockout.
Are those dice are damage counters on that Arceus? It's like hanging on by a thread?
Over to the right.
Yes.
That looks like big damage, yeah?
That is big damage. It is basically dead.
Look like. Now, Boss's Orders was on the bottom, so there was no chance of that being drawn off of something like the Gift Energy. Sydney taking the first 2 prizes of this game, so.
All right.
To slowly claw back.
And that hand's not good.
I know you can't do anything with the prize cards you take. They're just tokens, right? Like
no,
you
add them to your hand.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Searching cards.
I was wondering about that, but then like I would imagine oftentimes they're useless because like, wow, what am I gonna do with this guy as ace or whatever? My deck doesn't use it in that way.
Oh no! The prize cards are from your deck.
Could see the slacking.
Your opponent, the prize cards you get are from your own deck?
Yeah, so as I was saying before, after you draw your first hand, as long as you have a Pokemon you are legally allowed to put on the field, the top 6 cards of your deck after you draw your first 7 become your prize cards.
Oh, I thought that meant those were the cards your opponent takes from you when they do damage. They knock you out.
No.
So can't quite get the win yet.
They are your prizes to yourself.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking earlier, like, cool. all 4 of my Cramorants or my Sableye or whatever are in my prize zone, I literally can't win anymore because they're just gone to me. But no, okay, that makes way more sense.
Yeah, you are always able to, not always able to, but you do have
They're
access
not
to the cards
literally
that are
gone
prized.
forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you're dealing with double turbo energy, so double turbo
That makes
energy
way
essentially
more
acts
sense.
as 50 damage, right? Or 60 damage, because it acts as 2 double energies here. So if you have 4 double turbo on, you're dealing 120, and then if you have an additional 4 energy cards, you're getting there essentially. So
They're just explaining.
and 4 additional energy will be there.
Which
but
one
the
call
last
it?
piece that's missing is just that jet energy. Is there a
God,
world
sorry, my
where you
brain just like fizzles out for a second there.
play Iono?
Just they were just explaining the damage
That's there plus the
reduction from double turbo.
Oh, yeah.
big 2 cards to ask for. You need that to be the exact 2 cards you find off this Iono.
Yeah, you could also just start loading energy onto the Weirder V and hope your opponent doesn't play boss's orders or something like that. But
And boss orders forces the switch out, is that right?
managed to find a lot of
Yes, boss is the force switch.
gift energy.
And you choose who they switch in.
7 cards. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, your opponent does get to choose who they switch in, but they have to switch out their active
Oh, okay.
Is very much not there. And, oh wow, was that the boss's orders found off the Iono to 2? Oh no, it's research still. A good card to work with next turn. Now, of course, there is the gift energy still on this active Lugia V-Star. And Primal Turbo hasn't been used yet. So I think the question for Gabrielle is, you're most likely just going to have access to Primal Turbo next turn. So
Big damage is happening.
energy on this take that option of it away from you.
Every RC is loaded up with damage counters.
Whether it has
It's not looking great.
And Tempest Dive was used, but I don't think the stadium was discarded. Didn't discard the path to the peak. So that's going to stay in play.
Can you choose to not discard it?
Frontier Road is the only ability since there's none other that Gabrielle can
Or is that like a critical game state error?
I understand. With the path
Sorry, what happened? I just...
They used Arrow Dive, but they didn't discard the field effect, or the stadium.
It's optional, I believe.
It is optional?
Yeah.
Okay.
Use the slacking V effectively.
Yeah, it's you may, not you have to.
Oh, okay.
Back into this game.
I wasn't sure if they were... The way they said, like, but the path to the peak is still in play, I thought, like, maybe they made a game state error, which is very dicey in TCG.
It is a wholly optional effect.
And then Gabrielle is going to have to win on the next turn.
Did find Ultra Ball, Athlet, Industrious, and Scissors, so that can grab the Giratina V-Star out of the deck. There is also
really, really good.
I mean, your opponent has 2 cards in hand. They didn't play anything after, so it may very likely just be retreating into this, getting these energies slowly off of the Arceus V. And with the way this works too, the Choice Belt means if there's a V-Guard energy, lost impact.
Choice Belt? Is that an item?
There is none, so...
Yeah, so Choice Belt is a Pokemon tool. You can attach it to a Pokemon like an energy.
And in the way of Giratina V and its plans...
And it just basically is the attacks of this Pokemon that it's attached to do 30 more damage to any your opponent's
so it offsets
Pokemon
the nerf from the double turbo energy, right?
Yes.
Is that the combo, or do you just put it on something unrelated and just do even more damage?
It really just depends on the game state.
That makes sense.
So Wordier doesn't have any energy attached, but
now this is a board state I am very familiar with as a VGC player, where my 2 sweepers have like 5 HP between them, and they're both in the back, but I need to preserve them or I will lose.
all Pokemon is the same.
It pretty much is. Like, it's cool how it translates. Like, I definitely like see this and feel the same way. Like, I understand. I know this position where it's like, oh.
There we go. Now we're starting to put up the loss zone. Giratina's main attack took out the
Hold up. Boss's orders in effect.
Turbo can be used, accelerating these jet energy and double turbos left in the deck. And
oh god, Wordier is gonna do the thing. 40 times the amount of energy attached.
Oh
no!
This is it. This is it.
There we go.
This is it. This is it with the bosses in hand. Yep.
Wordier is ready to do big damage. Now, I wish I could see that in VGC. That was a long game 1. That was longer than the entire series for the juniors. That first game.
Yeah.
Final gift to Gabrielle. The boss's orders to close.
I'm gonna go top my water off again. I'll be right back.
Those are kind of the scary games where you're ahead by so much, and all of a sudden, like, oh, I can't win this turn. Uh-oh, I can't win this turn either. Am I about to blow a 4 prize card lead? But nope, at the last moment, finds the boss's orders to close out game number 1.
And you see, Lugia has that super strong aggression out
I love bosses. What a silly card.
In this case, when you use so many of them early on to push your aggression, if your opponent is able to slowly combat it, put themselves back in a position, you've only got the 3 boss to Gus. If your opponent can keep putting energy to play with things like Trinity Nova, they can play this little dancing game around where they keep pivoting into Pokemon that they've taken damage with and attacked with, and slowly get into that position with the Giratina V-Star. But wow, so much to take in on this first game.
That was a crazy game. I feel like
Tempest Dive after
God,
Tempest
I already
Dive. But it was
Gabriel
coming back
was at 2 prizes like 90% of the game, and the fact that it got turned around is nuts.
V-Star could have been unchecked if Gabriel did not
I'm back.
find that boss's orders.
Welcome back.
I was missing your stellar insight. I heard you say something was nuts.
Just the turnaround from Sydney when Gabriel was sitting at 2 prizes pretty much most of the game.
Most of the game, yeah.
Still, the weird ear is so funny. I love this thing.
Big damage.
I have not seen this used before, but that's now one of like my favorite things ever. That rules.
Stack them up, stack them up. Big damage.
Stack them up, stack them up.
For Lugia, it's put energy to play, get attackers going. I mean, looking at the resource management, and I mean, Gabriel's plan was pretty simple there. Had both Lugia in play, had to bench both those Luminions, so there was no option to bench things. But is there maybe a Pokemon you think if both players set up, that is maybe the MVP or key card for Gabriel to deal with Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star?
The slacking V can be really important. The issue is it needs 4 energy.
I feel like for how much they showed off the slacking V, we just didn't even see it. So
you can get a 1-hit knockout on Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star. So that may be a card to keep an eye on in this second game.
Both players having starting Pokemon. We'll see the prize cards come out for game number 2. See if there's anything interesting in there. You see a Snorlax, Pumpkaboo.
ooh, the shiny nest ball.
Ooh. That pumpkin
I actually have a gold nest ball myself that I pulled when I opened up.
Pumpkaboo? Hold up.
Oh
no! Whoa! Oh God! The prize pool for Sydney is so bad looking.
3 Judge, 2
Judge is not the worst, but the tuba barrel really hurts.
Okay, well.
I just think having all of any card in your prize like that has to be bad. Like, you put them in your deck for a reason because you want to use them.
There's nothing else in this hand. Boss's order choice spelled escape rope.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, boss's choice and escape rope, and
that's exact. So
and no path to the peak, no Spiritomb to block Luminion V. 2
so because you noted Pumpkaboo is a very, very funny card.
Yeah.
Where literally all it does is when you play it to your bench, it removes it takes the stadium that's in play off the field.
Oh. Huh?
Yeah.
That seems very strong for Pumpkaboo.
It's only a one-time use. There used to be a card called Scoop Up Net.
Okay.
That just let you take a Pokemon off the that just let you take a Pokemon off the field and then put it back down, but it is since rotated out.
Something good blows your way. All right, here's a huge top deck. Do we find Arceus V-Star?
Or supporter card, Iono. I mean, I was gonna say Judge, but 3 of those are unavailable.
It's just a Giratina V.
Just a Giratina. Unlucky.
I wish I could see what was happening.
Yeah.
I mean, you can play the escape rope.
There we go. Escape rope is.
I feel like you've got to.
Why swap one Arceus for the other?
But no, it's just gonna get this Arceus V into the spot, and
they're identical cards except one has energy.
Not entirely sure. I guess maybe you just want to protect the one that's getting set up.
V-Star off the read.
Makes sense.
Gonna get a turn to Lugia V-Star again, and able to take a 2-prize knockout with this Tempest Dive.
Wow.
Here comes Lugia V-Star, the summoning star, putting the 2 Archeops onto the bench. Primal Turbo. Are we going to see 2 games in a row a Lugia V-Star taking down an Arceus V?
Wow. The acceleration on Gabriel's side is commendable.
Up into the active.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's just really good luck with the first draw, or if that's just how the deck works.
Is generally how the deck works. Luckily, he didn't really prize as many pieces last time, I feel like. But no, Lugia's whole gimmick is just insane acceleration. It is.
The Lugia V-Star
and back to the peak as well. There's no way.
There's the path. Shuts everything off.
At all. Plays the one lost city, I guess, but I mean, you've got to find just that one copy. Down goes Arceus v. Gabrielle again. 2 prizes right away.
Golly.
The game comes down to this. I mean, what do you even promote here? If you promote the beep doof, you now have to find one more resource. It's going to take the risk. Put the Giratina V-Star. That's another boss.
Boss's orders.
Another boss. That's rough.
That's funny that that's like a bad card to have at this point in the game, but it's very good situationally.
It is very good.
I mean, boss's orders doesn't even
I mean, it can be very good early game, but I think it is. It's gonna save. It's gonna save him now just because he can get an Archaeops with no energy on it in. But boss is so strong mid to late game because you can just start forcing switches and just getting really easy KOs.
So here comes the Jet Energy Lugia now with 5 and the boss's orders
again.
Golly.
That's rough. Yeah. So he did switch her initially to
protect this, but now he's just gonna get knocked
protect
out.
this, but it's just gone now.
Returns here for Gabrielle.
Well,
this is rough.
To get this over with and speed run his way to a world championship. This is a huge top deck. Will Sydney?
I was remarking how the previous game took longer than the entire Junior series, but this is a blink and you miss it.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is
What a crazy.
really decisive.
After such a tough start in game number 1, you shuffle up. You're hoping to play a good game of Pokemon, and then this terrible way to play out game 2 in terms of draws. It's out of your control, but you can't have it happen here on the world stage in your last game of the tournament. It's going to be another boss bringing up Archeops, and now the question
Just
is,
keep.
does Gabrielle
The boss just keeps ordering these guys around.
Yeah, important to note as well, you can only use one supporter, so like the specific actual trainers, like boss's orders, and like Iono and stuff, you can only use one of them per turn.
Oh, that's it.
It's
is your
that
seniors division world champion.
that was incredibly decisive.
That was
That's
a
one of the
little bit quick, yeah.
That's one of the quickest games of Pokemon I've seen like ever.
That was less than 9 minutes, I believe. From like start to end. Now is he gonna hit the gritty?
Someone's gotta hit the gritty. Oh, he started posing. I was just like, is it happening?
Is it happening?
Wow.
Congratulations, Gabriel Fernandez. You are a world champion.
Incredible to see the.
Well, I've only ever known from TCG that people say that Lugia decks have like a stigma around them. People don't really like Lugia players. I can kind of see why, because it's just like, wow, I just got run over and I feel like there's nothing I could have done.
Yeah, if
if
their engine starts going, it does not stop.
Gabriel Fernandez from Latin America.
Incredible. That's how you draw it up. Turn 2 Lugia V-Star. Get the 2 Archeops in play. Sword of victory.
Fly high, man. Fly high. Lugia flew high today. It will be your senior division world champion deck. And congratulations.
Amazing comeback from accidentally walking off stage. Yeah. That's a really good point.
A second place
That's
at the
so
World
funny.
Championships. Nothing to scoff at all.
Yeah, I think you can pretty confidently say as well, nothing you could do in that situation.
Nothing you can do.
Yeah, nothing you can
to hear
do.
it.
Things didn't go your way. Hey, sometimes it's just not your match to win. But congratulations to both players on excellent accomplishments.
So true.
Sydney, a finalist here at the World Championships, will go home with a trophy, tons of prizes. But congratulations to our new world champion, Gabriel.
Lugia, after such a dominating season, comes home with at least 1 gold trophy to end it out. Lugia has been the deck since we saw that card released in November.
Yeah, Lugia.
Oh, it's also a new card?
Taking the world championship.
It was from the
its way.
second to last set of Sword and Shield,
Oh, okay.
Silver Tempest.
Again with Gabriel.
Although the final set of Sword and Shield, it will introduce some cards. It was mostly just reprints of everything that released from Sword and Shield, but with fancy new art.
Using these colorless attackers.
I see.
Here, the world champion now in the seniors division.
Incredible.
Well, we're way in advance of the schedule. Again, VGC is supposed to start originally slated at 1 a.m., which is 2 hours from now.
One that
I
very
have to imagine
for the time to go.
we're going to be ahead of schedule, or they're just going to have a lot of downtime and still start at the same time.
True Pokemon love, one that you can stand by.
I'm gonna use this time to go grab some more water.
Please do.
One for sure. A world champion now. Congratulations once again to Gabrielle.
Yeah, so 2 exciting matches so far. We saw the Lost Box deck with Pokemon V winning in the junior division. Now Lugia V-Star winning in the senior division. And then in the Masters division finals, it'll be a battle between VMAX and EX. So we'll see which is the last one that takes home the crown.
I'm getting excited for that match. You got any predictions? Who do you think's got it?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
All right, taking the neutral stance.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. It's been an incredible weekend so far. One more match of TCG action. We've had a blast so far, covering action all across Yokohama, Japan. And this is what Worlds is about. That excitement, that rush. It only happens once a year here at the World Championships.
Yeah, what an incredible way to go. I mean, you want your deck to run perfectly in the biggest match of your life. And
I've returned.
Welcome.
I'm a bit more hydrated.
He didn't even need all the other
That's
tricks. The slacking V, Snorlax, all that stuff. At the end of the day, it was just Lugia V-Star soaring in for the victory.
And a clean victory at that, a 2-0 dub.
Do you think Pokemon building a Pokemon deck is like affordable? I have no idea what like cards sell
It
for.
is the cheapest card game out there.
That's
you can
awesome.
drop $50 right now and have one of the best decks in the game.
That's awesome. I love to hear it.
Vinny Fernandez, you missed top cut, but if there's any
It is
see win the tournament,
crazy affordable.
just so short, so close to making it in. It's your
What do you think is the driving factor behind that? What, like, why? Why are
Is the IP and just
that time you practice all that.
yeah, these kids have.
Well, yeah, I
bring out
understand. Like you
25
have like
decks,
your
yeah.
shine, your like hollows and whatever, because that's what you're gonna do. In the same way that you'll see VGC players, all of their guys will be shiny in some kind of luxury ball, like a rare ball, and they'll have like a title. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
You don't?
I'm currently doing a Ribbon Master run through Gen 6 all the way to Gen 9 because I want my Torkoal to be blinged out when I get to it in the end of Reg D in September. So I totally understand.
As Tony said, staples are widely available. So like all the important stuff, like all the Pokeballs and the Searchers and all of the item cards and stadiums are all relatively low rarity, cost pennies to pick up.
Cost pennies, huh?
Yeah, cost pennies. Like let me
How much does it cost Penny though?
The most powerful gusting.
Penny's actually a fairly cheap card. She's not played too much.
That's what it took.
Some cards are a little more expensive, so like Lugia V is like a $15 card just because it is the meta relevant one, so it drives the price. But like Lost Box itself is like probably maybe $30 at most.
Wow.
A little more than that, but
Wave of emotions going over Gabrielle's head right now. Great ones at
super cheap stuff.
Yeah, at the start of this, if you told me that Weird Ear...
Like even Gardevoir, one of the best decks, the main Gardevoir that you play is only like a $4 card.
Taking home the crown. Man, what an exciting way to cap.
I think the price is driven low because I think more people collect than actually play the game.
Yeah,
is the big thing.
That's also almost certainly true.
Masters Division Finals coming up between Tord Reklev.
Yeah, exactly. And that's with the special art HNCL art gets his boss's orders.
Depending on which player comes out on top there. I'm sure Chip and Kyle will talk all about
I recently, continuing my train of thought about my Torkoal Eat a Bag, I bought some like vintage Torkoal cards, and they were like super affordable, to the point where I was like, oh, I need to like buy other things to make this worthwhile to ship, because it's like, oh, this card costs 5 cents, awesome. Like I feel bad making somebody do a business transaction for such little amounts of money,
I'm pretty excited,
but
feeling happy, feeling good.
I would be happy to
Yeah,
know.
no, it's
If you look back on that match, what was your favorite highlight moment? What would
Yeah,
you
no.
pick for our instant?
I mean, at least
I think the
you like Pokemon, and there's a lot of pretty Pokemon cards out there,
I
so
would say any particular move or card that you want to say that was the best part.
I mean, the whole tournament, I used Weird Ear a lot.
yeah, I was gonna say honestly
cool.
Weird Ear.
Didn't break. So
Yeah, normal printings aren't worth that much. Not even like some of like the full arts are really worth that much.
For the next thing.
Yeah, I still have 2 years in seniors, and my brother is going to be a master next year.
This kid's 14.
I'm excited.
That's crazy.
It's fun.
13 or
good at it.
14.
It's a thing that I like the most to do.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like there are a lot of people out here supporting you in doing that. Who's out here?
My brother, my family, my friends. They
Senior
Senior,
citizen.
yes, senior citizen. That is an old man.
Thanks.
Anything to say before you go? Thanks.
All right,
Thanks.
casters, back to you.
Well
How it should
spoken.
be.
Well said. Well said.
Congratulations to our senior division world champion. And we're just moments away from getting into our Masters final match. An incredible 2 games we have seen thus far for the TCG, but more yet to come. Chip Ritchie here on the desk with Kyle Sablehouse. And what a better player could we have picked to feature here in the World's Finals match?
I think that this is just how it has to go from this point forward. Every major event, you need to go through Tord Reklev or be Tord Reklev if you want to win.
Seems like that is the story. Of course, Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the history of the Pokemon TCG, finds
I don't know any of the
himself
lore about these individual players,
one
but
last
sounds like they're hyping this kid up.
unable to claim
I am not the super familiar with actually like big TCG players that aren't Cyrus Davis.
do absolutely everything in his
Okay.
power. Make sure that doesn't
And that was mostly just because I really wanted to see a trans player just sweep worlds, but
Sounds good to me.
unfortunately she bubbled out at 9th, so she just barely didn't make top cut.
That's really
through day 1,
upsetting.
and then now in day 2, all the way through to the finals, where you have to face off against Tord Reklev,
Yeah.
the Gardevoir King.
Yes.
It doesn't get any.
Okay, so we are seeing Gardevoir in finals. I did see that correctly online.
Everyone kind of copied his list after EUIC. He got that 2nd place finish against Alex Szymanski at that.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking at a recent regional topping Gardevoir deck list, and for the best deck in the game right now, the entire deck costs $40.45.
You say best deck in the game. What makes it the best deck in the game? If it was the best in the game, why didn't it just win Worlds right now?
Added cards like Ion,
So,
Energy that have really boosted
it is. I explained this a little bit before, but it is Gardevoir's ability just is incredible at spreading out energy and attaching. It lets you attach energy from your discard pile to a psychic Pokemon. Could be itself, could be something else. You do take 20 damage when you attach it, but it's just super good at spreading stuff around.
You're ready to roll.
Mirage Step inclusion.
There's a really strong.
In Tord's list.
There's another Gardevoir, not the EX, where it does 30 more 60 plus 30 more damage for every psychic energy attached to the card.
Playing just for
So you can just load the other Gardevoir up like crazy, attack big with it.
in the western part.
The Gardevoir EX does 190 damage and recovers from all special conditions.
Everyone kind of wrote off.
Most notably, the Curlia that you evolve the Gardevoirs from has an ability called Refinement, so you can discard a card from your hand and draw 2 cards, so it has a bit of a draw engine in it.
Up into one of your 2 powerful Gardevoir. Why do you think it is that this meta made for?
That's something I actually hadn't considered, like the in-between forms, like also having tech.
I think we just
That's like a factor I hadn't even thought about in the TCG here.
It has rotated out, but one of the best Pokemon in Sword and Shield was Inteleon.
Yeah, you were talking about sniping from the bench.
Not even that one. So there is an Inteleon that evolves. So Sobble, not very great.
And of course,
There's a Drizzile that when you evolve your Sobble with it, you can search your card for a item or a trainer card. Then from there, there's an Inteleon you can evolve with that lets you search your deck for 2 trainer cards. So, and that's just a whole engine in itself. It is rotated out now, but
we've had Latios being played in
most notably for Gardevoir, there's also a Zacian V that was part of the.
Hate to hear about Zacian being used in any capacity anywhere.
It's a great addition.
Yeah, from the celebrations, the anniversary set, where once per turn you can search your deck for a psychic energy and attach it to one of your Pokemon. If you use that ability, your turn ends, but still there's just a lot of energy moving around. And it has a similar attack to the other Gardevoir, where it does 60 plus 30 more damage for every psychic energy attached to it. So it's just a lot of guys you can just load up and just
one of the great
hit big with.
America, Michael Ramawat.
Hold on, is there a kid from Singapore here named Dionysus?
That top four: Vance Kelly, Azul GG,
Oh, sorry, it's
and Michael.
Dionysius. Okay.
Certainly blessed.
I don't know if that's a common name.
Such amazing player.
But I was like, wow.
Going to be a
Greek
Yeah,
philosopher up in
sometimes
the chat.
Mel said sometimes the setup's a little bad, but Gardevoir's pretty crazy. I know Tony also plays the deck, so we have 2 players of the deck here in chat. Which is nice.
That's good.
Back and forth, power tablets soaring, boosting damage, but ultimately it was Vance's decision to include Oricorio that I think gave him the edge.
Oricorio in the TCG?
More difficult for Azul GG.
Yes.
Does it retain its gimmick where it just does the same thing as somebody else for free?
No.
Oh.
At least as far as I know, I actually haven't seen Oricorio played in the TCG.
Yeah, Vance was able to find the 4 power tablets to get
Most notably, at least the list I'm looking at for Gardevoir right now, it is one of the only decks that actually does play Penny. It only plays 1 copy of her, but
one more time.
Let's see a bit about this matchup. Our 2 players, their 2 decks, how they've gotten to this point, and what's going through those minds heading into this finals match.
Oh, we get a. Oh, so it's versus Mew. Okay. Okay. I see.
Tord Reklev, and I am from Norway.
The psychic energies in hand, Greninja can retreat out of the active spot, and Tord Reklev advances to the World Championship final match.
My name's Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. My strategy was to play the deck I'm comfortable with. I played Mew VMAX all year.
My strategy was to play a deck that I liked. It's a good strategy.
My role strategy for this tournament was to...
Yeah, Tony, that the content was saying before that basically everyone is just playing towards the list because it's just that good.
Deck choice-wise, playing Gardevoir, I recognized as being probably the strongest deck in format, but I spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect the...
Yeah, Gardevoir is the BDIF. It's the best deck in format.
Best list for event as well.
Mew VMAX is a very funny deck. This deck's been around since the inception, since it was released. So Mew VMAX has an attack called Cross Fusion Strike.
That's a cool name for an attack.
You choose one of your bench Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks and you use it as this attack. And you pair that with Genesect V, which has an ability. The ability is once during your turn you may draw cards until you have as many cards in your hand as your Fusion Strike Pokemon in play.
As a kid,
and it also has the attack Technoblast, which is 210 damage, and during your next turn this Pokemon can't attack. So Mew's attack forgoes the restriction that you cannot attack next turn. So you are just banging out 210 damage every turn, basically. And also you can just draw your whole deck in a turn. It's really nuts.
There I have my hopes too high, even if I'm so close, but it would mean everything.
Tord's a great player. It's an honor to play against him. I wish him good luck, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
I hope we have a great match and play some great Pokemon for everyone to see tomorrow.
That's what it's all about.
I was playing some great Pokemon.
This is the TCG Masters Finals! You look ready, so let's bring out our players right now. First, please welcome to the stage, Vance Kelly!
We are almost an hour ahead of schedule.
I mean, game 2 of seniors lasted a whole 9 minutes. So, yeah.
Welcome, Vance. There has been a lot.
I'm really curious what they're going to do with the time between now and when VGC was supposed to start. If it's just going to be
playing a lot of games with my friend,
running trailers, or if they're actually just going to get to playing.
And I'm really grateful that they came with me here, and we had a lot of fun.
Now that you're here on the big stage, what are you going to have to do to make sure that you come out the world champion?
I mean, there's a lot of different ways it could unfold. I do have kind of some lines of play mapped out, but it doesn't always go that way, so we'll just kind of have to see.
Is there anything you
so
want
true
to keep an eye out
me playing any card game ever. I have plays mapped out in my mind, but it might not go that way.
Cards that have some interesting interaction, so we'll see if that happens in our match.
In VGC with the Trick Room team that I run, I always talk about like I need a turn 6 plan for when Trick Room ends, but like I don't always get to turn 6 with Trick Room. Sometimes you just lose outright.
Shout out to Greg for
So I got the plans mapped out in my head, but
to Jesper.
does not always go that way.
Shout out to Pete Grigsby.
Thank you so much. All right, now let's bring out your challenger. Everyone, please welcome to the stage, Tord Recleve.
I'm very interested to see how this plays out because I like both of these decks quite a bit.
This stage before, but what is
Do you think
What
one
a-
has-
year
Sorry, go ahead.
World Championship? What was
No,
the
I was
biggest
just
factor this season?
parroting what Mel said in chat. What a nice young man.
Oh.
Was planning to play a lot of
I was gonna ask if you think one of these decks has an advantage over the other, like from a playstyle perspective.
Into this final match, what are
I
you trying
think
to keep in mind? What are you
it's hard to say because they're
best right now?
basically two of the most consistent decks in the game, bar Lugia.
We're setting on both the Gardevoirs.
Like these are the other two. It's like for in my mind, it's like a
My family, my girl.
it's like a free for all between 4 decks, and it's Lost Box, Lugia, Mew, and Gardevoir.
Watch for in this match. Anything?
At least at the top for me when I think about what this format is.
All right, we'll hope that for you too as well. Thank you both so much. We look forward to watching.
And Lost Box just kind of exists to
Head over to your
hard counter
back over to
Gardevoir, mostly, even if it's just crazy strong on its own.
Anna and Kyle, can't wait to see what is going to happen here. You can
see.
feel the tension, the emotion from both of these players, but at the same time, a feeling of mutual respect.
Yeah, I mean, this is an accomplishment in and of itself to get to this stage. And of course, you're playing against we have two incredible players on both sides
Yeah.
of the table. So, gonna be looking out for that to see if we see those opening hands like Tord was.
Yeah, because VMAX cards, being the Gigantamax sort of equivalent in TCG, just have
Important for both of these players. Both of them really rely
just huge HP.
get their set up rolling.
Like even comparably to like other like basic Vs and like EXs.
In that video, we saw Tord talking about, this.
I
Yeah, the
love all
Gardevoir.
those.
One last step, one last stone
Yeah,
for him.
the Gardevoir Lost Box matchup is
Been
really rough.
The whole menagerie. That's Celebi, Torchic,
in the Pokemon team. Tord is always up there, but there's one
Zork.
always
Carefully placed too.
and that's Jason Klaczynski, 3-time world champion. Tord and Jason are from 2 different eras. Jason won 3 worlds back in 2006, 2008, and 2013. Tord has won
3 times world's winner.
Wow.
Got in the finals.
I was saying yesterday that's only ever happened once. There's only like in VGC, Ray Rizzo won 2011, 12, and 13 I think in a row, or 2010, 11, 12, something like that. And then nobody else has even won it twice.
And Jordan
So
over and over
Yeah.
between these players, but I think that this is the one. If you win the World Championships here with the caliber of play that we've seen with all of the players throughout, I mean, you speak.
I like that the judges just have the decks and give them back to the players, but that makes sense.
Compared to
I mean, you got to make sure they're not tampering with it, right?
with Jason.
Yeah, exactly.
They were much smaller back then, so winning those, even though it was a great accomplishment at the time, Tord's doing it on a whole nother level.
Different game, different era. Both players, of course, playing it at the top level. Vance Kelly going to do everything he can to take down Goliath at this point, and that is what this feels like. We see Vance's accomplishments, has had some solid tournament runs, but without a doubt, adding this world's finalist or champion record to this accolades list will be, a big bolster to this resume.
Kansas State Championship, 2 top 16s.
To your resume, even day 1 performance, adding that in and getting through is such a tough feat. So to add to now,
Wow, Mew has 310 hit points.
Yeah,
Wow.
VMAXs are
on this deck all
big
year
and
now.
very, very beefy.
One more go at it to get through Tord Recleve on the other side.
And his opponent, of course, Tord Recleve, the man who needs no further introduction.
World's top 4 champion.
LA
Wow.
champion.
He has won
is-
every international. Okay.
And I think think there's an OCIC to throw in there as well.
I think this just speaks to Tord, though.
That's crazy.
That top 4 world championship, because that's what's
Yeah, that is quite the portfolio. Yeah, there's the Zacian.
It's going to be reliant on that Gardevoir.
Roar of the Sword.
Zacian's cool, but
Yeah, that's the attach ability I was talking about before. Very, very strong in this deck specifically.
A card that Tord had plenty of success with back then as well. The Zork GX, of course. Curly, very reminiscent there, and you can see Tord kind of has strategies over the years that he has liked to come back to. He wants to see a lot of cards.
Yes.
He wants to build up a large hand size so that he has plenty of options. Vance's deck will do similar things. It's not going to be reliant on hand size as much as it is turbo. Get through the deck, discard cards, draw more cards with Genesect, discard more, draw more, put cards into play, and find the pieces you need for the various combos.
Lots of milling gonna happen here.
Moments away from kicking off this
Oh, yeah?
final match.
Tord, of course, has all the cards in his hands at all times, just drawing, and can make all of those decisions.
Yeah, VMAX can
1 or 2 steps in advance. Advance always
basically draw most of your deck just in a single turn. It's
to draw up the hand.
absolutely crazy.
That's fun. Is there a hand size limit at the end of a turn in this game?
Not in Pokemon, I don't believe. In other TCGs, yes.
Yes, that's
but
what I'm
no.
asking.
And it looks like Vance has one. Will be choosing to go first. Absolutely an advantage. Even though his deck can attack on the first turn when going second, you know, Tord can't do much on turn 1 going second, so going first, absolutely the strategy Vance wants to go for.
Right, if you're able to attack with the Mew VMAX on the second.
So now I'm noticing Tord's record here is listed as 6-1-1, which would imply that he has he has a draw?
A couple key tech cards.
Yes. I
How
actually
does
don't
that
know
work in
how-
a TCG?
I actually don't know how.
Of disaster
In
that can come up. It is teched for
Yu-Gi or in other card games.
Other card games.
In other card games, it makes a bit more sense. There's time rules and stuff like that,
Yeah,
or
players they solve NEI
things like that. I don't entirely know how it happens in Pokemon. I can only assume it has something to do with time rules.
That card,
Yeah, if you run the clock out. So just like other
Interesting.
card games.
Your Zacian V may be able to stick around, so got to be looking out for that card specifically, as it is it's pretty interesting to see in Gardevoir.
prize cards going out. An ever important moment here of the game. Vance Kelly has prized that one Path to the Peak and an Alessa Sparkle. Not ideal.
Oof. Genesect and Path to the Peak being
Not the
in the
best,
prize
but
pool.
Mirage Step can make
It's
up.
not being able to draw them.
Tord prizing
That's
Palpet
rough.
is never good as well, but I don't think it's going to be as big here.
All in all, feels like a fair fight. Vance with that power tablet prize could definitely matter.
Not the worst, because you do run. I forget what the average. Let me pull it up.
Gardevoir EX that doesn't have
The average is you just run 4 Genesect.
so much math that's going to have to be tracked here.
You are not running very many Pokemon at all in this deck, actually, that aren't just Mew, Genesect, and a couple supports.
Counting by our 3s and 2s.
Interesting. So it's mostly items and
It is
supporters.
time. The Masters
Yes.
Finals underway. Vance Kelly with the start.
And what a start it will be. Genesect V there starting things off, being nest balling him, but we did see the forest.
Yeah, I'd imagine you don't want to
Yeah.
draw. It's
Good
it is
what could be a
functionally
very great start at the World
very similar to a
Championships
loss.
Finals.
Vance going to take a moment to check the prize cards. We see our best players doing this very often. Moving all the Pokemon to the front, all the energy cards to the back. Try to get as best of a count as you can. Figure out what those 6 cards are. What are the important things for Vance to be checking in general, but also just this matchup?
So this is a cool thing that I think Pokemon
Of course, you're going to be
does.
knock out those cards. You wanna limit the draw.
When you're looking through your deck, you can just look through it all. If you have a search card and you don't have a target for it, or you don't want to target anything for it, you can just use a search card to look through your deck and then reshuffle it just to see what's still left in there.
Interesting.
On the biggest stage.
I wouldn't think you would typically need that, but I'm also not a player. I feel like you should just know what you have and what you've discarded.
No reason to rush at this point. 75 minutes for this.
It's just good for information checking and also deck thinning. So you could activate an S ball and or an Ultra Ball and just not grab anything off of it.
Yeah, I mean, you have it in the deck so that you have the opportunity to reach for that, but you
Oh, this trainer card has a B-star power? That's crazy.
Yeah, so I
grass tablet?
was somewhat about to. I was going to explain that earlier, but it just never came into play.
to your bench on
Forest Sealstone is something that you can attach to a Pokemon, and it gives it a V-Star ability. So let me
Also,
pull that
Mel,
up.
I did not grok this many matches in that you don't know what's in your prize section.
Yeah.
I thought you had to because you keep going until you have a Pokemon you can play. So you draw all your cards and then you see that one of them is a Pokemon and then you know everything else, right?
That is what we're lining up for.
No, so the 6 card, because you don't know the 6 cards that are off the top of your deck.
Oh,
that
right.
get prized. So the big thing is knowing what 6 cards are missing.
But I thought you drew 6 cards, or you kept going until you had a Pokemon you could play.
Looking for that VIP.
Yeah, so if you draw 7 cards and you don't have a Pokemon you play, you mulligan, which is you put the hand back into your deck, shuffle it in, and then your opponent gets to draw a card.
But how do you know if you
based
have
off
Pokemon
that.
you can play if you don't know what those cards are?
What do you make of it? And
You don't prize until you have a Pokemon you can play.
Oh, okay.
Added one
Yeah.
right off the top.
So for Seal Stone, the trainer card that has a V-Star ability, when you attach it, it gets the ability Star Alchemy. So during your turn, you can search your deck for a card and put it into your hand, shuffle your deck.
Dead cards, you can
But that's only a once per game thing.
but
Toward getting the VIP pass on turn 1, it looks like.
Now the interesting
Yeah,
That's quite cool.
That's huge.
of that Mirage Step Curlia, even though he's got 2 battle VIP pass, you can't overfill the bench, really, right? So how should
Yeah, if you have multiple VIP pass, you can just use both of them on turn 1. But like they were saying, you don't want to overfill your bench.
Why not?
At least early on. So if you overfill your bench early on, you can extend too far, lose spaces for cards that you need more, or you could just have cards that if you have two, you could just have a bunch of stuff on the field that your opponent can snipe off the bench, or more targets to bosses into, or escape rope and whatnot.
counters in play, take a knockout on a Meloetta?
It's just like most card games, or honestly any competitive game, you just don't want to overextend too early.
Much rather it be pretty much any other basic in his deck besides save for that Zacian.
Yeah, perhaps you work in the Lunar Blast to chip down on a Mew VMAX, but this is not the ideal starter here.
The choice
Yeah,
of
no.
pass will be that Radiant Greninja and the Ralts. And toward going with the shuffle here makes me anticipate a potential concealed cards. Wait to see what you draw before you commit to this next VIP.
We'll see what is added from here. You could always just draw into an additional Pokemon, and that may mean that we see a full bench as adding an additional Pokemon and then Battle VIP Pass, you get your 2 more.
I was gonna say he might have to just overextend or just extend a bit more just to
allowing Tord to draw 2 off the
depending on what he draws.
Gardevoir EX. Do see it looks like a Refinement Curlia in this hand. There is no supporter card here for Tord Reklev at the moment.
Not the draws you're looking
Now,
for.
these guys are, I'd say, playing slower than the juniors did, where the juniors were just going like
on a late
maximum speed.
refinement for an additional 2, but this turn would be a little.
Would you agree?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So definitely,
Mew brought to the front of the deck.
the older of a player you get, the more methodical and thought out your plays get.
I guess that's true.
That's not to say that the Lost Box pilot for Juniors Division wasn't playing incredibly well, but
is something that there is the potential for. And with a Refinement Curlia,
I think when you're
almost feel like
when you're
to
a bit older, you understand the stakes of being world champion a bit more.
Hmm.
that in this line, or with the way this hand has played out.
Yeah, I think you need to just commit to the draws at this point and focus on the refinements, get these rolls down into play. If you retreat this Cresselia and even don't find the rare candy, finding level ball here would be pretty solid. Fog Crystal.
The world champ difference, baby.
Rolls down into play.
Except the person who coined that term was out on day 1.
Out
of
on day
VGC.
1.
Item card.
Out on day 1.
Definitely seems great for the next turn, but it would not be able to find him something like that. Professor's research there.
Poor guy.
I'd love to potentially
Was not able to fulfill his promise of being the only person to win Worlds from day 1 twice.
It's going to be stuck with whatever this hand holds for him.
Yeah, no.
I love the names for abilities on these cards. Mew, Mysterious Tail.
Would lose a lot.
Cool.
This is-
Great
the
name for an
celebration-
ability.
The Celebrations Muse, very, very sweet. I like that card.
It's cute looking, that's for sure.
Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you can look at the top 6 cards of your deck, reveal an item card, and put it in your hand.
Allows you to search the deck for any supporter card, but filling the bench with Luminion at this point would be pretty bad. You know, Tord's got 2 support Pokemon in play already in the Mew and Greninja. Started the Cresselia. If you only have 2 Ralts in play, that's really not the strategy you want to go for.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely not the following turn. You're just trying to get all these Ralts down to play. You know that your opponent's going to open up a bench space for you on the next turn. They like taking knockouts on the other side.
Absolutely. Tord crossing the fingers that the knockout will be on something that is not a Ralts. Vance not playing something like that block slider Ice Cube that we've seen in these Mew lists, so it wouldn't be an option.
Really full bench of just
is,
all Ralts. All Ralts in a Cresselia.
Easy KO on something. You don't really mind leaving this Mew in play too much. But now it will be the pass. Vance Kelly draws return. It is an Ultra Ball. Could allow him to...
Ice Cube is a very, very funny card. I don't like looking at this thing, but I think it's really funny as a
Which
tech
one?
card. Ice Cube.
Oh, yeah. Oh, very funny Pokemon,
Your
yes.
energy ready to go. You can evolve this Pokemon, and you're ready to take some knockouts.
What does it do in the TCG?
Iono there.
In the Mew deck specifically, because there's Fusion Strike, a mechanic not in the actual game, is a third type of is a third type of strike.
Oh, they should make a third Urshifu, actually. You're so right, actually. I like this idea.
Please, no. But it has an attack that does this attack does 40 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each Fusion Strike energy attached to all of your Pokemon.
It really
So
what
if you have your field loaded up with Genesects and Mews just full of energy, as long as it has 2 energy, it just does 40 damage over and over again for as many Fusion Striker on the field.
Alchemy V-Star Power. It now can search the deck for any single card and add it to the hand. It looked like he drew a couple of VIP pass, maybe wishing those were in the previous hand on the first turn, but
yeah,
just look for whatever you want.
Just be some Ultra Ball fodder.
Just
that's exactly what you want.
Drawing a VIP pass on a not the first turn.
Like you said, it's a brick.
Hurts. Yeah, it just hurts.
If Genesect V is going to assist in drawing up, it's wild to see on the second turn here. Still just 3 Pokemon in play on the side for Vance.
On Vance's end, is it worth respecting?
Yeah, that is fairly wild for Mew, just because you can. There is so much draw power in the deck that.
A big question here. When does Box of Disaster come into play?
What does this do?
You have to find the perfect turn for it.
What is Box of Disaster?
Stages of the game. If you can get this down.
Let me
the Mew VMAX and
pull that up.
Perhaps past the Ono, then you have this.
Oh, the list I'm looking at doesn't play it.
Not only
okay.
Fall out of a low hand size, but then find the counterplay with that final Lost Vacuum.
Vance attaching another Forest Seal Stone to the Genesect V, not because it's able to be used, but because...
Box of Disaster is a card you can attach to a Pokemon. If the Pokemon V this card is attached to is full HP and is knocked out
not really a great card in this
by damage from an attack, you can put 8 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon.
It's gonna have a lot of damage on it anyway.
Yeah, the Pokemon will clap back when it's KO'd.
Clap back.
To leave that tool slot open for the Box of Disasters, potentially.
Yeah, if this Pokemon isn't attacked into, if you see Tord go for an Ultron strategy and targeting down Genesect Vs, then no damage is going to be on this Pokemon.
Not a great draw here. Lost City and a VIP pass. We could see the Lost City come into play, but Lost Zoning the Mew doesn't really do too much.
I forget offhand what Lost City does. Let me pull that up.
He needs to find another Mew V.
He's going to play it down anyways because
forced to.
The draw is that important. All 4 Pokemon accessorizing here as we continue to draw up.
Lost City. Whenever a Pokemon is knocked out by the Pokemon in the Lost Zone, is at the discard pile. Okay, makes sense.
Heads. Vance can search for any card he wants.
That die just going crazy. Throwing it across the table. Cram-O-Matic.
Yep, flip a coin. If heads, you can search check for a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle your deck.
At a minimum.
Controversial opinion. They should have made Cram-O-Matic a Paradox Pokemon in Gen 9.
Long shot.
It's like you could catch Cram-O-Matic. Iron Cram.
On the other side.
I would have liked that more
than Iron Bundle.
Not even Iron Bundle. I'm not the biggest fan of the Violet Paradox because I think it is a little boring just to be like.
I do like that they're all Iron whatever, and only one of them is Steel type.
Yeah.
Target down pieces of the Gardevoir line if you can remove those Ralts early or the
So Mew knocked, but it's in the Lost Zone because of Lost City.
Really as effective finding some late key pieces to continue drawing.
Tord's hand is not that good. He does have a Curlia here to refinement, and he has a Fog Crystal and a Psychic Energy, it looks like. So has the option to shuffle the deck, but probably doesn't want to at this point. Since
Yeah, their refinement's gonna be pretty good for getting going a little bit more.
Curlia, and this is
Where is...
chain these Curlias together, refine
How is this Gardevoir list I'm looking at not playing? Oh, there's Fog Crystal.
like an Iono this.
So,
Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Fog Crystal is just a card that says
Candy gets
search for either a Psychic Energy or a Psychic Pokemon, put it in your hand.
Also having that Mirage Step Curlia. Could we see the interesting play of Mirage Step just for one Curlia this turn? He's definitely considering it, and if he's going to do this play, I don't expect to see this other refinement be utilized because he wouldn't want to risk drawing into the other Curlia.
Yep, it's...
Oh, he knows it's
I made this comment already with the previous deck with the Lugia one, but I'm really glad in PGC I don't have to worry about my opponent having 3 Genesects in the back.
Yeah, you see the Fog Crystal in hand.
Just very, very scary to see this bench and just loaded up Genesect.
Shuffle the deck.
Yeah, and the funniest part is
Considering how to go about
you aren't even technically using them. You're just using the Mew to take its attacks.
Meticulous with this game. We will see Mirage Step being utilized, and now we'll search the deck for that final Curlia. Probably one of the weaker Mirage Steps you could ever see.
Yeah,
I guess literally the weakest Mirage.
That's a cool move, Mirage Step.
Try and go for
Just find all your yeah.
It is a legal attack to announce. And it will be Curlia found, placing it directly onto the bench. Not having to worry about Ralts at all. Curlia is just in play, and that will mean that Pokemon has been in play for a turn, so it can even evolve into one of Tord's pair.
It seems like Tord has a very slow start for his deck.
Hiring his replacement.
But I guess once it gets going, it's going. Unless this is just unlucky.
He did not draw the best to start, I will say.
City not being countered. That means that this Pokemon will be removed from play completely. If you are going to lose one Curlia, though, at least it wasn't refinement.
Yeah, absolutely. It will send that Ralts to the Lost Zone as well. Which
Sending Ralts to the Lost Zone.
Super odd
Ooh.
one back, and then try to play a Rare Candy into a Gardevoir. A late game play like that is totally something you could line up. Vance now starting off the turn. Looks like another Choice Belt in the hand. Really doesn't want to play that since you want to save one of these Mew V to be able to have that Box of Disaster. And while Vance does have Cramomatic in hand, you actually can no longer discard tool cards to Cramomatic. There's been an errata. All tool cards are there.
Oh, there's been an errata. Oh
No
no.
longer ditch that for a Cram.
Tool cards work a little bit differently now.
You have those copies of Lost Vacuum, which you could eventually remove one of these. But
Yeah, so EX, so V are just Pokemon you can just slap on the field. Doesn't matter if they evolve from something else. If you have a Hound, say you have a Houndoom V, you can just slap it on the field. You don't need a Houndour or anything.
Oh.
As Tony was explaining, Gardevoir EX is stage 2 deck. EX cards have to be evolved through all the stages.
I see.
Another Cramomatic.
Okay.
There's the flip, and it's another Tails. 2 Tails.
Yeah, the Cramomatics are not working out well for him right now.
it really hurts when you see the tails. 2 more cards. Hopefully something to get the ball rolling.
Vance has really not had a very powerful start here. He's drawn a decent bit of cards, but nowhere near what you expect to see from the high-octane Mew VMAX deck.
Yeah, you're just looking to burn through the deck at this point. You want to make sure that in the late stages of the game, when your opponent is using Iono, you have the resources available to close out. And it's just clogged right now. The hand is clogged, the deck is clogged, and
So Vance is taking a prize, but it looks like both benches are completely like jammed up. Lots of stacked cards on the active Pokemon. Who do you feel like has the beneficial board state right now?
I'd say currently Vance, but I think once Tord gets a Gardevoir down, at least if Tord gets a Gardevoir EX down, I think things can kind of get really explosive from there.
Okay.
all of these Pokemon have found tools.
As the commentators were saying, even with all this draw power, Vance is just not getting the pieces that he really needs to get things going.
In this specific matchup, Vance thinking about maybe some other cards to potentially play from this hand. It will just be the draw on the Genesect. Looks like 2 cards added to this hand once again. It is a Lost Vacuum, so that's a way we could see some cards thinned out on the next turn, but Vance has used all his Fusion Strike systems at this point. There's really nothing else.
Lost Vacuum.
In the hand as well, too, so find that final Mew VMAX if you'd like.
We are approaching this Masters final, haven't gone longer than the seniors, and this is just game 1.
Was that double turbo energy, so if Vance can find that next
All right,
turn,
it's
we'll
another
have
prize.
multiple Pokemon that could start attacking here.
Max Miracle
We do see a Gardevoir in hand from
Okay,
Tord.
okay.
I can't tell if that's EX or the basic.
now. That's something that can
Or not the basic, the non-EX.
work a little harder if you want to use the
And now, why would you? Can you only have one EX in your deck?
KO.
You can have up to 4, but you play 2 Gardevoir EX and then you play 2 of the regular Gardevoir.
I see. Why?
Does he any good if there's a Ralts in play?
The regular Gardevoir has an attack basically similar to most of the other cards in this deck of does 60 damage plus 30 more damage for each psychic energy attached to it. So with Gardevoir EX loading it up, you just hit big. It also has an ability that you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck and attach any number of basic energy to any Pokemon any way you like.
Draw a bunch of cards.
And if you don't see other energy, if you don't see any energy, you just add the cards to your hand.
Now, as Tord, you've got a couple of attackers.
I see.
The Gardevoir with Shining Arcana and the Brainwave attack.
Yeah, so the Shining Arcana is the one that
Storm Slash. They're effectively
yeah, the EX is set, and then the other can go up to 270, like Mel said.
And then 30 more for each psychic energy you have attached to the Pokemon. How do you decide which one you want to attack with at any given time? When is it correct to go with the 2 prize Pokemon, and when is it correct to put your potential draw power at risk?
Yeah, occasionally it's about the hit points, but most of the time it's about that reversal energy. If you're able to work that into the mix with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, it really is that additional reach that you're looking for. With the Zacian, it's going to have to be...
So what they said is reversal energy.
The late stage of a game.
It is a card that if you attach it, as long as it's attached, it provides a colorless energy. If you have more prize cards than your opponent, and this card is attached to an evolution Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box, so no EXV or EX or Vs, it counts for 3 energy.
I see. Hey, Vinishka, yeah, I think they're both foils on both sides, right? It's just like full art versus not full art, right?
Probably not.
Yeah, so pretty much, yeah. The Cresselia is just a basic holo. The Gardevoir that's in play is an alt art. All of the Vs are just inherently holo.
Stage of the game, which is not bad. It's
no special arts on those, though.
Give up at this point if you can soften this Pokemon up. Then
can you give a brief summary of what the game plan is for our new viewers?
See, the thing about this
Oh yeah, yep. So on the left we have Mew VMAX, which utilizes the card Mew VMAX, and Genesect. So Mew VMAX first attack lets you take an attack from one of your bench Pokemon, which is the sort of back row there, and use it for yourself. Genesect has a very strong attack that allows it to... it does 210 base damage, but it can't attack the next turn. Mew's ability bypasses that. Genesect also allows you to draw as many cards from your deck once per turn, equal to all of the Fusion Strike Pokemon on the field, which is all of your Pokemon. So 6 cards per turn per Genesect. That's not once... It's once per turn per Pokemon, so each of those Genesect can draw up to 6 cards per turn. On the other side is Gardevoir, which is focused on basically turboing out a bunch of psychic energy onto all your different Pokemon. Pretty much all of your Pokemon have an attack that says this attack does 60 damage plus 30 for each psychic energy that is attached to it. So if you load up one Pokemon, it can do up to 270 attack every go, which takes out most Pokemon in one hit.
Good summary.
No.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Use every single neuron for that one.
That long. Shining Arcana number 2.
That's good because we're at the finals of the TCG, and we're
directly to the hand. If either of them are
well, I mean, we've got another match after this, potentially 2 more, but this is the Masters division, so it's the highest age bracket, and then after this, we're going to start with the juniors for VGC, and we've got juniors, seniors, masters there, and then we're done. Then Worlds is over. And they do the closing ceremony and tell us to buy more products, which I will do gladly.
Which I will do.
Toward ditching 2 psychic energy off this Ultra Ball, thinning out a Gardevoir EX, needs to add that to hand, of course, needing to use powerful psychic.
I'm actually looking on Discord right now. So we were talking about the what's her face? The announcer, Anna's cause quote-unquote cosplays.
I wouldn't say quote unquote. They're
Yeah,
definitely cosplay.
cosplays. Day one was Mela from Team Star.
Oh, and
I'll
yesterday she
actually
was Lorelei, right?
Find it off of the
Yes, and it was Lorelei. Here, I'll actually just post this
the
in
professor's research, but
the chat.
maybe at this stage of
There we go.
Is he going to go for this play? Does Tord feel like even
I didn't pick up that the day one was Mela because I don't remember the Gen 9 characters as well. They're still new to me. But yeah, those boots can only mean one thing, like the beyond thigh high.
Draw 7 cards.
Giddy up.
Look like Greaves practically.
Here to get the job done, line up a big
Guardian does sound like yeah, kind of, yeah.
2 cards still to come, however, does have
It's a slower deck, but once it gets going, it goes.
copies of this reversal energy. 1 count higher than we're used to seeing in the
What is a reversal energy?
Does he find it?
That was the energy I was just explaining before. The one that if it counts as 3 depending on the Pokemon.
Right, okay.
His orders.
missed here.
They were also noting too that it is usually only played at 1, and Tord is playing 2.
Is a huge miss here, throwing.
Yeah, it is a very crazy one of. Even for a one of copy, it is an incredibly strong card.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder on this.
Wait, so why would you only run one of it if it's so good? And it sounds like you can run more than one.
To see either one reversal
Yeah.
or even
I was noting that other commentators were noting Tord is running 2, which is interesting because it is
or maybe even hitting
pretty typically in Tord's previous decks only run at 1.
Why wouldn't you just run more of it though? Like is what I'm asking.
It's inherently you just want more psychic energy.
Okay.
It's just kind of so you have a guaranteed Gardevoir attacker.
Oh, it's only good when you're behind. Okay.
Might as well throw all
Yes.
the on there, right?
I mean, if you throw too many, you make it pretty easy for your opponent to psychic leap, and that's kind of what I'd be worried about at this point. Take all this damage.
That's a lot of energy.
Racing a full turn.
Charging up my Gardevoir.
Yep. Like I said, once this deck gets going, it goes.
Of course, can always copy that attack with the Mew VMAX. We're seeing
That is 7 energy.
Gonna be short.
Gonna be 270 damage into this Mew VMAX.
Yep.
The colossal 310 hit.
270. And what's crazy is that's not enough. That's enough to blow up anything else in this game, it seems like. But Mew has 310 hit points.
I am, as much as I like this deck, I'm very excited for VMAXs to rotate out. For the exact reason that it is so bulky, and a lot of the newer stuff they're releasing is a bit slower than Vs and VMAXs. So once the Vs and VMAXs rotate out and V stars rotate out, I feel like the game's gonna go back at a pace that makes previously released EXs just a bit more viable.
Now it only now occurs to me that whatever Terra gimmick they've introduced in the TCG has not been present in any of these matches. Is it just not legal yet, or
it's just not good?
Oh, it's just not good. Okay.
Terra Pokemon, it's actually really unfortunate. So Obsidian Flame is the first set where there's Terra Pokemon with different types, like there's the Dark type Charizard and things like that, which is kind of cool. But the actual Terra mechanic is if this Pokemon is on the bench, it cannot take damage. And it's kind of upsetting because I wanted something a little more interesting than that, for Terra.
Not terribly exciting.
You still need to have the reach to potentially knock out a Gardevoir EX, or just deal with the 2 threats at hand that you'll see Tord bringing up.
Yeah, no, most Terra cards just are not good.
I see.
Not even because of the mechanic, they just have not been printing super viable stuff.
Should probably assume that Tord needs the reversal energy or like a hit on the Shining Arcana. Because there's so much damage on the Gardevoir, it can't easily have more energy cards added to it.
With the Box of Disasters added to the Mew VMAX, maybe there's a line here where if you can find one amplifier, bosses up the Zacian V, take the knockout, then you're just watching Tord have to knock out his own Pokemon there with the Gardevoir into the Box of Disasters.
Vance also could go for a...
The dice are damage counters.
Yes.
So we learned like this Gardevoir can do, what was it, 60 damage plus 30 for each psychic damage attached to it?
Yeah.
So when you do that damage, you mark it with the dice.
Yeah, so each dot on the dice is 10
damage.
Yep.
And Vance does know he has prized a power.
It is intense. This is game 1 of Masters Finals. Pretty even board state, it feels like. Both guys have their like win condition pretty much charged up. On Tord's side, we've got Gardevoir loaded up with Psychic Energy, where it's able to do, as I was just saying, a multiplicative amount of damage, or sorry, additive amount of damage per Psychic Energy. Meanwhile, this VMAX Mew, which is heavily damaged now, is able to copy the attack from the benched Pokemon, which all are very, very powerful, and the bench is full.
Maybe attack with this Mew VMAX on the bench. Plenty of
So Vance has claimed 2 prizes, which means he's knocked out 2 of Tord's Pokemon so far. But I feel like now that Tord's all charged up, he can just start blowing things up and making up that difference pretty quickly. Also, he still has his V-Star in availability, right?
Now that this Mew VMAX is shut,
yes, I don't believe Tord plays V-Stars or the Forest Seal.
Oh, he just doesn't use it?
Yeah,
that's
just
crazy.
Does not use the mechanic
it's like
at
a whole
all.
mechanic you don't use. Feels like money on the table, but I guess not.
But that Gardevoir is now out, and so is all that energy.
That's bad.
Although the good thing is the Gardevoir EX on the field, right next to the Radiant Greninja, gets that out of the discard pile.
Wait, so what happened to Mew? Where did Mew go? Why did Mew not get knocked out?
I mean, you get a prize card there, right? And then you go to
Because
Mew did get knocked out.
Yeah,
I don't see the
Or
prize.
maybe it didn't. I'm actually not quite sure what happened with the board state right here.
Would really leave this as a tough call.
Vance taking stock of Tord's resources, what has been utilized. Vacuum is in the discard pile. That, I mean, I honestly would not hate the Box of Disaster. Mew VMAX coming up into the active. I think if you were going to do that, maybe Vance should have put the double turbo energy on this Mew V. That actually would have been a pretty decent line of play. Forced Tord to really...
This might become relevant in a little bit, but I got a brand new emote added today, courtesy of one, Cadenza Violet, which is my first animated emote, and it's me doing the Otaku glasses push for when I have to rules lawyer something about VGC in like an hour, or whenever that happens.
No, it definitely feels like it's going to be relevant tonight.
That's what I'm saying. I was really excited that it got ready in time.
No Lost City in play for Vance. It does look like Tord has plenty of Iono in the hand as well. That is something that could be really strong, using that Iono, putting Vance down to just 3 cards.
I don't even know if we have
I'm still not entirely sure what happened.
Because like the Mew just like left the board, damage counter is intact, no prizes given to Tord.
Energies back in without damaging yourself. We could see that with the Shining Arcana.
I'm a little bit confused about that, yeah. Here comes Super Rod, which is actually a super nice card.
Remember when there were fishing rods in Pokemon when you can go fishing?
Finally find
yeah.
universal energy.
So Super Rod is shuffle up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy cards from your discard pile into your deck. So it is a bit of a refresh. There's a few cards like that where you can refresh yourself back into the deck if you need to get something out of the discard pile.
He could get value next turn by rare candying into that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Let's see what he goes for.
He is eyeing that up there. Even the Curlia too. This could just be a potential way to draw out of an awkward situation later on if your opponent does use Iono. We did.
Another ult hits the field.
Those back in with the Pal Pat earlier on.
Pretty solid synergy here for Tord using Super Rod.
I didn't realize he had any rolls left. I thought he had all of his Curlia in hand or drawn at some point.
So the way that Mirage Step works is you can put a Curlia onto your bench without a Ralts being there.
Oh.
So you get to skip that stage.
I see.
Also, for people that have just hopped in, when the cards sit on Tord's bench are like that, when they're crooked, that just means their ability has been used. So it's just a way to keep track of that.
And Gardevoir coming to the active, Brainwave incoming. This is a pretty
more energy.
But it is
stack them up. That's fun. But I feel like isn't that similar to what Weird Ear does? Where it's just like you stack them up with energy.
He's gonna go for it with the
similar, yeah. Ooh, the bosses is huge. Can bring that loaded up Mew from before back in.
But why Mew not have damage counter? Have to do all damage again. Why?
I'm still very confused about that. I must have blinked and missed what happened for the game state there.
Or attacking into the Box of Disaster. Hopefully the hit points of this Gardevoir EX hold up.
He's thinking through it. Artisan was put into play last turn. Debating if it is worthwhile. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. Get rid of the easy...
the important thing to note about the Gardevoir's ability to attach from the discard pile is it does do damage, which is why
see this knockout.
The Gardevoir
Toward promoting
had all those damage counters when it first got attached.
Prize card here and will be able.
Oh,
So
Tord
there
just
are
caught up like immediately.
Yeah, we know the
Yeah.
players are in
When you take out a VMAX, that's half the prizes right there.
UV is
The box of disaster did come in, so Vance was also able to take a prize.
Like we are having a discussion at the table with
Box of disaster for people that
maybe just
As we learned a little bit ago, it claps back.
yeah. When a Pokemon is knocked out, it does 80 damage in return.
matter.
I haven't looked at the compendium in a minute. I'll trust the judges to get the job done there.
Very unique situations. Vance promoting this Genesect, having an escape rope in hand. He does take his prize card. Now drawing for turn. Vance Kelly can go up a game here in the World's Finals if he finds
It's close, and this game one has taken longer than all of the senior division did. So
And then all of senior division, and I believe all of junior division.
Vance is going to be able to draw a lot of cards this turn.
Yeah, I mean, with the Oricorio, you can also just play that down onto the board.
what does Oricorio do in this game?
Basically fill the board and draw every card.
Mel explained it earlier.
We'll just have to see if the Orderings there love seeing the Artisan.
It has a damage reduction effect.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah.
Meloetta hanging out in there, but just to see what's going on in there and where the boss's orders are.
Yeah,
it's nice to get an eye on.
Yeah, Meloetta we actually haven't seen yet, which is
Cards, I think it depends
simple card, 70 damage
prized, right? So
times however many Fusion Strike enemy are attached to any of your Pokemon. So big attacker for
play, you're going to draw a bunch.
when you actually get it on the field if you're set up.
A full burn of
Let's
the
see
hand.
how many bosses
I think
are in
it's
the
go
deck.
time.
I think there are 2 bosses orders in the deck, so 2 outs immediately for Vance Kelly to try to close this game out.
Yeah, this has been a very close game. This is
And it needs to be double turbo energy. Fusion Strike energy not helping in this stage.
Ultra Ball.
Run away the Oricorio
Can't
means
quite tell what the Pokemon he's discarding is.
Max was in hand.
Yes.
So-
Mew VMAX in the hand, and this discard of the Oricorio does thin a card out of the hand and also a
Oh, that's the Oricorio. There we go.
Well, you can play every
Oh,
card here.
copied Psychic Leap from the bench to Mew V, which let him shuffle it back into the deck so it wouldn't get KO'd next turn. Wild.
Okay.
You can just do whatever, huh?
Pieces if you want to close out.
You can just do whatever.
At this stage, bosses orders and double turbo energy toward having a think about what to promote here. You could.
I don't think I've ever read Mew V compared to Mew V Max, so that makes sense.
4 power tablets, and there they are, laying them on
Uh-oh.
the table. 4 power tablets, and now 6 cards drawn with Fusion Strike system.
Yep,
Needing boss and
So let me pull up Power Tablet. I have a.
Uh-oh.
I think Vance Kelly has it. Boss's orders, KO Zaki.
Yep, that's the end of the game. So Power Tablet is
Win in game 1 of our Master Division.
if you use it, you can use as many as you want in a turn. During your turn, during this turn, your Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks do 30 more damage
I see.
to your opponent's
So then he
active,
used
so
boss's orders to force a guy in and just instantly tap him?
just instant KO. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Come into play or not. Maybe would have limited Vance a little bit. It's 1 less Pokemon put into play. But at this stage,
So really good game.
in this final
Tord
up against
played out of his mind,
best to ever even
given a very weak starting hand, in my opinion.
Interesting.
That game took, and we didn't see that many turns, Chip. That's really just goes to show what these players have to do each and every turn to get the job done. You got a lot to think about there, and I think Tord missing on that reversal energy, that might haunt him if he doesn't see a good game too.
That was a really tough turn because it was pretty high odds. He saw a bunch of cards, and he didn't even have to necessarily find reversal energy. He also could have found 9 Psychics. A little harder to do, but certainly possible. And if you're not drawing reversal energy, you got to be drawing something else, right?
There's got to be good cards in the deck. We did see the Ultra.
You'll find your good cards eventually. Surely they're in here somewhere. I promise. I promise I brought them in. The good cards.
Sometimes it just doesn't work out, even though you took a pretty solid calculated risk.
This was a big decision here from Tord Reklev, taking the knockout, but also allowing his own Gardevoir to be KO'd. He knew Vance had a win condition that turn, but he just had to hope. He had to cross his fingers, and the Genesect was too strong, finding the boss's orders to take that knockout. Here we go. Player shuffling up. Game number 2 underway. You expect this high-level play from both of these players. They've done so much to get to this point, Tord being one of the best, Tord being who he is, and Vance making it all the way from day 1, battling tons of excellent opponents through day 2, including Azul Garcia Griego.
Wow, I'm shocked that Tord didn't just make day 2. Like,
well, he had to come in from day 1?
Yeah, I believe that's what they just said.
That's uncommon. For top, like,
We saw already
Wolfie was really surprised
forward
that that was what
down
happened to him in
that
VGC as
ball
well.
tag. Really wanted to hold on to that
Yeah.
at the right time.
It's such a massive advantage coming in straight to day 2.
Opportunity
But it also means that he could potentially win from day 1, which I would imagine is equally uncommon.
attack. If you can win this
Yeah.
game in 2 attacks, clearly you'd love to go for that.
They also used over half their match timer on game 1 there.
With boss's orders.
Yeah.
It's 75 minutes, right?
Then maybe
So
some great
they like are exactly at the halfway point right now.
City where you can target down those Curlias. So it really just
And I'd imagine the grand finals can't go to draw, so I don't know what happens when they run out of time in a situation like this.
Here we go. Opening hands being found. Both of our competitors. Looks like Tord did take a mulligan, so Vance will have one more card to work with, and a second mulligan actually for Tord Reklev.
You can keep mulliganing.
Thing you want to
Take a mulligan.
Yeah, it's until you have a
Oh, right, yeah,
basic Pokemon you can play. Yep.
good. Cramomatic.
That means
you don't want to give Vance any.
Vance does get. Is it a draw per mulligan? I believe so. Yeah.
Yes, that's what they said.
It wasn't great.
It really
So
wasn't.
two cards off the top right at the beginning of the game is.
It was pretty clunky.
Crazy.
For Vance. The early game was a lot of Fusion Strike system for one. Fusion Strike system.
What is the justification for giving your opponent an advantage whenever you have to
Until that last turn.
do that?
I don't actually know the real justification for it, if I'm being honest.
Is it to like punish a specific type of deck that has so few Pokemon in it?
Well, you talked about
Or
strategies. Maybe Tord going for the deck out plan
I-
here on Vance.
Like I said, I'm just super not
Additional cards.
familiar.
I mean,
Okay, is he doing a third mulligan?
And maybe you just don't play the Iono.
I actually don't know. I really unfortunate if he is.
Being able to be added to Vance's hand, of course, in the Pokemon TCG. When you draw your opening hand of 7, you must find a basic Pokemon. You have to start with a basic. If you are unable to do so, gotta shuffle that hand back in and draw what we call a mulligan. And it looks like for Tord, once again, that Cresselia will be the starter.
Rest of the hand, pretty good.
Yeah, so they explain it right there what you were saying with when you draw mulligan, you give your opponent a card.
Here, double
Yep.
force Sealstone on one side, Ralts again on the other side.
The Mew is a little unfortunate to prize, in my opinion,
Yeah.
but I don't think either of them are really disadvantaged by either of their prizings.
That's good.
A ton. I do want to say I love that Manaphy or that
It's very cute,
Tord
yeah.
is playing.
Likely, Tord prizing that.
That is actually my favorite legendary, so
Oh. Sadly, never VGC legal because it is a mythical Pokemon, like event only kind of thing.
We've seen this time and time again. Take your time, figure out what all those prizes.
I'm glad I'm glad it is fairly viable because it just if it's on the bench, everything on your bench is safe.
Bad at all. Same thing we
More or
said
less,
before.
except unless you're playing against Lost Box.
Not gonna stop Tord. If he's got any energy cards in his hand, Radiant Greninja could also be a nice card to get into play. Try to see a few more options, a few more pieces. For now, it will just be a pair of Ralts hitting the bench. Once again, a little unfortunate to start that Cresselia. Not the best in this matchup. It's not terrible by any means. You'd certainly rather start it than Zacian or Lumineon V, which Tord also plays. And there actually is no energy cards at all in this hand. He does have that Forest Sealstone, however.
Do you really want to force Sealstone to retreat?
I don't think so.
Me neither.
So it will just be a pair of Ralts grabbed, placing them directly onto the bench from this powerful item card. Really a card that has totally shaped our standard format. So many
Cool that he got the VIP pass twice in a row like that on turn 1.
the cards and all.
Yeah.
I guess when you
That's
mulligan 5 times in a row or whatever, right? Odds are pretty good. Well, no, because it's just brand new every time, right?
Yeah, you just shuffle. If when you mulligan, you just shuffle back into the.
Ultra Ball in hand, Cramomatic waiting in tow, but no Battle VIP pass at this moment.
Yeah, even with the 3 extra cards, no Battle VIP passes.
We'll see finally.
Kind of crazy.
First heads.
Finally gets the heads on the Chromatic.
Nice.
Though.
That switch card is going to turn into a Battle VIP pass.
Absolutely, definitely the card that you expect to see grabbed. If you're able to search for
Yeah.
one card, thanks to flipping heads.
That's
gotta
pretty
get the
good.
Best card in your list.
Oh, it stresses me out so bad when they shuffle like that and just
Bend the cards.
So in the hand
bend the cards. Yeah.
was Nest Ball, a couple other ways to
Yes.
get some Pokemon down into play. But thinning this opening hand could.
I'm confused.
And that is
What is he? I thought he was searching for a VIP. He passed
Your
one.
opponent takes
So what he's doing is he's organizing his deck to see what all of his Pokemon in one spot, all of his supporters in one spot, all of his items in one spot, and all of his energy in one spot to see what he prized.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about that earlier? Okay.
Yeah, and you are allowed a piece of papers to, confirm information.
you a few cards down. I also did see some Power Tablet in this opening hand here from Vance. Really a card
As you can
to
see
save.
him writing right there.
Give yourself that option to get the big KO on a Gardevoir EX.
I had interpreted search to mean when you find the thing you're looking for, stop. But we talked about this earlier, I just forgot.
Yeah. It is something I really do like about Pokemon TCG is just there is that sort of freedom to have knowledge of what's actually in your deck. Even though you know the list, you still have those prizes that you need to figure out what they are
At least 2 or 3 more
and help you adjust your game plan.
together.
Vance adding a card to the hand. I actually believe it is the escape rope, choosing not to go for the battle VIP pass. We could see
Very interesting that he didn't go for the VIP.
Yeah, really.
Sparkle play. I think this is what Vance is going to go for, just pure aggression.
Okay, that is kind of neat. The thing about escape rope is if you don't have anything on your bench, you can just force your opponent to switch.
Oh.
Game in the
Huh. You're the one escaping the rope, not me.
Yeah.
Push that advantage. Go with the aggression.
I mean, you think about the punish on the other side. If Mirage steps
Another thing I like about Pokemon TCG is you do not have to fully meet like every requirement for cards to use them like that.
the clunky hands, the clunky
Because it does allow for cool things like you can just force your opponents to switch because you have nothing else.
Play. He's going to have to use his Forest Seal Stone to go fetch out a Fusion Strike energy. He's going to have to probably play this Ultra Ball if he wants to draw any cards this turn. He may have to play all 3 of these Power Tablets or at least lose them all this turn.
You either play all of them or none of them. It's going to be the Forest Seal Stone.
And let's see if this is the Fusion Strike energy being grabbed here. He does, if he goes for a Psychic Leap play, I mean, I think he definitely needs to find another Mew V. He's not going to necessarily be shuffling this one back into the deck. He can choose to leave it in play. But getting another Mew V would protect against Tord finding something crazy like Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and, you know, just 3 Psychic Energy. Fans might be saying that's pretty unlikely, though. I mean, Tord played a VIP pass, and that's it turn.
I mean, Candy, Shiny Arcana, get 1 energy from the Arcana, and then Reversal Energy is a knockout here. Like,
yeah, that works,
You have to be very worried about Tord having the reach.
If it was Gardevoir EX...
I'm just watching that clock ticking and thinking, if this game goes as long, they're going to not have time for a Game 3.
Yeah, not at all.
Prepping for that potential worst.
Our being hour ahead of schedule is like rapidly catching up with us.
Yeah. Should not have spoken.
Energy's not guaranteed, right?
No, he Forest Seal Stone for it.
Okay, I was
But it's
worried.
a big commitment to do this. Yeah, he's used that 1 V-Star power. You only get 1 a game.
I mean, luckily he doesn't really play anything else. So the Forest Seal Stone. Unfortunately, he did have to use it to search for an energy, which isn't the best.
In hand, control 1.
But if you gotta get moving,
Gotta
it makes
get going.
sense.
Yeah.
Gotta
do
it. Okay.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
3 cards here, crossing the fingers, hoping to find a VIP pass. Let's see what these 3 cards hold.
Why does he want to find a VIP pass? It's not his first turn anymore.
Turbo energy.
It is still his first turn.
Oh, really?
Continue to draw, but
Yes.
Jeez.
play, it's just going to have to be the knockout on the Ralts.
Vance still in an advantage. I mean, it's
That's a crazy series of actions to do on your first turn then. I thought they were going back and forth still.
A line most players would not have gone for. We do see Tord promoting the Ralts right away, however. He does have Forest Seal Stone in hand. That can guarantee him 1 piece potentially. Iono.
Also love the Luminion art that he has in hand.
Yeah.
The final set of Sword and Shield was
plenty of options
a set called Crown Zenith that just basically reprinted most cards that were already in the format, just with really fancy new arts. It's where the Manaphy art from before was from, and also the Luminion that he had in hand.
Yeah, you're going to give up some price.
Basically, hey, here's all the cards you like. Let's make you want them even more.
He's got to play this Iono. He does not have a Psychic Energy in hand yet, so he is pretty forced into that line. He also, actually, you know, he knows his opponent's hand is not that good, so Tord not wanting to play Iono. I mean, his opponent did not do much. I kind of like this as well. You do put Luminion in play. It is a bit of a liability, but you really do not want to refresh your opponent's hand.
Yeah, the one risk, of course, is you don't want to draw into those Curlias here. That would be unfortunate.
So now it seems like Vance has a much better board state right now because he's loaded up. He's got all of his guys out there. I guess he only has the 1 Genesect, but
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
it's
Tord
just
has nothing on the board.
For a while, Tord
Yeah.
was the one popularizing the Sky Seal.
Definitely a lot less even than last game.
Talk about 2 attacks.
He played it in his NAIC list, but for this tournament, it appears we've moved to the more consistent power that Forest Sealstone provides. Attach of that Sealstone to that Pokemon V on the bench. Professor's Research will discard that Iono. Now 7 cards being drawn. Really all Tord is looking for is a Psychic Energy and hoping not to draw any Curlias, and that is exactly what he's been able to do.
Yeah, that is.
That's really good.
Nice. So now we're gaming. Now we've got stuff on the board and on the bench.
Now we've got stuff on the board, on the bench, and
I think Tord's gonna be drawing cards.
just starting to get a bit more geared up.
The ramp up begins.
Ready, place them on those Pokemon. Thinking through the rest of the hands, the rest of the.
So, but he needs Rals's to put those Curlia on, right?
Want to play here? Definitely don't want to put.
No. So not for the I forget the attack name. The Mystic Step.
Mirage Step.
Mirage
I didn't realize
Step,
that's how we got them. Okay.
Yeah.
Forest Sealstone.
So using Mirage Step.
And Tord is actually going to use
So
Forest Sealstone right.
Tord actually does have the Forest Sealstone, so he actually does play the V-Star.
Okay.
Just honestly,
I think what Tord's doing here is he's using this, assuming that Vance would have the option to Boss's Orders KO.
Boss's Orders, yeah, in combination with like a.
But yeah, like before, when you use Mirage Step, you don't need to have any Ralts on the field to put the Curlias on the field.
Also, of course, Vance.
It's a nice little bit of acceleration there.
Could just discard this, so really smart from Tord. Even though he doesn't need anything right now, get some value now before your opponent has the opportunity to disrupt you.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's crazy foresight to like use that power not for something you need in the moment, but something you think you will need later.
Yeah.
You need to have all those psychic.
So there comes the Mirage Step.
That's a loaded bench.
Relevant attacks off in this game. Like the strategy.
And what we were unable to see in Game 1, Tord has found in Game number 2, Mirage Step, placing 3 Curlia.
That's pretty cool.
Play. A near ideal setup at this juncture. Vance now drawing for turn 5.
That's such a funny power, Mirage Step. Like the more I think about it, it's just like, oh yeah, me and my friends.
For any basic Pokemon,
me and the homies are rolling up.
Another Genesect added. You'd love to see the draw there with Fusion Strike system start to build up, start to burn through the deck here. Plenty of energies in play. However, we don't see Mew VMAX just yet. If you want to start taking some relevant.
Yeah, no VMAXs.
We're talking about.
Pretty big.
City as well. Just these cards eventually start to.
Oh, is that just the normal Mew? I couldn't tell from this angle. I just saw a big holographic Mew, and I assumed that was a VMAX.
Yep, that is just the basic
Mew.
V. So Mew V is technically Dynamaxed, and the VMAX is Gmax.
Okay. Can't call it the same stuff as the video game, though. That would be too easy to follow.
Yeah. But to explain it in VGC terms, or just actual game terms.
Dumbing it down for a caveman like me.
Stage like this, just
there's already 2 other ones in play.
Yeah, taking the knockout on the active seems like a pretty solid play. It also conserves the resources of the boss's orders for later on. And it really puts Tord on a clock with that collapsed stadium play. We'd like to...
Talking about putting Tord on a clock, you know what else is putting Tord on a clock? The fact that they have 25 minutes left in this entire series. I'm like, they're actually going to run out of time. Like, I was kind of like, haha, but I don't see any way that they don't. Here.
Yeah, no.
They're like not going to have any time for a Game 3, if it comes to that.
I mean, maybe if they get an extension, because then it would put it back on schedule.
But, like, what's the point of a timer if they can just get an extension? Like, what happens if Grand Finals goes to time? I actually have no idea.
I have no clue, yeah. That's the only reason why I think there would be an extension, is because it is
like,
Grand
what
Finals.
What are you going to do, yeah? But then what's the point of having the timer at all?
We do see Vance still not having played a supporter card, can go for Iono. Will shuffle both players' hands. They will now place them on the bottom of their deck and then draw a card equal to the number of prize cards they have remaining. Very reminiscent of a very popular old card in something that we've both played with plenty back in the day. A little bit of disruption, but also solid drop.
Yeah, no. So the similar card.
Why couldn't they say it by name? It's like a similar card that we all played with.
Which is really interesting because it's just Marnie.
Oh.
Marnie had an in Sword
That's
and
not
Shield
that back in the day. Sword and Shield was like 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
There might have been a different card back in the day. I'm only familiar with Marnie though.
Refinement. There's always a way that you could see plenty of energies flooded onto the board. You have to be wary of that.
will be the KO.
What's the reason for Cresselia here? I forget if you already explained this. It's just like a decent Pokemon to have that you can basic summon.
Yeah, so most notably,
You
its
can move
first
damage
attack,
counters, which is cool.
the Moonglow reverses.
Oh yeah, okay.
Did promote
You
this
just heal your
Yeah.
guys and hurt the opponent. Okay.
Once you put a Gardevoir EX into play, have to imagine that is what Tord is thinking with this. It looks like another level ball coming in to get just.
Oh, I didn't realize
Really nice.
Gardevoir EX also has 310 HP, just like the Mew VMAX. Okay.
See Fog Crystal
That's cool.
also in the hand, so if you want to continue
Yeah.
to burn
It's
energies with the
I think the biggest EX, maybe not.
Toward work,
I know there's some funny stall stuff with Oinkologne EX. that I just-
Oinkologne EX. Oh
Yeah.
baby, I want to hear about this deck actually. Tell me about Oinkologne. What does Oinkologne have?
Last turn for Tord.
It's not very strong right now, but there's a set coming out soon called Pokemon 151.
Yep.
And the drop return off that
That introduces, I believe it's a Blissey.
Candies, yeah. Those
Okay.
don't work right now.
Probably
Hold
a
on,
If it's
I'm-
151, it's probably a Chansey then, no?
Chansey, sorry.
One more psychic energy, such a versatile.
Let me just look up Oink.
In the early game for you to get your basic Pokemon. In the mid and late game, finding you energy cards.
Oinkologne
Does find that lost
EX
but has it been found a little too early?
deck.
Yeah, this means finding the professor's research ends up being a bad card for you. You don't want to lose him again. We saw how important that could be if you can work it in against the box of disasters.
Tord does have Iono in the hand.
This is not an Oinkologne EX. I searched the
What is it then? What are you
sort
talking
of-
about? You're lying to me? There's no Oinkologne EX?
No, there is. But I looked up a list, and when I clicked on it, it said Oinkologne EX, and then I opened it up, and it is a Gardevoir EX deck list.
Oh.
Worried about
Got
most
him.
of the psychic energies that would be
That's truly how dominant this deck list is in the meta. It's even other decks now.
energy also basic.
Every deck is actually just Gardevoir EX. Why would you run anything else?
We don't see it.
That's a Digimon deck. Very cool. Epic.
Okay, we're not going to talk about that one here.
Two more to the discard.
The other card games.
There is
Yeah, the other card game. Sorry.
Sorry.
discard pile.
sorry.
Discard one, hoping maybe to there it is.
I'm looking through. I've actually never seen this deck played. I just know that it's
We have the Ultra Ball that can continue to thin down. We have
I just know it's tanky. I just don't know what it does.
I want to know why. Because Oinkologne is like not a good Pokemon. It is the rat of this generation.
And that actually could work as
Whoa.
well.
Wait, what happened? The crowd's like
Hit
gasping.
Off this shining arc.
What happened?
He can accelerate both of these to the Gardevoir. That's 8. It's just short. He needs one more.
Oh, okay.
It looks
Needs the one more energy.
in play.
Any way he can make it happen.
May have to find the second Shining Arcana Gardevoir. I think that is towards out at this point.
Yeah.
Needs to go get the other Shining Arcana. He needs to hit now just a Psychic Energy or Reversal off of it.
understands the assignment here.
Fog Crystal would work as well. Talked about that being such a
What does Sharon's Care do?
It does mean you won't have Refinement Curly.
Well, hold on. I'm looking at this Oinkologne deck just to.
Have to put this Shining Arcana Gardevoir in play, but Vance has already 2 prizes taken. You have to make something happen this turn.
One more Psychic Energy in the deck. 2 Reversal Energies. Those are going to be the targets we're looking for here.
He only has one more energy left his entire deck.
And
from
just
Shining Arcana.
Just one.
Is that what I'm hearing?
I believe so. Yeah.
Golly.
Still plenty of cards in deck. This could.
I know he prized one of them.
In this game. What 2 cards does Tord find this turn? Need
And Gardevoir EX will be able to accelerate the energy out of the discard pile.
happens. 2 cards. What does he hit?
One at a time.
There's the.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That's really cool.
Wow.
Okay, got exactly the card he needed.
Prize KO this turn.
And does the big hit.
You think about what had to happen in game number 1 for Tord to miss. The odds were so.
Which now makes it more likely that we're going to go to a game 3 with 5 minutes on the clock.
We've ever seen Tord laying down these energies.
Let's count them.
From the discard pile. 3
Stack it all up.
Shining Arcana.
Blow somebody to kingdom come. That's awesome.
12 damage counters now on this active, but that is no problem. A very worthy trade. 3
Basically, Oinkologne.
from just a 1 prize Gardevoir.
Wow, this is not good actually.
Events. The potential to win a game with 2 attacks is back on.
It's just a lot of stall cards and damage reduction, and there's a card called Sharon's Care
In one single attack.
where basically you can pick any color, but you can put one of your Pokemon, colorless Pokemon that has damage counters on it, and all cards that are attached to it just into your hands. You can just keep recycling it.
I see, I see.
Disasters now.
I like that Tord just did like a funny little hand gesture and it's like, I banish your Mew. It is done.
I'm really contemplating if there is a way that you can attack with this Mew V, work the 2 prizes into the mix at this time of the game. The box of disasters.
And so the prizes go straight in your hand, is that correct? You just like immediately get them?
Played, but
Yeah, you just
That's
take them and just put them right into your hand.
all of his basic psychic energies. They're going to have to come from the discard pile and the Gardevoir EX at this point.
Yeah, there's going to have to be quite a bit of damage placed on a Gardevoir no matter what Tord does. Maybe we see a super odd play and a Shining Arcana, but I think Tord's deck is still a little too thick for a play like that to happen.
Yeah, he's not thinned out his deck very much, so
Where does the box
finding the last pieces to put the puzzle together is going to be a little more difficult for him.
Gotcha.
Pull that off is any energy card. Fusion Strike Energy, which there's 1 of left, and also Double Turbo Energy. Either of those will work, only needing to deal 20 damage, and there is that Double Turbo.
Yeah, off the first draw, finally, a little bit of fortune there for Vance, finding the right card at the right time.
Now, the interesting thing here for Vance is that he...
Yeah, there we go.
With that
Vance is just, although his board is super full, he's just been super behind on energy just this whole
Yeah, that's
game.
what they're talking about. They said he just drew the super turbo that he needed.
Yeah.
Or double turbo or whatever it is.
180 hit points. But this is a decent spot, and I think Vance can also have the option here to not put a 3-prize Pokemon in play. Don't give Tord a win condition next turn.
Definitely, and even in that situation, if the Zacian V is promoted and attacks, you're going to knock that Pokemon out. Maybe you can combine that with an Iono, and then it's really hard for Tord to find the right cards if he hasn't started to burn through the deck already.
There's the Double Turbo Energy. Also, the Path to the Peak. That is a card we have not seen quite yet from Vance. It can be really strong in this matchup for instances exactly like this. Take a knockout on this Gardevoir. Send all those energies to the discard pile. Maybe try to disrupt Tord as well.
Yeah, so what does Tord do once all of his energy is in the discard pile? How does he get it back?
A hard time getting
Gardevoir EX is able to get it out onto other,
okay.
yeah.
Maybe next turn you can work that in combination with Iono. You want to...
I mean, this turn seems not bad if you Iono, right? Putting Tord to just 3+ down the path.
It could be great.
This Gardevoir deck, similar to the Lost Zone deck, I feel like, in that there's a tactile satisfaction to stacking up a lot of cards in one place and doing a big hit because you've accomplished that. In this case, it's all the energy is attached, but the other one's the Lost Zone.
That's honestly a lot of Pokemon decks.
That's cool.
In general.
That's fun.
The Rotom deck I play does the Rotom's attack just does more damage for however many Pokemon tool cards. So like the attachments, like the choice belt. So you just send a bunch of tools to the Lost Zone and attack really big with it. Got a big buff with Miraidon because Miraidon just accelerates a ton of electric energy.
Oh,
At this stage,
that makes sense. That's thematically appropriate.
Countless tournaments.
Yeah.
At this point.
Actually was fairly strong when Scarlet and Violet base set came out. Not my deck specifically, but there was like a Regieleki Miraidon deck that was really strong for a while, but it fell off pretty quick after that.
Still another Fusion Strike system to utilize. 1 card drawn, added to the hand. I think doing this does signify we are going to see this path play.
Okay.
Using this ability before path comes down. Always feels a little weird to see path peak in a Mew VMAX deck, but it is...
That really hurts because that cuts off the Gardevoir.
Oh yeah, no more abilities as we were saying. Path to the Peak eliminating the ability to have abilities. And we were just saying that Gardevoir needs to use its ability to pull those psychic energies back in.
Tord will have to find a counter to get these psychic energies back into play by way of Gardevoir EX.
4 cards drawn for each of these players. Vance does not need much else here at this point. Can go for the Psychic Leap. Choosing not to shuffle in this Mew V.
Good call.
Leaving that Box of Disasters in the active and losing all those energies for Tord Reklev now.
That's crazy.
Did these 4 cards.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's Professor's research.
Okay, that's pretty solid. We'll draw plenty of cards here in this spot. Draw for turn is a Ralts. Level Ball can now be played. Grabbing out Potentially that Curlia that was put back earlier, I do believe. Or no, it will just be the Manaphy. Just discarding, thinning, getting rid of it, and leaving that Ralts on the bench open as a rare candy target.
We see Artisan.
Does rare candy let you like evolve immediately? Is that what that is?
It lets you fully evolve immediately. So
Oh,
if
wow.
if he has a Gardevoir in hand and rare candy, when you play
He
the rare
does not
candy,
need the intermediate. He just can go straight to.
yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
But the Gardevoir will have to be in hand for that.
Or
Okay.
Ralts, two options of what Pokemon he would like to put into play. Radiant Greninja loses a lot of value when you've got that many Psychic Energy already in your discard pile, but even if you still have one left, it can be utilized.
Yep. Don't believe there is one left, and we still see the path, but obviously big piece here is going to see
that Lost Vacuum and the Collapse Stadium.
Okay, cool. So they get rid of the Path to the Peak with Collapse Stadium, right?
Yeah, which is
discard the Luminion V.
Yep, we're going to see.
Yeah, that was such a
prize cards. That would be very easy for Vance.
That's huge, actually.
Saves him completely, right? Because now he can
Yeah.
use that ability, get all that energy back from the discard pile, and fire off another big hit, right?
Pokemon from
Which would just win him the game in theory.
Or a Mew V
right?
potentially.
Yes.
The Lost Vacuum Find is massive. The Collapse Stadium.
Or no, those are Mew V, so those are 2 prizers, right? Not 3?
Of that region.
Yeah, 2 prizers.
Okay, it wouldn't win him the game immediately, but it would put him.
It would put him in a very, very strong position.
Available after this.
I'm shocked we haven't seen a single VMAX this game because he didn't prize any.
Switch between them.
Well, we have seen a single VMAX, but
at the end of the game.
We also could see a world maybe where Tord actually attacks with the Gardevoir EX. Wouldn't be too bad, and he actually finds rare candy into the other Gardevoir EX. That would make me feel a bit more comfortable about attacking with one of those 2 prize Pokemon. Could be a decent play here. Would take 2 prizes for Tord, and it's a high HP Pokemon that it's really difficult for Vance to deal with, especially.
Lost Vacuum, I think, is
Power Tablet's already gone, and that is the key card right now in this spot. Lost Vacuum.
That's great because you don't take the knockout or the damage of the prize or whatever, right? So
And accelerate
really buffs you
the Gardevoir EX and
in that regard.
like what you're saying there, Chip.
Lost Vacuum. I think I already explained this one.
It looks like I just took a tool, right?
Big closeout knockout.
Yeah, so put a card into the Lost Zone, choose any Pokemon or tool attached to any other Pokemon or Stadium, and put it in the Lost Zone.
I like going this route. 3 to 3 prizes for both of these players.
Ooh, gonna load up onto the Gardevoir here.
So many energy.
Consideration for maybe additional path that may come down. You want to have an answer to at least knock out a V Pokemon on the bench if you have a boss's orders.
We could even see the commitment of the reversal energy. He did draw it, could hold off on getting that extra attachment right now, but could also commit it into play if he's worried about having an Ionoid back into the deck. Looks like that is not the case. Miracle Force able to take this.
Blow him up.
Towards just
one more prize.
This game.
And then they can start game 3 with 6 minutes on the clock.
10 minutes.
Well, that's if he ends it right now. I'm assuming
Yeah.
it'll take him at least 5 more minutes to close out the game. But maybe I'm
Yeah.
wrong. Either way, it's looking dicey.
Gardevoir EX. All 4 power tablets are gone. There's no way to take a direct knockout on this Pokemon any longer.
Looking through the discard pile here for Vance, checking what resources Tord has utilized, taking notes, making sure he's aware of what is still hanging around. His hand is a little clogged up. He does have a boss's orders. I wonder if Vance is checking for Tord's energy counts. If Vance knows what Tord's energy counts are, there is a world where he could go for a boss stalling play, but I don't.
Can you explain what they mean by a boss stalling play? I guess it uses boss's orders, which forces your opponent to switch out. But in what way does that help here?
As he did actually
It just
a basic psychic,
it extends the clock a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's also what
I feel like they don't want to stall at this point, though.
Sorry. I completely misinformed about bosses earlier.
Okay.
You do choose the Pokemon that switches.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick the guy you want to blow up. Yeah.
Just one
Yeah.
single card in hand, and the
I was mixing. It was operating the same space as escape rope in my brain.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
It's not a helpful one. Let's see what his draw is here for turn. Switch card for Sealstone and an Ultra Ball off of that Iono. I think he has already used Escape Rope this game. Yep, used it in that opening turn, and there is just one copy in this list. So Vance pretty much has to try to 2-hit KO through this Gardevoir EX. No option to get the 1-hit knockout.
Gonna look through. See, there is just one Pokemon remaining in the deck at this point of the game. It's gonna be that Mew V Max. So we'll have all the attack.
Last Pokemon
The
left.
only one.
To try to take prize cards in this game. But the prizes are not lining up at this state. Just too much hit points on the other side there for Tord. And really, just one more draw from Tord Reklev. If he can find that boss's orders, could close out here and bring us to a game 3.
Could be all he needs, really is all he needs at this point. So many energy already on that Gardevoir on the bench.
Oh, there is a power tablet.
Yeah, just 3 played in that first turn, so
Okay.
there is still one available, but still not
can't
enough
reach.
to get this KO. It will just be the hit, 210 damage.
Golly.
Gardevoir in the active. And that means Vance is really 2 turns away from winning, giving Tord a little bit of breathing room. Draw for turn, has the Artisan draw, now is...
It's funny that 2 turns away from winning is breathing room, according to the commentators.
Cards on the bottom that he wants.
Yeah.
And Super Rod can also put back something like Luminion, increasing the odds to find boss's orders for the game.
You can also add that psychic energy back into
Yeah, so Tord really wants boss's order, so he can send out something weaker and just blow it up for free, right?
You could draw.
Yep, he's doing exactly what the commentator said. He's shuffling that Luminion back in.
Outs here for Tord Reklev as he looks to close out here in game number 2. We will see the Artisan used, but he's just tapping it and moving on.
Tord, being an absolute master, knows exactly how to increase his outs as much as possible. Still a pretty thick deck.
Luminion!
Draw for turn is Luminion.
Oh, that's huge.
There we go. And that's game.
Bosses.
That was such a cool way to summon that card, too. He just, like, popped it out.
He just, yeah, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Cool, so he gets boss's order, switches out something that can not take the hit, and Gardevoir sweeps.
Yep.
Awesome. So now, 7 minutes on the clock.
9 psychic energies.
What are we doing?
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, how do we...
How does this resolve? I
How?
want the commentators to tell me, because I literally don't know what the ruling is.
Necessary to close out there. Vance Kelly had to use a lot of resources early on there. Did not
Fastest
have
pile
the answer
shuffling I've
to
ever
close
seen.
For real?
For EX at a crucial point. And the fish bails him out.
Putting it back off the Super Rod. Turns out the Rod was the perfect draw for turn from Tord.
Yeah, that was
What a game, what a
huge.
set. Vance went so aggressive in the early game, using Psychic Leap, taking a KO on a Ralts, but Tord was able to respond with the Mirage Step, filled the board with plenty of Kirlia pieces. And this was the key moment. Tord needing to find an energy card.
And he did it.
Shining Arcana, and it's the first card that he hits.
The look on his face, that's so good.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
No one
it's
could
just
believe it.
the most relief
Elated to see
in one
an
go.
amazing finals there to
Now he just needs to
the game 2 move into
game 3 in 5 minutes.
I mean, what are we in store for here, Chip?
Well, it could be interesting, Kyle, as we have less than 7 minutes, around 7 minutes remaining here.
Oh, man.
And we're in a world where the top cut rules could come into play. Of course, in a normal...
Oh, there's special top cut rules,
to time,
apparently, according to them.
Turns. 3 additional turns to play things out. And then if you don't have a winner by the end of those 3 turns, the match is a tie. We're in our finals. We have to have a winner. So top cut rules absolutely could be a factor here. We'll get through it here in a moment. In the meantime, let's get down to the...
Did they explain what the top cut rules were?
Off here for game 3 prize.
It's 3 turns, and if there isn't a winner in that time, it's a draw.
No, but
that
they said
doesn't
there has
seem-
to be a winner, so that can't be what the top
Yeah.
cut rules are.
Big flip to start.
Yeah, I'm...
Massive does find a Tails. Not what you want to see. Looks like Ultra
Look
Ball.
at that hand.
Yeah, Ultra Ball is going to have to be the play to thin things down.
He could draw
Ooh, 2 Ralts in the prize. That's rough.
1 or 2 cards.
It's really rough.
From Vance Kelly.
Because you definitely need those so you can start evolving right away.
In this match.
Sonic Drowning is like definitely playing in their minds.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we get to those +3 turns after time expires, we play until those +3 turns are ended. And at the end of that, either player who is ahead on prize cards becomes
There we go. That's
Okay.
what it is.
our world champion. And
That's kind of what I figured it was, whoever has the most
tied
prize
in
cards.
prizes, when we get to +3 turns, we continue to play turn after turn until someone takes a prize.
Golly.
It would become a situation of first to take a prize becomes the world champion.
That's
Let's talk a little
nutty.
bit about Tord. He's got those 2 Ralts in the prize cards. If you can get 2 down into play on this opening turn, then you have the option to use that Mirage Step, get the Kirlias into play, and then make it a lot less of an issue. It's still going to be terrifying to go through that opening deck search and not
Without
see
a
2
doubt.
Ralts.
There's a lot riding on one card here for Vance Kelly. going to be able to play out a couple cards from the hand. Energy attachment to the Mew just grabbed off the Ultra Ball. It actually will be a 3-card draw, so plenty to work with. Let's see, can he find a VIP or a Nest Ball? Ultra Ball is at a minimum acceptable, but at the cost of having to lose Box of Disasters, he recognizes.
Wow.
He's thinking, can he lose the Box of Disasters?
I mean, Box of Disasters is potentially useless here because it's gonna come down to first prize almost guaranteed.
Just chooses to pass.
Right? So like if you're already knocked out, it's not gonna do anything. Cool, you get a prize for getting knocked out, but
Immediately finds 2 Pokemon. It's Battle VIP Pass, basically.
wow.
VIP not needed when you hit the Mew and the Ralts. Level Ball can find the other Ralts. Tord will take a moment to maybe check the prize cards, but he's playing pretty quick here. Turbo Tord potentially.
Now this is junior speed.
Gonna get through this deck, try to make this
game. This is junior speed where I can't parse what's happening.
Who's ahead on prize cards?
But I can actually parse what's happening here much better because I'm a lot more familiar with
the deck.
These decks, with both of these decks. Yeah.
TCG than Tord Reklev. He knows what's happening here.
You have to worry. This is not a matchup where you want to have only 3 minutes remaining on the clock easily.
I would imagine there are not many matches where you want to have 3 minutes remaining on the clock.
Tord is going to be
definitely not the Worlds match either.
No.
Pass, but
does
it even good here?
There's
At this
no
point,
Ralts.
you're just focused on using that level ball for
that field with no rolls.
Maybe you just go for the fall crystal, guarantee the psychic energy or the Ultra Ball here now to hold on to maybe a better supporter play with the Luminion. You just want to have all those options available.
Tord did have Iono, choosing not to play it, of course, knowing Vance didn't do too much. Draw for turn from Vance is the path to the peak. That's an annoying card to have to lose here as well. And it looks like he's going to choose to try to not lose it.
I feel like that's the first time we've seen Melota in play at all.
It was a prize last, or either the first or second round, right?
Trying to keep things rolling. Vance needs to try.
I think it was game 1.
Attack, draws
not 100% on that.
With the Ultra Ball,
it's a little risky. He also has a Mew VMAX in the hand. He is going to actually Ultra Ball away the Mew VMAX, choosing to keep Path to the Peak, really valuing that stadium right now.
I mean, you think about it, Tord didn't show you.
I'm like stressed watching this.
Me too. Just deadly silent right now, holding my breath, waiting to see what happens.
Want to have that Path to the Peak in play to try to block Tord from finding that Mirage Step. That is basically going to be the only way that Tord finds a big win here.
4 cards drawn now for Vance. Off Fusion Strike system, looking for a switching card, possibly a VMAX. Doesn't find too much.
Does not find really
It seems like
anything.
the draws for both players are really bad also, is that correct?
I think Vance.
Yeah, really not good on either side. If you're playing a Mew VMAX deck and discarding a Mew VMAX as your optimal play, that's...
Seems like maybe not what you want to be doing, yeah?
Wants to leave.
Yeah, not at all. There's a judge.
Off these 4 cards, Vance.
Another pretty good hand control card.
And a switch card if he wants to.
We are approaching the 1 minute remaining. No prizes taken. It will go to first prize.
Yeah, if you find the fusion energy, then you don't need the evolution, but it's certainly not a great place to be at. But you really want this prize card. There is 60 seconds remaining in the World Championships here.
We are definitely going to time in this game. It is going to be big. Who is turn 1? Who is turn 2? Ooh. Whose turn is it once time rules go into effect? 4 cards now for each player. What does Vance Kelly have access to? VIP not useful. There is the VMAX and a switch card, but I don't see the energy card.
Yep, he found the wrong pieces there, and I've got bad news for Vance. On the other side, Tord Reklev found just about everything he needs.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's
taking stock of the moment, trying to figure it out. If Vance is unable to take a
so we think Tord's going to have a very good, fruitful 3 remaining turns when they get the time, right?
I definitely think so, yeah.
For Tord, there is the route where you just go very aggressive. Obviously, just prize cards are important at this stage. It's going to get the hit points in the active spot.
Yeah, choosing to send this up, not wanting to lose a Ralts, respecting the potential for Vance to have what he needs to take the KO. I think it makes sense. And just a pass, Tord draws very quickly. 1 second, 0 seconds on the clock.
And there we are.
Should now be turn 0 of time.
Not a familiar place for Tord. He is going to be turn 0 now, which means he still has 2 turns. He's going to try to take some prize cards in this space.
Yeah, turn 0, turn 1, turn 2,
want
turn
to draw
3.
with refinement, but you want to leave the potential to rare candy into a Gardevoir at this state of the game.
The issue here is if Tord does not take a knockout this turn, Vance becomes the first person to take a knockout. And then Tord is really going to be pressured to try to KO Mew VMAX.
Okay, so they have the 3 turns, and then at the end of that, if it's still a draw, it's first prize.
Have the option to try
Okay.
to
Yeah.
the game up. This is really awkward, a really interesting situation to try to navigate. Can Tord really even afford to go for Mirage Step is another question.
Yeah, I don't think so at this point. I think you're just trying to draw into the best resources you can. Luminion V is also such a risk, but that is one way that you would really push for that rare candy in a space like this.
It's so difficult, though, with 2 Ralts prized as well. We can't forget.
At least now that they can slow down a little bit, take their time.
He goes for Mirage Step this turn, and Vance takes a 1 prize KO, and then Tord takes a 3 prize KO. I mean, he's needing to hit just about everything to make that happen. And with the send-up of the Radiant Greninja here, it's pretty unlikely Tord is actually even going to be able to pull this off. He needs to attach, retreat, and then he can't attach again. He would need Rare Candy Gardevoir.
This is going to be all in on the fish.
I think so.
Ultra Ball, I'm going to throw away that Psychic Energy. Have 3 of those in the discard pile for the Rare Candy Gardevoir.
And what does Tord grab here? Could get the Zacian V as a potential attacker, but I mean, that's something that can pretty easily be...
Sorry, I just do not have much to say.
Yeah, neither. I don't know enough either.
Put that in play.
In this particular matchup, I'm just wondering to see what happens at the end of these turns.
Yeah,
I would like a turn counter on the UI here, because I'm not really clear when it stops being a guy's turn, because they keep going back and forth and like looking at each other's cards and stuff and like reaching across the table. So I'm not really clear whose turn it is at any given point as a spectator, but that's a me problem.
Searching through the deck, debating.
But especially with this where there's 3 turns remaining, I would like to know how many turns have gone by.
Want to get rid of. Taking a moment to check through the prizes, maybe was playing pretty quickly now, but it was playing pretty quickly previously, but now has a bit more time. We're in +3 turns. The clock is no longer a factor. Luminion, Luminous Signs.
Yeah, Luminion's...
Porter have to imagine this is a research.
Research. It's going to get 7 cards in this state of the game. You need to draw that rare candy. That Curlia would be also a solid find as it continues to draw up. We see some Psychic Energies in the discard pile. You're going to have enough probably to attack with that Gardevoir EX, but because of the way that the time works, Tord will be turn 2. That means he's going to have 1 big knockout lined up and have some hit points waiting behind.
Tord is down on Ultra Ball. He also has a Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. He's going to be relying on this draw here. Effectively 9 cards. He does have a Curlia in the hand. He can evolve 1 of these Ralts, and he's going to research away this hand and draw 7 new cards. Off the 7 and off the refinement, can he find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and then also a basic energy?
Because you need to find the Gardevoir in addition to the Rare Candy. You can't summon from the deck.
Hand out completely. Possibly the biggest Professor's research of Tord Reklev's life. Has the Ultra Ball and the Rare Candy and the Forest Seal Stone. Everything he needs.
So you can use the Forest Seal Stone to go find that Gardevoir now? Is that correct?
Yep.
Not seeing a way to retreat this Radiant Greninja, which could have been a...
Forest Seal Stone can search the Gardevoir, the Rare Candy in hand can put it on the field.
Any piece of the puzzle Tord could need.
Ultra Ball is also pretty good.
Once more, also still has refinement to utilize. Let us not forget. Such an awkward looking board, but Tord is going to find a way given the situation. And that is what marks a great player, being able to adjust to the situation. Tord could have said, hey, I want to go for my normal game plan. I'm going to Mirage Step. We'll put a bunch of Curlias in play, but he knew in time, with the way Top Cut rules work, he has to take a knockout this turn.
Yep, that Curlia is not
he's
relevant there. Need to throw that away. Search out that Gardevoir EX. You have the Rare Candy. Skip the evolution stage.
So is he not opting to put a lot of Curlia on his bench because they could easily get swapped in, like knocked out for a free prize?
Pretty much, yeah.
And that would be game over at this point because it is going to first prize. Like, it looks certain at this point that it's going to first prize.
Placing 6 damage counters on this Gardevoir EX, making it much easier for Vance to KO. Needing less...
That is the risk, though, because of Gardevoir's ability, is that it does put the damage counters onto whatever it attaches to.
Being that attack.
Yep, that is going to be an attack to look out.
What is this blue circle around Meloetta?
I was just about to ask. I'm really not sure.
Tord here in this big turn 0.
Like, cool.
From over, we're just getting started.
VGC is supposed to start in 30 minutes.
Energy
Psychic
card.
Energy
gets to save for a Seal Stone. Actually could even concealed cards now to draw extra. He has the backup of...
Oh, we're a little bit beyond the schedule at this point because Masters Finals for TCG has gone overtime.
Discard pile, continue to draw.
Another energy.
Golly, golly.
Tord is hitting everything he needs. Being able to save Seal Stone is massive, as he will likely need...
Saving that Seal Stone's gonna be game determinative,
Together another
I think.
That I would agree.
Gardevoir EX coming out, and the attachment for turn to the active Greninja incoming to move it to the bench.
Of course, take your time here. It's turn 0. You have plenty of time to figure things out. Gonna take a look.
This is still turn 0 too.
Oh, see, like why is it turn 0? I feel like both people have been doing stuff, haven't they?
Is gonna be
No, just Tord.
Just Tord.
The Rene Greninja.
And we actually have enough energy cards in the discard pile for Tord to go with the Zacian VKO. Protect this Gardevoir. If Tord attacked with the Gardevoir, there's a chance Vance could KO it. So let's go with the Zacian, make sure Gardevoir is safe. Even though you're placing a lot of damage, it'll be easy for Vance to respond with a knockout. This is what Tord wants to do. 100 damage being placed, 5 energies accelerated, more than enough to KO this Genesect.
Yeah, this is really smart. This means you can also incorporate that other Corellia there as a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir at some point in the game.
Yeah, I'm always excited for the juniors. I know nothing about what juniors brought to Worlds this year because they don't stream them. So I'm assuming it'll be like NAIC where the juniors pop off pretty well.
Slash takes the knockout. Tord taking the first
Okay, that's almost certainly game winning, right?
Left to promote this
Yeah. Still technically a few more turns, but
yeah, there are 2 more turns, right?
Deck of Alessa Sparkle will use the switch.
I think it's 0, 1, 2, 3. I'm not 100% on that.
So it's actually 4 turns?
Alessa's prized this game.
Presumably.
No Fusion Strike energy,
I
should say.
I still don't quite entirely have like processed how they've explained it.
That would be really strong, and he might be debating, do I even play this, or do I just draw 2 cards, increasing my chances to draw Fusion Strike energy?
Yeah, if you do thin those out, run into that issue. Of course, you could draw into for a Seal Stone more likely then, and that could find the final Fusion Strike energy. There's a lot to think about here.
Vance is turn 1 of time, meaning he will have the last turn of the official
the legitimate turns, as opposed to the unsanctioned lights out turns.
He's going to be in a position where he is able to, with that last turn, try to find a way to navigate and be ahead on prizes as time expires.
2 cards with
Needs
the lone Genesect V.
energy.
Is that boss's orders? And
Iono, I think, but another Genesect, and we'll just go for the safer Iono play.
The crowd audibly gasping at the Iono coming out.
This means he will be attacking.
Really, really
VMAX, he does
strong at this point in the game.
That is a huge card.
Especially because Tord's hand was just so
great,
stacked.
Tord will have a harder time responding without leaving Vance with a KO. The lost vacuum for Tord could be the biggest card in the deck for him right now.
I actually agree, yeah.
What would they be getting rid of here with the Lost Vacuum? I don't quite see what's under the Mew.
Was also in the hand.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's Boxes. I honestly couldn't tell you, but just removing any sort of attachment that's not an energy is
late game.
Yeah,
kind of huge. Yeah, turn 2 is the late game. Yeah.
The late game.
As well, Vance able to potentially draw a bit more with Genesect. Also has a Mew V in hand, debating potentially benching this Pokemon. It would mean he's unable to bench another Genesect if he wants to draw. He does also have Ultra Ball, it looks like.
Yeah. Considerations there for thinning down, finding another Mew V, or just playing the one that you have in hand. Looks like you can thin down now and grab that Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe just get another Mew V out of the deck here. Yep. Exactly. Thin a card out of the hand and the deck. Exactly what Vance is going to do. Want to make sure you have this Pokemon to replace if Tord pops off and gets a 3-prize KO. But if Tord gets a 3-prize KO, he'll be down to just 1 prize card left. I don't actually think there's a way Vance could make that happen. It could be all
Vance cannot make it happen.
Of disaster.
I'm not even sure Vance can make it happen in the next
big card
couple of turns.
Yeah.
Hanging out right there. Boston
what is this blue circle that keeps showing up?
Keeping Vance in this.
It's highlighting the items, I guess, in this case, right?
5 more cards drawn here for
I'm guessing.
Because before it was highlighting Meloetta, because Meloetta was doing something that I didn't quite grok. But it's deliberate. First I thought it was a bug, but they're calling. It's like when they draw on the football field at like
Yeah,
sports.
I kind of wish that was happening the whole time. I think it would have been interesting.
Down is the question. Vance checking his own discard pile, wants to know what resources he still has available.
It's the special overtime UI that they break out when it's really hyped.
To do it, Vance Kelly.
Yeah.
Could be regretting this for a long time. It could be so important to potentially locking out, avoiding an attack from Tord Reklev, and sure enough,
yes,
path to the peak.
Tord going to be looking for so.
All right, abilities.
Coming turn off the back of just one.
Not in play.
Only 4 cards in hand. This is a massive mountain for Tord Reklev to climb. Vance Kelly tying up the game.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, he actually wasn't even able to tie it up.
Boss's orders in the hand.
A battle VIP pass in the hand as well. Looks like really gonna need some help here.
That boss is gonna be interesting.
Spot.
Does the VIP count for turn 1 of this?
No, it's only the first turn of the game.
Of the game, okay.
Help draw out.
He also could Mysterious Tail and try to find the Lost Vacuum to just ditch the stadium. With boss in hand, he could Lost Vacuum it away. This could be massive. Does he find it? Is that the line he needs? No Lost Vacuum.
I love these over-the-shoulder cams to show what's on their hand when it's really hype and the draw matters.
Not take that.
Yeah.
Either way, you can thin out 1 more card. The rest of these cards will be going to the bottom of the deck with the Iono. So it's just about pulling 1 more Pokemon out. You could use the Ultra Ball to find the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to help out in drawing 2 more cards. It's like
Tord just desperately using every trick in the book to draw his deck right now, it looks like, right?
Tord looking for a
Yeah.
Or that
He wants that stadium. I forget what stadium he specifically
He has a
plays again.
what is it? Collapsed Coliseum?
Collapsed Coliseum, yeah.
Going to go for refinement first, not thinning that extra Shining Arcana Gardevoir out of the deck just yet.
What does that one do? I know obviously by playing it you were getting rid of Path to the Peak, which is the primary motivator here. But what does that specific one do for him?
Has VIP pass.
Let me see if I can.
I think it's called Collapsed Stadium, not Collapsed Coliseum.
Yep.
He's able to hit.
Each player can't have more than 4 bench Pokemon, so it takes
Gardevoir and a research. No stadium just yet, but that Gardevoir
makes the bench a little bit smaller. They discard until they have 4 Pokemon on the bench.
Question in the chat, does Pokemon have a website with the teams and stuff? No. I wish it did, because it would make my commentary for VGC a lot easier. But no, team lists are not public at all until way after the tournament. And then they go up on arcanine.net.com.
Use the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to
But no,
go for
otherwise I'd be going over that like nonstop for commentary prep. It is not public information. I know what Pokemon are on the team for the Masters Division final. I don't know if it's on juniors or seniors, but I do not know any of their moves, their items, their Terra types, anything like that. I will have to intuit it by watching the game, just like everybody else, other than the players. I really wish they did make it public, but unfortunately, we are not afforded that luxury in 2023.
Yeah, no.
A true debate here, trying to find the right resource. Shining Arcana. It's going to be 2 big cards. We've seen Tord in a space like this so often throughout the entirety of his career, leaving it up to those 2 cards to try to get the job done.
It happened in game number 2. Can he make it happen in game 1? Game 2, Tord found exactly what he needed. Can it come true once again? If there's ever a time to do it, it's here in the Masters Finals of our World Championships.
We saw the iconic double puzzle of time.
Yes.
OCIC.
Here we go.
Can he repeat history and find the right cards?
Would love to find the stadium card here. Has the boss's orders play. If he wants it, draw for turn. There, draw for the refinement. That Shining Arcana does not hit. He needs another Gardevoir and a VIP pass. 2 pretty useless cards right now. And Tord has a decision. Iono in hand, research in hand. He could try to dig for everything. Try to dig for the reversal, the path counter, the Lost Vacuum, and get the attack off with his Shining Arcana Gardevoir. But that's a lot. That's tough. It's really difficult to do, and he doesn't have any additional draw.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where I found the team list for.
I think it might
finals.
be best
I had it earlier. It was a tweet somewhere. It's not on the official website, that's for sure. They don't make this public. They make it really hard.
the research. Pokemon. Here we go. Ditch the hands.
I have
Oh,
it. I have it.
I found it.
It's right.
It was
Yeah, it's right.
Nimbasa City, not Victory Road.
It's just also in chat. Oh, the lost vacuum's huge.
Everything he needs. How many psychic energy are in the discard pile? That is the one question I have remaining.
That's the team list, but again, not an official source. It is blogger. So cool that we have to rely on third parties for this kind of stuff, but those are the teams.
He needs to pull this off.
Lost vacuum. Just that's huge.
The energy's all there to
that can clear the path.
Such a tip.
Oh yeah.
Can feel it in the room. Everyone on the edge of their seats. None farther forward than Tord Reklev. Has just about everything.
And it's very important to note, the commentators already noted it, but he does still have the 4 seal stone, so he does have that V-Star Surge.
I only see 4 right now. Not sure if there's one hanging just off the screen. The problem here is I don't think he has a way to discard energy cards. There are so many energy in that deck.
Super Rod being eyed up.
Is this going to be towards 1 out? Something he can do? He may have come up just short here. It appeared as if the pieces would come together.
Well, we were so hype a moment ago.
Super Rod is the grab.
It's now it's just waiting to see if he can piece it together.
Tord doing everything he can to find an out and just hoping Vance does not have a way to take a KO this turn. Could it be a situation of Tord just having to push the Gardevoir EX and hoping it doesn't get KO'd? Put your highest HP thing in the active spot. I hope your opponent doesn't have it. I don't think he has the knockout lined up so close.
Okay, we're getting rid of Path again.
The stadium there.
Yep.
This will remove that Lumineon V from play and
not even with the
just a bit, forcing him to discard
with the vacuum.
Benched Pokemon.
Yeah. So he still has the vacuum as well.
In this situation, you have to imagine if Tord had it, he would have played it. So Tord not having the KO, Vance needs to take a moment to figure out what is the most expendable member of his bench.
Potentially that Oricorio.
I mean, nothing is expendable when you're in sudden death like this.
Be thrown away there with the collapsed stadium.
Oh, that's what they mean. Okay, they're doing a discard. I thought they meant to put an active slot.
Play where you get another psychic.
Yeah, no.
Into play, and then
Super Rod is pretty big.
Out that Meloetta.
Oh,
even in these limited turns, really good to at least recycle a little bit back, because on his last turn he's gonna need every resource he can get. He already needs every resource he can get, but even more so.
Even more.
Use it next turn.
You can draw with the reversal energy with the Radiant Greninja.
You can.
And then if you draw into the Psychic Pokemon with the Zacian V, then you have an opportunity to go ahead and reuse, attack with that Cresselia. You can bounce those energies around.
Take a 1 prize KO this turn, potentially. That could be it for Tord. Yeah, try to attack with Moonglow Reverse. So use the Radiant Greninja, ditch the reversal energy, and try to find that. It would work for a 1 prize KO this turn.
This is going to be a big find if he can find it.
There's that
Oh.
And psychic energy. Huge. This is going to yield Tord a 1 prize.
You can see him smile for a quick second, then go back to stone face.
Yeah.
The 1 prize are active, and it's still in Vance's.
The most human emotion that this card playing machine will show today.
In order to close out the game, Mew VMAX not being dealt with. It does need a way to retreat, however. Tord has to go for it. This is his line. He's thinking through it. Such a tough call. It has to be this, though. Collapse Stadium to the Lost Zone. Credit to Tord Reklev for finding this play. Such a niche situation that I can't imagine has come up.
So big here.
Yeah, I also don't know anything about the TCG. Oh, Penny does.
The energy
but
can retreat.
So what we're trying to get to an end game here is Tord has a thing where his Pokemon have very powerful abilities. The field that we just got rid of, Path of the Peak, suppresses abilities, and he used an item, or he had an item he could use to get rid of it. Currently, we are in sudden death, where, because we went over timer, it's 3 turns of play, and then whoever has the most prizes at the end of that wins. Prizes being cards you get for completing knockouts, and they're currently tied on prizes. So it looks like it's going to come down to first prize at the end of the allotted number of turns, we'll just take it, whatever pushes them over the tie. And Tord got a very, very powerful pair of cards in his draw. Is that about correct, Benny?
Yes. Pretty much spot on.
Okay, cool.
Vance has been waiting patiently.
So now abilities are back on the field because we got rid of the Path to Peak field effect. And now Tord can begin actually playing his game.
Tord Reklev pulls ahead.
And he gets a knockout by... so there he used Boss's Orders, right? Or was he able to... No, sorry. Cresselia can redirect damage it has on it to another opponent. So he's able to hit somebody on the bench. Right?
Yes.
That's how we do it.
Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And
Oh.
bring
Oh. Oh.
the 2020
Oh.
Pokemon TCG World Champion.
Oh.
No. Wow. Crazy. Crazy.
Who's gonging me? What happened here? Denshi? Denshi? I got an animated emote now. Welcome. You're just in time. You're actually just in time. The VGC portion's about to begin. We are basically exactly on schedule. Thank you.
Wow.
That's rough.
Wondering what could
have
match.
So wait, how did he get enough prizes? Because there was 2-2, right? Was it just the end of the turn? So was that the sudden death right there? We were already in past turn 3?
Beautiful play.
Where first prize took it?
Ever seen to
No, so he got
not enough. As Vance held.
It was 4 versus 3 after Tord's last turn, but he pulled the bosses. He had the pellets that boost fusion strike damage.
Okay.
And
like I get that he did like a boss's orders knockout, but I don't understand where he got enough prizes.
Into a 2-prizer.
Oh, he only needed 2?
He didn't need 2 to win, but it was at a point where it was just game determinative.
Okay.
Masterful play, both of our players, but in the end,
that was crazy.
It popped off really quick.
Relevant. Vance kept on turn number
wow.
of time. Kyle, absolute chills up here, man.
I'm glad I did not check on Twitter before that because I opened it up and 4 minutes before it happened on stream.
You think about
Joe Saravi posts.
Joe Saravi posts.
Had to be Zashi and V.
Vance wins TCG.
The rolls were prized.
Right.
If he had any other psychic Pokemon, he doesn't bench a liability, and then maybe he's the world champion. It all comes down to those small things in matches like this. Did everything.
I'm gonna go top off my water again in time for VGC to get started, presumably in the next 10 minutes. We're like right on schedule again.
Yeah, we are literally right on schedule.
I'll be right back.
Got what he needed, but his opponent had just too many cards in hand. Tord was able to strike first this game, taking the knockout with that Zacian V. Vance able to tie things up. Tord unable to respond to the massive HP of Mew VMAX. Found almost everything he needed.
That was crazy.
Incredibly.
I really thought Tord had it.
Together, found his tech cards, Moonglow reverse.
Right up until that moment.
Meloetta, but Vance had too many cards in hand and everything he needed. No fusion strike systems necessary. And he is the world champion.
Wow. There's no words. There's really no words. That was
there are no words. That was unreal.
Japan. It's everything that we wanted.
Yes.
2 decades of playing in the World Championships, and to close out like that. Vance Kelly.
In time. I mean, Vance as well. I mean, this was a true David and Goliath story. I mean, Vance comes from day one. He's not a super well-known player. You know, he's had solid finishes this year. He's played Mew VMAX all throughout the season, refined it consistently, adjusted it for the expected metagame. He finds himself getting through day 1 of Worlds, getting into top cut, winning top 8, winning top 4, beating Azul GG, by the way, and then facing off against the best player playing our game right now, Tord Reklev in the finals. A mountain he was able to surmount.
You would have assumed.
Yeah, unreal, especially coming from day 1 too.
With how cool, calm, and collected he was the entire match, even closing out right there, just never changed the expression on his face.
I've returned.
It's unreal that he can walk in.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
He's him.
We get our winner's interview now, where it's like, yes, all according to plan, not even close.
To hear
all according to Kikaku.
Stage, Anna, how's that champion feeling?
Let's find out. Vance, the casters were saying you seem calm and cool and collected. Are you calm and cool and collected?
Maybe just because it doesn't really seem real. But, you know, I was definitely nervous during those games. I think I maybe played the opening turns a little sloppy because of nerves. But, no, I feel good. And, you know, I'm sure my friends will, you know, help me have a lot of fun today after we leave.
I'm sure that's true. Talk to us about what it was like going into those final turns in time. How did you adjust your strategy as you did that?
You know, I wasn't really planning for it. We were both like kind of slow, like neither one of us plays super fast, so I thought maybe we'd go to time, but really I was just kind of playing a normal game, and it worked out in game 3.
How did it feel to slap down that final boss's orders?
It felt pretty good. I was on edge because, you know, I thought Tord was going to draw some stuff to kind of take the...
Thought he was going to draw some stuff, you know.
You know,
What
like
he's
you
good at,
do.
his core competency.
World champion. What does that mean to you?
Please stop asking me about the Emilio tweet. I'm not going to start discussing the rulings of individual judges at the event.
In the game when I was,
it is not my place to discuss such matters.
I always think it's like, what if I could do that one day? So
Yes, I have seen it. I will not
For sure.
opine on it
Would you
much
say
further.
your young self, if they were
I wish Emilio the best in
right
his
now?
future endeavors, for sure, for sure.
Oh, keep playing the game, I guess. Don't quit. Keep playing. Yeah.
Anyone out here that you want to say hello or thanks to in this moment?
Yeah, I got a lot of friends out there in the in the red shirts in the front. So shout out to all of them. Shout out to the friends back home as well. You know, individual people. I know there's some people watching streams, so like Pete Grigsby. Shout out to
Pete.
PJ Wallace.
Do you know any of these players he's shouting out?
If I shout out,
Not at all, no.
get mad, but you know, Josh Clark and everybody else. Sorry, I can't, you know, in the moment can't remember everybody. So thanks.
It is a huge moment, and we are going to let you go celebrate with those friends. We'll see you again for the trophy ceremony, but for now, casters, back to you.
All right. We've got like 8 minutes,
Great to hear.
6 minutes to VGC allegedly.
23 world champion. Maybe just the appearance of not having too many nerves in the moment.
Sure.
I should tweet again that we're still alive and that we're about to start VGC.
Everything that we had there. 3
Might even go to co-host for this one.
finals here in Yokohama.
Wow.
Wow.
Very deserving.
I do like co-host. I wish
Absolutely. I mean,
it was
not
bigger.
It never is
but
the World Championship.
it is
You
what
have
it
to
is.
Play some great players. Vance certainly went through the gauntlet.
I
remember
am
even in Swish yesterday. He
You're a
waiting to see
Tumblr
where
enjoyer, I know.
I'm a Tumblr enjoyer, and I will not be
played against all
leaving the platform, unfortunately, until
this tournament. Not too
a majority of
I guess unless
friends or
The platform being Tumblr?
Mm.
I mean,
the platform being Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
had to go through in order to be.
I never left Tumblr. I did for a little
You're
bit,
gonna be saying
but
about him.
Yep.
you never truly leave Tumblr.
Vance wasn't on the radar before. He certainly is now at this point. Someone we will absolutely be following through his future career as a Pokemon TCG player. Let's take a moment now to recap exactly what we've seen here with our TCG action on this day. We did kick things off with Pokemon Go this morning. Following that was our Junior Division Top 8, where we did see Xiao Tongyen taking a 2-0.
Yeah, when I woke up this morning, top 4.
Another
was going
Gabriel.
for-
Gabriel's all over.
Unreal.
It looks like because there were 2 in TCG, and now there's 1 in the finals here. Sorry, what were you saying? I got Gabriel jump scared.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was just saying I.
Oh wait, no, sorry. That was the TCG we were looking at. I thought this was a
Yes.
third discrete Gabriel.
It's just a quick recap.
I thought that was the matchups for BGC juniors, which is what we're about to jump into.
Yeah. No, I was just saying when I woke up this morning, top 4 was still going for
In a long time.
everything.
Oh golly.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I saw the
Yeah.
VOD for yesterday was 12 hours long on the Pokemon stream channel. So that's cool.
To close out their in.
I feel like they should have perhaps done
Out of nowhere.
all of top 8 streamed like they usually do at regionals here, but maybe that'd be too long. I don't know. It just feels weird
Yeah.
that
Find a way out.
it's split up that way.
Was able to be Sableye, kind of cleaning up some of these pieces. Kyogre ultimately closing things out. A favorite.
That Kyogre play is still
that Aqua Storm.
the biggest
Blow 'em
brain thing
up.
I've ever seen. Yeah.
As well.
Blow 'em up.
And
So-
such an intricate deck.
Oh, this
and
deck
get the
is
job
so
done.
difficult to play. The fact
Unreal.
that Xiao was able to do this and in the Masters Finals on the biggest stage, absolutely incredible. And you can see all
On the
emotions
biggest
coming through
stage?
in that moment.
And we saw all the emotions.
It's true.
From
Gabriel sweep.
Sure enough,
And then the other Gabriel.
Division as well. We saw some great matches throughout.
Yeah, it really was a Gabriel sweep.
Today, to get the job done in top 4 finals, it was Sydney versus Gabriel Fernandez. What a match we had between these players. I mean, we saw colorless Lugia out here.
Not something we would have expected, but Gabriel piloted it excellently and really took advantage of his opponent's poor starts. Name of the game was definitely just aggression and consistency. Gabriel able to...
All right, VGCs should start in 2 minutes according to the original schedule. It's all part of the script, right? Like, it was all ordained this way.
It's all kayfabe. It's all kayfabe.
Yeah, it's all part of the script.
Able to do just enough damage.
I think I was saying that yesterday with the Articuno match, right? Where it's like, he would always switch in. He would always get a clean switch in as soon as snow ended.
Yeah.
So excited about it. It's like, oh yeah, it's all according to plan. It's preordained. They rehearsed this 100 times.
To close out in game number 1. We saw a lot of the same in game 2 with the awkward starts there from Sydney.
Sydney really just trying to find a way to hang on. Gabriel was able to just absolutely push the advantage. Pumpkaboo bumping his own path to the peak in order for Luminion V to find the game.
Love to see Luminion like carry the day in a capacity.
One of the strongest cards in the game right now.
That's so funny. It's worthless in VGC. It has like a bunch of cool tools, but none of the like complete package to make any of them useful.
And see how special this moment is, not just for the players, but for those closest to them. And then of course we're capping off our TCG action with our Master Division top 8 with the finals. I will not be soon to forget, Kyle.
Oh yeah, Denchi, if you're still here, I got a question for you. I was looking at my analytics today, and I saw that my Awaken emote is used a like disproportionately large number of times in other people's channels. And I'm wondering if that's you doing that, because I don't know how many other people have access to my emotes. But like it's #1 in other channels, and it's not even close.
Had not yet done. Had his opportunity.
I don't think so. Interesting. Who's out there spamming it?
Imagine
I wish I could know.
Really bittersweet for Tord. I mean, getting to this stage means everything to him. He's not
a mystery.
It's a mystery. Somebody out there's a big fan.
And he's trying to make that argument for himself, but in this game finds himself coming up just short. Goes for the risky play, taking out.
Ooh, that's a good one too. The Coco
Even though he
one.
knew it would be KO'd in return with the box of disaster.
That one rules.
All 4 power tablets for Vance Kelly. Led to just
And then I've got the brand new animated one, courtesy of Canenza Violet today.
take out that Zacian V for the game in game number 1.
It was a fantastic line.
The Deadlines one is completely unreadable. Yeah, like again, this is not an emote that I wanted added to my channel, but it was done against my will, without my knowledge even. I might break it up into a 2 emote one where it's like Deadline as 2 of them, and then maybe that's a little more readable.
Very often. And it did ultimately lead toward Reklev winning this game with the Luminion, grabbing boss's orders to take 2.
All right, where's that VGC at? Let's go.
In our Masters Division.
Let's go. It's 1 a.m.
It's 1 a.m. We're on schedule. Let's do it.
Started with 8 minutes.
That 4-hour nap really coming in clutch for me right now.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm all energized. That was an energizing finish, I feel like, for TCG, which is exactly when I needed it. Plus, I'm having my 4th meal of the day right now.
Amazing play from Tord to close out with the Cresselia, take a prize, but Vance had everything in his hand to close out there. Boss's orders on the 2 prize Pokemon to become the world champion.
World champion indeed. A crown and a trophy he can hoist. Very high, an accomplishment that many strive for, but few attain. Vance Kelly, now our champion of the whole world. In Japan as well. What a place to be. What a room to do it in. Congratulations to all of our champions.
Did they just say champion of the whole world and Japan as well? Or did they say in Japan as well?
Many friends that
I believe in Japan.
Okay.
I am sure.
I heard the first one first, like the whole world and even Japan.
Really, at the end of the day, I mean, winning these games, winning these titles is great, but it's the memories, it's the people that you do it with, it's
the real championship was the friends we made along the way.
Those that you know are at home.
Yeah.
Vance's phone is absolutely exploding right now backstage.
Hopefully he's got the roaming to deal with it, okay? those charges add up over here.
You think we can get our champion on the Wi-Fi?
Please, one time.
I think we could probably make it happen. What a game. What a match. What a players and what an environment this has been. The absolute beautiful country of Japan. An excellent host for this World Championships. A time and place that it'll be hard to top, to be honest.
Yeah, so welcoming as well. Everyone that we've met here, it's been an unbelievable experience for all of us. And of course, throughout all of the games that we have here, still have plenty left to go. It's going to be an unbelievable day as we crown all of our champions here in Yokohama.
Yep, that's right. We still have VGC yet to come.
We still have VGC, a little-known game called Pokemon.
A little-known game called
If Masters
Pokemon.
Division Finals there is any taste of what is yet to come, you are not going to want to miss the rest.
Well, I don't think the Master Division Finals is any taste of what's to come because that condition cannot occur in VGC unless they somehow go to timer, which they won't. It like is inconceivable in the modern meta to go to timer.
Made the long trip or the short trip.
VGC.
Give us an unbelievable tournament.
It is time, Kyle. Let's get down.
I'm told it's time.
Let's say congratulations and crown our finalists and champions. Let's get it done.
Oh, are they doing a trophy ceremony now?
Let's give a big round.
Pikachu is here.
All of the Pokemon TCG.
It's
the
him.
One, the one,
it's
the
actually
only.
Pikachu. Wait, why are they doing trophies now? Huh? I thought trophies would be after VGC.
We've witnessed some fantastic.
Or they do it at the end of every game. I guess they did this at the end of Go. That makes sense. Okay. They don't just do it all at the end.
Officially immortalize our players. I want to welcome back Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company, to join us and help us crown our champions. All right, it's time to bring out our finalists and champions. Congratulations first to our trading card game junior finalist, Gabriel Torres.
Whose Pikachu emote is this? You got an emote for everything, Denshi, I gotta say. Truly, you are the most plugged in stream watcher. I love it.
The Robin one's actually global.
Is that so?
And sorry, I just got curious and clicked.
To our trading card game.
You got the what?
Champion.
I just got curious and clicked on the emote.
Oh, well, I don't use Prime, so I don't have an Amazon account, so. How do I live? I buy stuff locally or just buy less things, typically.
Our trading card
I'm not a big Amazon user.
Sydney De Bruyne.
I saw some.
Oh hey! Look who it is. Look who decided to show up. How you doing, Tom?
Oh, you know, I'm doing. Besides my stomach, like tearing itself apart, like.
Oh, mood, big mood.
Yeah.
I saw the gosh, that like Masters finals went like half an hour past the timer.
Yeah.
Give it up
yeah.
For our trading card game.
Considerably over time, and then it was sudden death, which is pretty cool.
I was just like, oh, it hit 0. Surely it's time for me to come over here at some point, and then I just kind of like did an entire world in Pikmin while I was waiting.
The trophies do look cool, right? Even though they're like big and plastic, it's like, damn, that's Pikachu. There he is on the trophy.
Yeah, I wonder,
they're also
how
like really big.
plastic are they?
I have no idea. I've never held one. I'll never hold one unless I'm handing it to someone.
I imagine maybe the base is metal and the top is plastic.
I don't know.
Yeah, that seems like the most feasible. His smile and optimism gone.
Shattered in sudden death. I like that it's a trophy of Pikachu holding a smaller trophy also.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good stuff.
Oh, did he go to the wrong side? He went to the winner's side? Oh. Oops.
Force a habit for him.
Yeah, for real, right? Muscle memory.
And now a big round of applause for the trading card game.
It's okay, Denshi. The guy who won in the seniors division accidentally like walked past the stage, or walked past the desk.
Just went completely off stage.
Kept going, yeah. So there are a lot of stage goof 'em ups today, but that's okay. That's nerves for you.
Towards won this, I think, 3 times before.
That's what they were saying, yeah. And he's won every international. He's won one of every area that has an international. Europe, Oceania, North America. I guess he maybe hasn't won a Latam one, but... Oh, is this going to get me DMCA'd?
It sounds like it was crafted specifically for this event, so I don't know if it would.
Okay. I hope so. I like hear music that isn't from a Pokemon game that I recognize and I'm like, uh-oh, I'm in danger.
Yeah.
I think the worst was I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think the Ed Sheeran song at the end of Scarlet and Violet is...
jump scare. Yeah, DMCA jump scare. You're right. I literally already forgot about that.
Horrifying.
Why did they do that?
He likes Pokemon.
So do I, and I'm not making the song for the end of Scarlet Violet. They didn't ask me.
This is, I believe, Edge of Greatness, performed and written by Popnik. And
am I in trouble? Is my stream getting destroyed now?
Let's take a look.
I think you're safe. I think you're safe on the Cara Cara Benito song. That was also made for Worlds.
Oh golly.
You're donezo.
That's how it feels.
I think you're safe.
We'll find out when I upload the VOD somewhere.
Yeah.
You're donezo.
I'm Dondozo. Pack it up. My butt is unaware. I am completely oblivious to these DMCA allegations. I'm Dondozo.
Last year's senior grand finals match with Nicholas against Yasuharu. Our local players at this event will surely remember this match, as Yasuharu hails from Japan and won the World Championship last year for his country. Commemorating the battle spirit of Pokemon VG, our trainers accept their matches anytime, anywhere.
I want to be as cool as her someday, where I'm like in cosplay commentating an event.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Am I gonna get DMCA'd? Where can I buy a marble statue of Incineroar for my house? I need this for my garden, actually. A life-size marble statue of Incineroar.
No, this is the Cara Cara Benito song. I think you're safe on this.
I don't trust it. I'm muting this. I'm scared. It's too late anyway, I'm sure. I'm turning the browser audio off. Nobody else is allowed to hear this. I'm like, I don't know. Like, sure, they made it for this, but I feel like everything's a trap these days where it's like, yeah, we put an Ed Sheeran song in Pokemon. Oh, you played it? Oh, you not allowed. But I don't have any proof, because as soon as I heard this playing on day one, I immediately muted my audio, because I like reflexively was like, oh, this sounds like licensed music, and I did. So I don't know, like I don't have a previous VOD where it's like you got flagged or you didn't get flagged, because I just muted it instantly.
Yes, you may store and publish VODs at the broadcast,
yeah,
but please be aware that official Play Pokemon broadcasts contain copyrighted music. Okay, yeah.
Exactly,
okay.
yes. Alright, we're good. Gastrodon on desk. Count them. Not one, but 2 Gastrodons. One for every promo Gastrodon that's been given out in the 2023 season. Both of them, West Coast.
It has been phenomenal over the course of the weekend to see our world champions crowned in Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, and the Pokemon trading card game. And now it is time for the video game to crown their champions too.
And what a great intro as well, to bring us into the video game championships this Sunday. Yeah, we've got everything.
So again, I don't know what the teams are for the junior or senior division. I do know what the team is, or the teams are for the Masters, but I only know what the Pokemon are. I don't know what their Terra types or moves are, or anything, because again, they don't make this public, which is a real pain.
Did you end up seeing if that spectator mode stuff, if that was any better to watch?
I did not end up watching much from Top Cut yesterday, so I don't know. I was trying to flip around.
I saw some of it this morning when I woke up and Top 4 was somehow still going.
Reach the finals, that would be
gotcha.
battling it out for that championship title.
It looked alright. I like the stadium a lot.
mainly
Yeah, the stadium
the
looked
Pokemon
nice.
Masters division action, and that's what I love so much about today. We get to see the junior and senior divisions as well. Of course, we'll be kicking things off with juniors, and there will be a new world champion crowned there as well.
Yeah, and it's always nice, you know, we have mentioned it on the broadcast.
I just got an email that a thing I ordered from Etsy is out for delivery right now. It's 1:15 a.m. This can't be right. Like, I just got this email right now.
Kind of continue their journey on into
Surely
the
not.
division, hopefully have a great transition into that.
And tomorrow's Sunday, so it's not like it's gonna come
Of course, and as a little
tomorrow.
recap, let's review how the format has shaped up this year.
The 2020
Fascinating. Well, we'll see what that's all about.
Championships event has been showcasing the best Pokemon VGC players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World
Tell him, Rose.
Over
I need to know.
$1 million in prizing and return invitations for next year's Worlds.
Where's this $1 million in prizing
Off with Swiss round.
figure generated from? I don't know. That doesn't sound right, but I guess it must be true.
Trainers who advanced from Friday met those who earned direct Day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds.
That's specifically going for VGC, right?
Yeah, and like prize number 1, if it's anything like last year, is $10,000 American. So like and only like top 8 I think get prizes, maybe only top 4. So like ain't no way. I don't know what this means $1 million in prizing, unless they're like factoring in like travel vouchers and things like that, which I guess they maybe are, like not direct monetary rewards, but things they're paying for.
I think it is overall.
That is indeed the question.
But also, I still don't see how that adds up, unless it.
I would like an itemized breakdown, please.
We've mentioned we're going to be kicking things off in the junior division, and their bracket has shaped up very, very nicely as they battled it out through day 1 and day 2 over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a long road for all of our juniors over this weekend to get to this
Sora
the tournament here. And you
Kohei.
can see the top 8 and how our 2 players in the finals have progressed through this bracket.
Exactly, and it is going to be an All-Japan final here.
All-Japan final.
And Sora, who will be our finalists here in the junior division. And what a roster of Pokemon trainers they had to battle it out in order to get to this final position. Taking a look in top 4 as well, Sora had to defeat Pietro, who we were able to see win international championships this season as well. So a fierce competitor.
Yeah, an incredibly tough field as well.
Oh yeah, we had one guy from the US and one guy from Italy, and everybody else was an All-Japan top 8. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but
there's 3 age divisions, right?
Yep, there's junior, which is when you're in single-digit ages. There is senior up to 16, and there's master. So we are looking at junior right now. These are babies, actual tiny little babies.
It looks like across all, like the top 16 across all senior positions, or not senior, all divisions. There's about a little over 150,000 in cash prizes.
Okay, yeah.
But then there's the top 4 get the invitations. The top 16 get TCG booster packs.
Wow! Oh, I forgot the booster packs are worth $250,000 each. So, yeah, you're right. I forgot. You're right. The booster packs are worth so much.
I wonder if they put a monetary value on the play points. Technically,
that would be kind of weird and very subjective.
It's like first place has like 10 different items here, like listed. So
interesting.
We would love to be able to see.
Like, I'm sure it's not a lie. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't feel like it's that, but
yeah. Hey, well,
it's a cool
pretty much
point.
it's like a lot of the 85% of the monetary value comes from the additional prizes, and I have to assume the invitations as well.
Yeah.
Highlight Lee, if you're asking me, I know you weren't, but I'm going to pretend you are.
I bet I could guess.
Do you want to give it a go? Go on.
Does it begin with a G?
It does.
Let's talk about Gastrodon.
It is green. It is
and
blue.
blue.
It is. It's a Gastrodon, everybody. If you haven't been watching the show and tuning
It's like Pee-wee's Playhouse when they say the secret word of the day, Gastrodon. My like, eyes bug out of my head, and I'm like, Gastrodon.
Champion from last year.
I've mentioned it in a few Discords we're in, but there's a bot that's in one of my friends' Discords.
It's the forbidden word, right?
It's the forbidden word, and if anyone says Water Wraith, the enemy from Pikmin 2, it goes off.
Yeah. We should set that up for Gastrodon in whatever server,
in the Masters division, but
because that's how I feel. Don't forget to claim your second promotional Gastrodon of the season. You really need them.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I need to do
later
that,
in the
probably.
day, but who knows?
The previous one was Korean, this one is English.
For us and across the socials as well this weekend.
The only difference is the nature, and this one knows, I believe, Ice Beam as opposed to Icy Wind, which is very funny.
Division and, you know, kind of root for it to do.
Because Gastrodon does one thing, and that is have Storm Drain and use Yawn. That is like literally the beginning and end of what Gastrodon is on the field to do.
When we're talking a little bit more about Regulation D, a lot of the Pokemon that have jumped forward into the fray.
It does such a good job at that.
I mean, it's the old standby for sure. And it's really cute, fortunately. That's the real thing. But what gets me is every distribution Gastrodon is always the west side one, which is the green and blue one, and never the east side one, which is the pink and brown one that I like. So, like, why is everybody doing this? What's the point? Is it because video game players are afraid of the color pink, just like the TCG players?
Yeah, it's the same reason they got rid of Fairy type in the TCG. Gamers hate pink.
That's so sad.
Like Goldingo to do so well, and you know Goldingo has performed very well at this tournament.
They should try getting rid of Fairy type in the VGC also. I feel like. Just like, it would be a funny goof. Gen 10's gimmick is just we deleted Fairy type again. It was cool. But
With its big offensive.
no, it's probably a net benefit. They just need to like give it one more weakness, I feel like. Make it weak to bug. Like that would really be like the great equalizer.
I've been saying it needs to be weak to bug forever.
They need to add a colorless type to
That's
VGC.
normal.
Yeah.
Actually, the little turtle guy from the second DLC that we're gonna get, Terapagos, might be colorless, because it's like super form just has every type symbol on its shell.
Yeah.
And I think as well in the absence of Incineroar.
They like to, every couple generations, they like to do that. Here's a Pokemon that can like change its type, like type no, not type null, Savali. No, was that type null also?
Yeah, it's both
It
of
was
them.
type
right?
null, yeah.
Type null.
I believe
So
it's
yeah,
both.
type
Oh no,
null, Savali, and
Type
then
Null had
Arceus?
battle armor because it had the sheath over its head, and then when it's Silv Ally, you're right, it has the RKS system.
Even if you did go into something like Terra Flying or Terra
Rareware can change its type because it's baby Arceus, or RKS, I guess is the correct way to pronounce it.
I think being nice and speedy and hitting very, very hard, particularly with the unseen.
My favorite Pokemon that can change its type is Kecleon.
Means that it's been a match.
I've been using it in my Ribbon Master playthrough because it was on my singles team from 2015, which was the last time I booted up Alpha Sapphire, and it's fun. I had a really good time fighting the Elite Four from like a huge level deficit because I was able to just change my type using priority moves and make myself immune to whatever Steven Stone was about to try and hit me with. He was like, Zen Headbutt, and I'm like, just kidding, I Sucker Punched on Dark type now. And he's like, got it, Giga Impact, and then I'm like, just kidding, I'm Ghost type Shadow Sneak. So very fun, I miss Kecleon. Funny little guy. And then we had Greninja, and then for some reason we had Scorbunny, and now we have Meowscarada.
If you are very good at soccer, you can do anything.
You can just do anything.
And one thing I've loved about the team building generally coming into a Regulation D tournament at the Pokemon World Championships this year compared to previous years.
Either that, or that's like a reference to like soccer players getting traded around on teams and stuff.
Interesting.
Oh, that's probably actually it.
Those types of Pokemon.
What's funny about it is they
you can be so much more flexible
had a
with the Pokemon that you're bringing,
it's like it could have just been Protean again, but they gave it a new name. Like it's a signature for Scorbunny, but it's Protean but reskinned for some reason.
To your team and still have that core in place. It's allowed for a lot of creativity, I feel, throughout all of the teams this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice thing about terrestrialization. It doesn't always work on an offensive scale. It can be used very, very effectively in a defensive tool, a mechanism as well. And you see a lot of players doing that, and exactly like you've said, kind of.
We are now behind schedule.
I don't know why they're still
with those terrestrialization
talking.
Types where you think, oh, I'm a little bit weak in this one area, but I can cover it with this one Pokemon, and it really complements its kind of base typing as well. So it really fits in nicely. Such a great.
I have to imagine they're still getting set up, but I'm not.
How players.
That's true, because they're all using the same stage today. So that, well, no, I guess the different table for I would assume TCG. I thought they were like all using the same spot because they're all getting streamed today.
Up in the Masters division. I know Lee and I went on a walk around the juniors area over the course of the weekend, and I saw some amazing.
If they're using the same stage, then yeah, they're getting set up. But if they're not, then I have no idea what could be going on.
KOs as well. I think, you know, overwhelming a couple of opponents, as well as some of the new faces. Hisuian Arcanine, Hisuian Lilligant as well was very prevalent.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I like about
I've received my second Gastrodon.
Congratulations.
Variety in the different.
You now have two of them.
Two of them.
leans on a little bit more.
Now you have to fight or choose the make the incredible decision of, do I want the one with Icy Wind or the one with Ice Beam? Decisions.
Division as well, but really great to see just the different interaction of Pokemon choices with our different age divisions.
Well, speaking of the junior metagame, let's kick it to the stage and meet
All right,
two finalists
stage is happening.
the metagame so far.
There we go.
Hey, Anna.
Thanks so much. This is one of my favorite moments, getting to talk to the juniors on stage. So let's not delay any further. Let's get into our VG Junior Finals. First, please welcome to the stage, Kohei Ukai.
For a second, I thought the guy behind him was like the other player and not like the adult translator. And I was like, wow, they're making him big these days. But then I remembered it's like an All Japan final.
Kohei, tell us.
He's got Litten, which is not a Pokemon you can have in this format. Interesting.
Kohei-san, あなたのチームの中で一番好きなポケモンは何でしょうか? He likes Chenpao.
And why?
ああ。
どうして Chenpao はそんなに好き
It's
で
a
すか?
funny cat, that's why.
You can use its ability to increase the damage that he can do.
Dude, I love Junior's interviews so much. I was saying this before, but you ask them a question, they're just like, let me repeat the mechanic to you. It's like, why do you like Shenpao? Ability does this. You're so right.
Everyone who supported me until now, thank you so much.
All right, now let's bring out your opponent. Now, please welcome to the stage, Sora Ebisawa.
Her pants go so hard.
Yeah. For sure. Oh yeah, wow. I thought that was like a dress at first, but no, they're just really high-waisted pants.
Sora. Now, Sora,
Those are awesome. I want those. I would rock those.
You absolutely would.
けども一番強いと思っているところ、一番強いアピールポイントと思っているポケモンは何でしょうか？
アクーラスが僕の個人的におすすめなポケモンです。
My Urshifu is definitely the strongest point in my team.
Urshifu is often the strongest point.
True.
So true.
でこの
Big Ursh.
試合でですね、どういうふう
These translators are so cracked.
使っていこうかと思います。
I was remarking about this yesterday for her. But like her ability to remember like long responses from the other divisions was impressive, and then just immediately spit them back out. I don't know how people do that. I can barely remember 5 words that I'm about to say,
sounds great. Is there any
let alone a whole sentence somebody else said, and then translate it.
今見てる方々の中でご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちとか一言メッセージありますか？
家族や今見ている皆さん、は会場を盛り上げて、今見ている家族の皆さんは応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
They like that.
So, firstly to my family who's watching right now and to everyone who's at the event today, thank you so much for really bringing up the atmosphere and riling everything up, so thank you so much.
Well, thank you both for putting on an amazing match, because I know you will. Go ahead and shake hands and we'll get into this match. Casters, back to you.
Let's see, will they actually shake hands this time? Do they know? Oh.
I always love being able
There we go.
a little bit of
The first juniors did not
ahead of what is
understand
the most
in
monumental matches
TCG.
of their
They just like one of them just did not know because they needed a translator, and the translator didn't explain it to them.
Oh, fantastic. We just talked about Incineroar's a little blast from the past, and there's a little Litten there waiting in the wings. It's just
Bro, when Incineroar comes back in the DLC, it's gonna be game over. Like, I'm not looking forward to Incineroar coming back into the meta.
Oh god.
I was talking about this earlier. The fire, water, core, grass core of Incineroar, Palafin, Amoonguss is gonna be like very noxious, I feel like. Where you just can cycle out for Incineroar sets Intimidate on switch in. You switch out the Palafin, who gets the 0 to 0 transformation, and Amoonguss constantly healing the entire way and eating big hits. I feel like it's gonna happen. I'm sure they're gonna bring Incineroar back. He's too important.
allowing some of those Pokemon, the physical attackers,
I want to see their teams though. I need to know. I need to be able to psychoanalyze these teams.
Is going to really play a huge role from, you know, like you've already
I know we've got Qianpao on one side and Urshifu at least on the other. Those two go great together if they're on the same team. So that certainly would make sense. In fact, I think one of the Masters teams has the Qianpao Urshifu. Actually, I think they both have Jinpao and Urshifu in the Masters division.
We have we have 11 of the 24 starters
Is that
in
correct?
game so far.
We don't have. We only have Charizard from Gen 1. I know that. We only have Cyndaquil from Gen 2. We don't have any of the Gen 3 ones, do we?
We have none of Gen 3
Wow.
ones. And actually in Sword and Shield, I believe we just didn't have an entire gen of starters either.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
I feel like the starters should always be like those are the Pokemon. These are they.
Yeah. I feel like as well, like it'd be nice if I can agree with Dex that sorry to actually use that term, but it'd be nice to get everything in at the very end of the lifespan.
Like every Pokemon, you mean?
Yeah. Like here's a final update. Here's at the very least because they get to 700 and that's pretty close to every.
That is true, actually. I didn't realize they get quite so high.
My specific thought is if they end up adding all the starters, then that could potentially be if we have 11 of 24, that's about 13. That could be about like 6 and then 7 mightiest raids for each, like 7 for the first set of DLC and then 6 for the other one. I'm really curious how they're going to keep doing the mightiest stuff going forward.
They should just start doing like mightiest Rattata, mightiest Meowth, like whatever. Just who cares? This is the top percentage of Rattata. This one.
Is running that Terra Blast type, going to be able to hit harbor something like a Terra Blast into that opposing Urshifu.
Oh, they're talking about team comp right now, and I wasn't even paying attention.
Go for that water.
Oh well, I'll have to wing it with commentary.
I apologize.
No, I was also not paying attention.
A little bit of priority.
I don't think they showed teams.
No, they didn't show teams, but they're talking about it. They were talking about Terra Grass, Terra Blast on something into Urshifu. It could be Terra Grass on Jinpao, which we saw in Masters the other day, which is something brand new for me.
And it really does give it really great defensive capabilities on top of that. I'm going to just take a look at the player profiles here. We can have a look at Kohei's.
I haven't used a wired controller in forever, but
you got it if you're on stream at these events, yeah.
Yeah,
because
I really
you have to play docked and
So
you can't use wireless controllers for anything, so you can't use the Joy-Cons.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a very bread and butter team. This looks actually very similar to what we have in Masters. You've got 2 really hard hitters in the Flutter Mane, Iron Hands, Tornadus to set Tailwind, Amoonguss to do Disruption with Spore, Ursh and Shenpao to just do large physical damage. Yeah, this is very standard, I feel like. If you're going to lead, I feel like you can lead with something like Tornadus and just Flutter out of the gate. You're only then really vulnerable to Sucker Punch from Shenpao, and maybe Urshifu if it's packing it. And you can just like immediately get your speed advantage and blow them up. Both of them do not want to get hit by Dazzling Gleam or Fairy type attack at all. So it's like a very powerful combo into your opponent. Because that's what I'm assuming the opponent has also as a Shenpao and Urshifu. So I feel like you just Tornadus, Flutter Mane as your opening here. That's my best guess.
Such a strong synergy throughout the
alternatively, if you wanted to, you could hands. Sorry, go ahead.
If this is the Rapid Strike, which
that's true,
almost guaranteed that it is, then this team is comprised of the top 6 from day 2.
Oh, it's just like the good stuffs.
Yeah,
that makes sense. And here they are. And this team is. Oh, okay. I thought.
Top 64 finish. Do you think Dragonite has a role to play in
this team is almost the same. We're swapping out hands for Dragonite and Shenpao for Heatran, which are not equivalent rules. I guess Dragonite's closer to Shenpao. In previous regulations, you'd actually run them together because Dragonite would have access to E-Speed, Extreme Speed, which is a +2 priority, 80 base power normal move, and Shenpao's ability reduces the defense of everybody else on the field. So like they go together like bread and butter. You can just priority spam in a lot of cases. But yeah, they're less commonly seen together these days.
That team replaced the 3rd and 4th most used. It has the 9th most used.
Dragonite's not on the board, is it?
And then what's that?
Dragonite's not on the board for most used anymore, is it?
Yeah, no, Dragonite wasn't even on the top 12 board, so that's interesting.
We'll be taking max damage from the get-go.
I honestly think with
I'm also curious. I'm assuming they have to be with how popular it is, but are these the rapid strike ones, or are we going to see a single strike?
It would be awesome if we could know from the team preview. Ladder players everywhere would love that as an addition.
Particularly, I would say, if you are Sora, because the Fluttermane is running those choice specs, it's going to be able to hit incredibly hard.
So it's
something like a Thunderbolt can apply a lot of pressure.
choice specs apparently. See, the commentators know this stuff, but we, the viewers at home, don't get to know. So talking about choice specs and Thunderbolt being available on the field. Now, what we might actually just see is both of them lead with Fluttermane Tornadus, both click Tailwind, and both like just do a big damaging move. Because we did see that a couple times yesterday, where it was like the Tornadus mirror match. Getting Tailwind up is so valuable. And then if they're packing it, you could subvert it with casting Trick Room from your Fluttermane if you think your opponent's going to Tailwind. And then like they're doubling their speed, and you're like saying slower goes first. So that could be good. But I don't. Doesn't sound like they're packing Trick Room on Kohei's Fluttermane at least, because they said it was specs.
Yeah.
So, unclear.
Which do then, once you do terrestrialize into your grass type, come a bit more.
Oh, did they have the sides backwards? They just switched the names of like the last frame there.
Away from jumping into this junior division.
Possibly?
That's weird.
Players, Kohei and Sora, as they begin to kick it off to become the world champion 2023.
Yeah, both players leading out with their Fluttermane and Tornadus. Like
Oh, what did I say?
Match that tailwind, but we are going to see the Fluttermane.
What did I say?
Activate that booster.
So here's the spectator mode now.
It's special attack, meaning it's going to be that bit harder going into this.
Oh, I don't get to see any of their moves, so I have no idea what anybody has. That's awesome. So I'm really flying blind here. I don't know what Terra type they are. I don't know what moves they got. Best guess is they're both going to click Tailwind and both going to click Decalium. Or Moonblast into the Tornado slot or something like that. I would be surprised if we see a switch, because I don't really know what to say switch into that.
That Tailwind, just trying to make sure that you're evening the score when it comes to speed. You don't want to give your
Oh, well, and there we go, a switch.
Advantage. We're going to see the Fluttermane leave the
Okay, Heatran, I guess, can eat Decalium. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Flutter protects. Doing some scouting. Okay. We're going to get Tailwind, and we're going to get Tailwind.
Gets the first Tailwind up on Kohei's side of things, but is it going to be matched by Sora's?
Yeah. And
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that Pokemon does. It exists to click Tailwind with +1 priority.
Booster energy kind of makes you not that.
I missed. Did we catch what booster energy the Fluttermane has? I like totally didn't notice.
You switch out the Fluttermane.
Completely did not register for me.
Yeah, I didn't register. I can pull up the video real fast.
Later in the game, if you switch it out. Now in front of the Heatran, not on the best position. Your Bleak Wind Storm is not hitting for very good damage against that steel typing, and the Fluttermane has to.
Look at all these people in the crowd. It's a far cry from like the 3 grandmas that are in the normal online arena.
So I was saying, well, I like this one a lot more.
So you are seeing Kohei kind of keep that around a little bit later in this match.
Here comes Hands. So they swapped out Fluttermane, which is kind of a bummer because it means the booster energy on it is completely wasted. So it doesn't matter what booster energy it was, because that does not come back on switching.
Special attack.
Bleak Wind hits on both, yeah. Pretty good. And an Earth Power. Golly. Really good read.
Catching the Iron Hands doing some huge damage this turn.
That's really good.
Just hiding on the screen there, sneaking in that Earth Power. Some good damage. Iron Hands does not get in for free at all.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
It's really good because it weakens the fire type attacks.
How's it going, Pia? Glad you're finally able to join us. How's it going?
That is your setting up the
You're good. You were super busy this week. You're just in time for the Juniors Division Finals to kick off. I'm streaming in the Discord if you need to catch up to where we are.
Yeah, I got it. I'm watching.
Cool. Yeah, so TCG ended in a very explosive way. While we've got a little bit of downtime here. They went to time, and then sudden death. So there was first knockout after running out of turns. Very, very interesting stuff.
Really sick finals.
With that choice specs. A strong knockout.
Yeah, green.
Green.
I feel like you'd know a thing or two about green, right?
I do know a thing or two
Not
about
dealing too much damage into either of the Pokemon. Sora's side as Tornado.
Not easy being green.
That's what they say. I like your reactive here, like dabbing nonstop. That's very funny.
once again from Sora bringing in that Flutterman.
So yeah, good morning for you, because it's relatively bright and early, right? Or is it like what is it, 2 p.m.?
It's like 2:30. It's like 2 p.m.
Oh, okay.
This morning my air conditioner broke.
Mm.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it got hit by a bubble beam, and now it's doing water gun all over my couch. And
Topical, nice.
Oh no.
Do you get it? She's a gamer. She understands. Yeah, Pia, what's your background with Pokemon, real quick, for folks who may or may not know?
I played every Pokemon.
Yes.
I played every Pokemon, but I will admit two things. One, I do not know the names of the Pokemon, and the reason for that is very cute. I promise. It's definitely not negligence. It's very adorable. And two, I never have enjoyed fighting Pokemon. I have always enjoyed collecting Pokemon. In fact, every game that I buy, I do everything that I can to get one of each one in my box.
Yes, living decks.
Full evolutionary.
You know who else does that? So, real quick, Pia, for you, I'm joined by Penny, who is represented by Penny here, and my other friend here is also named Tom, so that's not going to get confusing or anything. Yeah. So, other Tom is also a collector and has a living decks and also like every other possible conceivable collection.
Let's go. Yeah.
My brain is damaged.
A little bit, yeah.
What a mood.
It's okay. Pokemon does that to you.
It does.
Yeah. Like running out of space in the boxes is like the most devastating thing. It's like, but the reason why I don't know the names of any Pokemon is actually because of the Pokemon anime. You can firmly blame the Pokemon anime for this, because they had an episode, I believe it was in season 1, it was before the Orange Islands, I think, where Ash is in a tournament. I think he's against Ricky ? Japanese name is different, so I don't remember. But the Team Rocket kidnaps all the Pokemon, and they're in like a giant pile, and everybody's trying to get their Pokemon, but they're like, oh, Pikachu, but there's like a bunch of Pikachus, right? So they're like not coming out of the ball because they don't know like who's calling them. But then I think it was Ricky was like, oh, Sparky, and like all his Pokemon were
he nicknamed it.
and so all his Pokemon like knew it was him, and they all like came out and were like really happy to see him. And then it was like a real like, oh, all the other trainers are lame because they never even named their Pokemon. They don't even care about their Pokemon. They're just like one of 100 Bulbasaurs, you know? And so then from that point on, I was like, oh, I have to name all of my Pokemon. So none of my Pokemon have the same name. And all of them are like my own puns, which means though that I forget the actual names of Pokemon because I have my own names for them.
That is a good story. You're right. That is adorable.
Like, for example, the little mushroom guy, that's Fun Guy.
I like that better than Amoongus, because when you say Amoongus, everybody just does the funny little sus man.
Ah, true.
Ooh, okay, so Amoongus just used Rage Powder here to pull the Ice Spinner in from Chien-Pao and knocks it out with the Rocky Helmet hold item. Very, very powerful. We've been seeing a lot of Rocky Helmet this tournament. It's definitely the item of the meta, because everybody's afraid of Urshifu.
Fluttermane's gone.
Yes. We are down to the last 2 from each side, is that right? Last 1 from each side? No, sorry, Sora still has Dragonite, right?
Yes, exactly.
I believe so, yes.
Am I reading this right?
Interesting as well, Lee. We haven't
No, they didn't bring Dragonite, sorry. It is 1-to-1. It is a 1v1. I'm trying to figure out how to read the Spectator UI because it is brand new. They literally rolled out Spectator mode yesterday, and I didn't catch the matches where they put it in. So that's exciting. Yeah, every other time it's just been streamed off of a player's perspective. So we no longer have the luxury of getting to see what moves they pick.
I'm trying to figure out like how much of this is just the stream UI versus the spectator UI. I think everything on the sides from the move timers down is spectator UI.
Yeah, and then the top bar is from the stream.
Yep.
Yeah. Very late game Terra on the Citran. I'm not sure why you do that into Fluttermane though, because you resist Fairy innately. And
is it a water Fluttermane though?
That'd be very funny. Oh, that's going to be an amazing read. Oh, if they have a Terra Blast, if they have Grass Terra Blast right now, that might just seal the deal. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, oh, wow.
That's great. So Fluttermane wanted to become water type to resist a potential heat wave. That's very good RPS. Reading the read. That's incredible. These children are geniuses. They are new types. They are the next generation.
So fast-paced, and what a dramatic ending. Fantastic.
That's crazy.
Knowing that the potential from that Fluttermane was going to...
That's so funny. Because, yeah, I was like, why would you Terra here? It doesn't make any sense. But then they both do it, and it's like, okay, Fluttermane doesn't want to get by a heat wave or whatever, and then you need to turn grass to hit super effective water type, because otherwise you're going to end with earth power or heat wave, which is just like no good.
And setting the rain dance up great for the Bleak Wind Storm, of course, for reducing the damage from those fire type attacks from the Heatran, which really didn't transpire. So in the end,
Golly, what else has been going on
This
this
looks like
world?
a really uncomfortable interview with the three adult announcers sitting like in the dark next to like the two children.
Yeah, I think that was a great
Who's the-
observation you made.
Who?
Actually,
What?
Yeah, why
Huh?
do we only have one translator?
about how
I-
from both sides.
The blue shirt is a translator.
Blue shirt's translator,
yes.
Tailwind is able to get that momentum.
The red shirts are judges.
Yes, so they're not the
Yeah.
commentators. Yeah, they're there to make sure the game doesn't crash.
To be able to set that tailwind up again. Prankster ability, I think.
That is one of the roles I'm qualified for on behalf of the Pokemon Company International. So I'm hoping that I can do that at some regionals this coming season. I want to build up my resume before Worlds 2024, ideally, because I'd like to work at Worlds.
And apply pressure
I think that'd be a good milestone to work towards.
just there to maybe stop that second tailwind.
Yeah. We're going to find out at the closing ceremony today where Worlds 2024 is going to be, in fact. And I'm assuming the closing ceremony will just immediately follow VGC if we're ahead of the schedule or what have you. But I'm looking forward to it. Should be good.
Where was it last time and the time before that?
Last time was London, because it was the first and only Worlds of Sword and Shield, which is a game based around London. And then before that was it Hawaii? Because of
Oh, that
Alola?
would make sense.
Let me
That would make
check.
sense.
Where was Worlds? Because the last Worlds before that was 2019, which might have been Hawaii.
I've got my Tailwind up, I've got my Heatran in the back, I've got my Fluttermane in the back, I've got my Moongus to support.
No, in 2019 it was DC, Washington DC,
This position going forward.
And I think this replay as well really highlights the
which they previously had it in 2014. It's almost always in the States, because the Pokemon Company International is the organizer of Worlds, and they're based in Seattle, Washington, in the United States.
setting up that rain dance. It's great for Kohei.
So it's not uncommon. This is the first time ever it's been in Japan, if you can believe that. Since 2008 they've been doing these, and it's never been in Japan before. So that's why I like Yokohama's decked out. I don't know if you've been able to visit or seen photos or anything, Pia, but
I mean, I go to the Pokemon Festival most years.
Most years.
Like for the Pikachu outbreaks in Yokohama, so I'm pretty familiar with the area where this is taking place, but I haven't actually been to the arena or anything.
I hear they like decorated the whole town or city. I'm not sure what it classifies as, which is incredible. They spared no
When Sun
expense.
Moon came out, they did like a whole Hawaii themed one. It was really fun.
Ooh.
They had like a hula dancing Pikachus everywhere.
And you've got the Surgeon.
That's adorable.
That's awesome.
In the Heatran, which was
It was really cute. My phone got loaded up with videos of it though, and I couldn't take any other videos of anything else.
That's okay. That's what storage is for. Is exactly that kind of thing. What else could you possibly need to take photos of?
very last
Of course.
Yeah.
Pokemon against the Fluttermane, and from that point it was really kind of wrapped up.
What else has
The
been
most
going
fun
on?
is though, it's a Pikachu outbreak, but every now and then they'll have other Pokemon running around. And especially fun is Mimikyu because Mimikyu blends in so well.
Okay,
You just
okay.
kind of like you try to spot like a floppy ear, and you're like,
Try and make that adjustment here, but it's obviously down to the players in this.
Monster.
So it'll be interesting.
So when you say an outbreak, what does that translate to in the real world here?
Let's go back to the stage.
Well,
We have
so
got the tornadoes and the
basically the storyline for it is that a bunch of Pikachus have taken over Yokohama.
As they do.
And so there's an outbreak of Pikachus in the area. Like, you know, like in safari parks when
Yes.
there's suddenly like a bunch more of a certain type of Pokemon?
Yes.
That's kind of what it is in Yokohama. There's just a ton of Pikachu everywhere.
Okay.
And so they'll be in different areas. Like in the dock area, you'll have Pikachus doing a dance on a boat.
So I'm sorry. Are we talking? Is this like an event within Pokemon Go, or are you talking that there are people in mascot costumes running around?
In mascot costumes.
That's delightful.
So there's, like, giant Pikachus. So we're talking like 200 some mascotted Pikachus running around. They do parades, and they're in like a city. It's not in a building. It's like all around the city. You have to go to different areas in the city to see different dances or events or like things. Meanwhile, usually they do sync up with Pokemon Go festivals.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why I went to so many pre-pandemic. But yeah, really fun.
That does sound cool. That sounds divine. fine. Yo, check it out, double tailwind. Tornadus clicking the move that it was born to click. Everybody's twice as fast now, which means nobody's any faster.
Every game until the end of time.
Wow, this Fluttermane cannot get a single break, huh?
Not the same Fluttermane.
So that was the... Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, what have we learned? Do not Terra Water your Fluttermane. Why did it Terra Water? Because the hands was sent in to begin with, right? Were they expecting they were going to swap to Urshifu? I don't understand why you do that. I mean, maybe that's just the power of being a junior. Is just making suboptimal decisions. But I don't understand. I don't see what that is.
Maybe it's like rock paper scissors, where your opponent's like, well, they're not going to throw scissors again, and so you're like, I'll throw scissors, and then I'll trick them because they're not going to think I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I just don't know. It's like being ghost type is very advantageous into fake out. If you're trying to dodge like a heavy slam, maybe that's what they were thinking, is that the Iron Hands was going to run heavy slam into that and not wild charge. That would, I guess, be my only thought. And then you are resisting the steel type move, but you're weak to the electric one. And they just saw that you were going to try and read the read, and they did what we call the no juke juke, where they just do the normal move that they should do anyway. And your counterplay doesn't really do much.
Doubling into that slot, we know it's got the assault vest.
Okay.
You force it out, or you kind of just try and get rid of it this turn.
Yeah, well,
this is a Rapid Strike Urshifu, is that right?
Sora said that he was likely to be doing
yeah, I believe so, yeah.
The funny little water bear. No, that's single strike. Never mind.
Able to connect onto the opposing tornado.
Dark type, okay.
Tornadus also lands its Bleak Wind Storms, but not enough to get the
Wow.
Missing out on the knockout.
Hang on by a thread.
Yo, this wild charge is putting in work though. We got 2 knockouts in as many turns.
A big lead in this game, obviously.
Big lead, yeah.
Looking pretty tough.
But he gets knocked out from recoil. So now both sides are. No, sorry. Koei's only down 1 guy. He's pretty tough.
Getting 2 solid KOs. It has, I think,
momentary stream hiccup.
to give itself a little bit of a break, taking a lot of
Shen Pao here to make sure that the enemy Urshifu does even more damage, I guess.
The Amoonguss can go for those rage powders.
Certainly isn't going to benefit his partner Pokemon any.
Then Amoonguss can also fall victim.
I guess his best bet is to try and go for a Sucker into Urshifu, but he's going to resist that because he's Fighting type and Dark type. So I'm not really sure what. And Sucker's faster anyway. Maybe he goes for Ice Spinner into Amoonguss and tries to knock out that way.
Left alone here.
Sacred Sword.
Every time you say Amoonguss, I'm like...
Right?
Yeah.
What was your name for the Amoonguss again? I need to know. I need to remember.
Fungi.
Just Fungi?
That's Fungi.
Yeah, there we go. Kozukikara in the chat's like, Amoonguss?
He's a fungi. To say about it.
Not if you play against him, I would say. I would say Amoonguss is one of the most anti-fun Pokemon ever invented. It's a complete brick wall. It can put you to sleep for free.
He's got little pom-poms. He's just a fun guy. He's just trying to, live his best life out there.
I would imagine it's pretty hard to live your best life when you're in Amoonguss because you don't have any hands. You just have these like awful little shields, or pom-poms as you call them.
You're insinuating that cheerleaders are able to set down the pom-poms, and that is something I was not aware of.
Interesting. That's a great point, actually.
You've never seen them.
I've never seen them not cheering. You're so right.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
My God, you're so smart.
It's like your teacher lives at school. They do.
They do, yeah. And their first name is Mr. or Mrs., right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's their first name is Mr. or Mrs.
Yeah. It's funny. It's funny how that always works out. It's like when you're born, you get selected to be a teacher, and it's like, oh, you have to name your child this.
Just maybe wanting to see what the opposing Urshifu was going to do because
This is why I was so excited for you to come on in commentary finally, because you're really bringing the insight.
No,
yeah, I've got the deep lore.
It's great.
I really do.
Assigned teacher bird.
No, but I was legit really excited. Like when I asked you about this, as soon as they said that you could rebroadcast events going forward, I was like, I need to get a team together for Worlds because this is like my Super Bowl, and I'm really excited to put this to the test and see if we can do this well. And so when I reached out to you, like all I knew about your Pokemon history was that you had played Scarlet and Violet on stream and did it in, I would say, a rather non-standard funny way. I'll leave it at that, right?
That's how I play Pokemon. I play Pokemon to have fun for myself.
I agree. That's the
I don't think
right
too
way
much
to do it.
about IVs or anything because I don't intend to battle.
That's
Pokemon,
good.
My Pokemon are not battlers. They are my comfort friends. They just go around with me. We hang out. I collect them. I breed them. That's it.
Yeah. So to that end, when I was asking you like, oh, so like how much Pokemon are you interested in, and I had like a reason for asking this, and then you revealed to me that you were like the most power user Pokemon Go player on the planet.
Yeah, I actually, my Pokemon Go usage is actually quite extensive, like probably
Yes.
like top 1%. Like, I was like obsessed with Pokemon Go.
Yes.
Like eat, sleep, drink Pokemon Go. I actually had like a little gang of like old grandmas and like construction workers like in my little tiny Japanese town. And we used to like go on raids together all around the town.
Oh, that's
We
cute.
would like call each other in the middle of the night being like, oh my god, well not in the middle of the night because there's no raids at night, but you know what I mean. We would like call each other out of the blue and be like, oh my god, there's like a raid like happening down at the supermarket. Can anybody get there? There's only 2 of us right now. And we would all like rush over like on our like bikes or like drive over in our vans. Some people were just finishing night shifts, like they were still in their work uniforms. Like, dude, it was intense. It was really fun.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I didn't realize Pokemon Go like considers that like, oh, it's night. Like maybe don't have a bunch of people going out and doing raids.
Yeah. I think it's mostly for trespassing purposes because depending on what your country you're in, if you're out late at night, that could be probably kind of bad. So.
Yeah.
So needs to get through this turn. Can it get through this?
In Japan, though, it's not really an issue. So
This is the question. Does Amoongus have the in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that pollen puff.
Yeah, is Amoongus gonna get this?
Yeah. Classic Amoongus knockout. There we go. All right, Juniors is in the books. Am I dropping things?
Oh, the sparks and everything.
Yeah,
Imagine
pyrotechnics,
going
right?
back to school, man. The next day.
You're the
like...
coolest kid in the world, right?
I am the Pokemon World Champion.
Let's go.
Match. Congratulations to both the finalists, but congratulations even more to Sora.
If we have any downtime between these, I want to play the NAIC Juniors finals at some point, or at least the finals interview, because it really solidified to me that Juniors is a very legit division and not just like school kids. The NAIC winner, I think, was like 6 years old, 7 years old, and they gave an adorable interview that I'd really like to pull up at some point.
First to kick off the show today for the video game champion.
But I assume we're going to come to a winner's interview for.
No, it's such an iconic Pokemon in the video game champion.
I already forgot which side won.
To be the end
Was it Kohei?
finalist match today.
Oh, Sora then?
As well, you know, felling so
yes.
Nice.
really came out with a vengeance for Kohei there, getting strong 2 KOs, particularly that turn 1 going down into the Flood Domain. It was a fantastic.
What else has been hot this event? I'm trying to think of like catching up if you haven't been able to tune in. On day 2, we got a really exciting Obama Snow Articuno match in the Masters division.
That was day 1.
Was that day 1?
Actually, that was day 1. That was one of the.
Oh right, I only watched it on day 2 though, on the interim, where a guy was just running a snow team that banked on the hold item Bright Powder, which gives you I think 10% more evasion, and the ability Snow Cloak, which gives you 1 stage of evasion in snow on Articuno, and the dude just did not get hit. He just was able to avoid being hit. And he banked his world's run on a high evasion Articuno, and it was very exciting to watch because I kept thinking, he can't keep getting away with it, and then, lo and behold, he gets away with it. But he didn't make it to the very end, so I guess his luck ran out eventually.
You can only evade for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really great to see the trust.
Still was an incredible match to watch.
It was very exciting. It's one of the least standard things I've seen so far. There was Emilio brought his Bramblegast in days 1 and 2.
Yeah, and
that's exciting because that's a very off meta Pokemon.
Switching it out when he needed to and preserving it for that game where he's
meanwhile, our do I have them pulled up?
I
Sorry.
think the really nice thing for me was those Flutter main protects as well.
Where is the
trying to play
tweet
around
I had?
punch, and if the Chien-Pao had woken up then.
We also had the Rocky Helmet Flutter main.
Yeah, the Terra Water Rocky Helmet Flutter Mane, which is not an item I've ever seen held on that Pokemon before.
To breathe a sigh of relief from those sucker
It's
punches.
like
Unfortunately,
not durable at all, so you would not want to give it an item to take a lot of hits with, but they made it work. They figured it out. This is what I wanted to pull up. These are the teams we're going to see in the Masters division here. So just a little sneak preview. We're going to see Farigiraf, which is very exciting.
Super thrilled about that.
And Dragapult. Yeah.
Not so. It's called Mommy Gun.
Which? Dragapult is Mommy Gun. Is that right?
Dragapult is called Mommy Gun.
I totally understand. That's very good. So question for you then, with regards to Dragapult, do you think that so it evolves and it gets too dreepy in its little ears? How does that happen? Where do they come from?
I think it's just like advanced earwax illusion. I think that they're not actually like babies, because I don't want to think that they're babies.
I see.
But I like to think that they're like really advanced wax sculptures.
Okay. See, again, this is why we are happy to have you here. Check out the hostess, by the way. She's dressed up as Misty today.
Cute.
Yeah, on day 1 she was Mara, the fire girl from Scarlet and Violet, and then Lorelei on day 2.
I hope I'm that cool one day where I can host an event in cosplay.
Been there, done that. Check it off the list.
Wow. That's true, actually.
Yeah, you did.
You talking about Off Guy?
Now,
yeah, I went to a small VTuber convention in California, in cosplay as myself, and I put on a concert, and I got to stand next to my own standee, which is pretty neat, and I am looking forward to doing it again someday soon.
Nice. That's awesome. I had a friend working the maid cafe.
I made some friends at the maid cafe. Dude, I won an Iron Mouse figure at the maid cafe.
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Because, well, so we were all sitting around the table in the maid cafe, and they asked for volunteers from each table, and my boss, the head of my agency,
thank you so much,
and my gen mate and everybody else, they volunteered me. They made me participate in a quiz. Yeah, they made me participate in like a VTuber quiz thing. They all volunteered me as the table's representative.
What a way to kick off our festivities here.
I went up there and I got 2 of them wrong. And when I looked back over the table, my boss was making like "you're fired" symbols, like and everybody was like, "You don't get this next one, you're out." So I kicked it into high gear, and what do you know? I answered all the quiz questions under the penalty of death, and I won an Iron Mouse figure.
I'm wondering if we're gonna see.
I am obsessed with whatever Rosemary is wearing right now. She looks like a super villain.
She's had really good outfits this
season. I was about to say, her drip during all this has been impeccable.
It's pretty cool.
I'm just saying, the guy's gotta kick it up a notch.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was during the Ghost stream we saw a guy like in full like rocket admin.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That could potentially get the
yes,
the Team Rocket outfits in Pokemon Go kind of slap.
Oh,
they're nice. I like them.
Mel says complete slay. Like this silver like neck piece that she's got. She looks like a retro future robot or something.
Different when you take a look at their top 8 bracket.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll be covering the grand finals.
I gotta say, when you were saying Iron Mouse, my brain was still in Pokemon gear.
Oh,
so
you're thinking of like Togedemaru or something?
Well, no, I was. My brain was like trying to autocorrect to like Iron Hands figure or something.
I feel like when it comes down to this,
that was at Off Kai. What?
Off Kai.
Honestly, some of the hypest matchups, because just like the juniors, they do have their ability to see things a bit more creatively.
What else has been going on at Worlds?
It's kind of a mixture of both.
Trying to think.
Still have that creativity.
The Articuno thing has really stuck with me, and I mentioned we've seen Brambleghast get used, which is really cool, because that's a funny little guy that they added in Gen 9.
I'm really excited.
Did you mention the? I think there was like an offensive.
Oh yeah, there was a fungi, where like typically you see a Mungus being super bulked up. Its entire purpose in life is to use Rage Powder and eat hits, and then switch out and heal and whatever. But this one was not defensively invested. It had a Focus Sash hold item, which I've literally never seen before, and it had Sludge Bomb and Leaf Storm, and it was offensively oriented, and its entire purpose in life was blowing up things that Terra Grass and blowing up Urshifu with Leaf Storm, and I've never seen that innovation before, and I thought it was very cool.
It's honestly living his best life, you know?
Truly living his best life, yeah. The typical team fight contribution, or battle contribution from Amoonguss, getting 2 knockouts in a row with high special attack.
As its secondary effect.
Oh, they're talking about what the teams are. I guess there's going to be Zapdos. Rosemary's talking about Static, so Zapdos is likely in play.
I would love to see Zapdos.
Zapdos is always very popular.
excited to see it here in the seniors division.
Big legendary bird fan.
I mean, we saw Articuno.
Sylveon, a really interesting Pokemon.
So Articuno, he's got these Zapdos, and I'll take a Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
As the Moltres.
I'm surprised we didn't even see one of those on stream. People love Galarian Moltres.
Can bait out a defensive terror immediately early on in the game, but when we look at the other side of the
I always sorry, go ahead, Pia.
Really does not
I was gonna say Moltres' shiny form out of the 3 legendary birds from the first game is like the funniest. He just looked like a cooked chicken.
Uncooked, right? Yeah, he's pink.
Yeah, he's like raw. He's like, I think I named mine Salmonella when I named him in Pokemon Go.
So I was actually also going to talk about nicknaming Moltres, funnily enough, because in the past month they had a lot of VGC relevant Pokemon in Pokemon Go as the raid events. They did the legendary birds, they did the Regis, they did Cresselia, and they did Heatran. And so I was finally catching up and filling out my Kanto decks in Go. And so my brain, whenever I nickname my Pokemon, instead of doing funny little names like you do, because I am JoJo pilled and I like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, all of my Pokemon get nicknamed after either musicians or songs. And so I lucked out and caught a shiny Moltres, and it was the first one, and I was like, what should I name this after? And because I'm now also a big VTuber fan, I named it Do You after Kiara's single. So that's my story.
Nice,
she's very good.
Did you name your Zapdos Spark?
That's really smart. You're
you
brilliant.
you
God, Pia, your mind, like you were just nonstop with these good ideas. I'm doing it right now.
So I think it's really interesting to see how these teams stack up.
I also have a nicknaming story for the Pokemon Emerald 100% run. That
Has
I'm doing
anybody
right
here
now.
not nicknamed their Moltres lately? Real quick.
I nickname all my, as similar to you, not even for a JoJo thing. I name all of mine just after musical artists that I think fit the Pokemon.
It's so hard because they only give you 12 characters. It's so restrictive. Sorry, Tom. What were you saying?
No, you're good. Doing Emerald, see, it's like 10 characters, so it's even more, and it's just, oh gosh. But I caught a Makuhita in Emerald, and I have your nicknames going on, and I think you were probably around for it, Tom.
I suggested that you name it Flesh Hands.
Yeah, and you were the one who, okay, yeah. I thought it was my friend Connor who did that, but yeah, we named it Real Hands.
Real Hands is probably better than Flesh Hands, but
Flesh Hands also had that like weird, because there's no space in between it because of the 10 characters.
Oh, double H, yeah, Flesh Hands.
Yeah, looks weird.
Curio says, I haven't played a Pokemon game in a while, but I go naming themes each game. Did Zodiac signs once, and then hockey names. That's cool. That's very
Hockey names is really good.
Yeah. I just always do music because I'm so JoJo pilled.
I literally just let the mood strike me. There is no naming scheme.
See,
I just like
Pia, you're truly free. Is what I really admire about you. Is you're like, I don't care about battling. I just want to collect. Just whatever I feel in the moment is how I do it. I'm out here like stressing over collecting the correct number of Dittos so I can get like IV breeding and stuff. Thinking about my next ranked ladder team. But you're free. Your mind is spotless. You're untainted. You are actually living the Pokemon dream.
I cared more about IVs in Pokemon Go, despite the fact that once they opened PvP, I refused to do it. I didn't mind raiding.
I was gonna ask if you knew how competitive Pogo works, because I watched some of it while getting ready for stream, and I watched some of it to fill air yesterday with other Tom. And to me, it's kind of like when you see a TikTok video and they put the mobile game footage in the corner, and it's just like, wow, stuff's happening. I have no idea what's happening, but like motion.
So I know how it works, but I don't like it. It's very much like Cookie Clicker, but battling. And I just like, I never really got into it, and I felt like a lot of it like went to chance as well. So I don't know.
It seems like it's very finicky with timing, is because it's like you have to know when your opponent's going to use their charge move, because it can just be whenever. Like you have to use yours, and there's like you're invulnerable while you're doing that.
You only have a certain number of shields, yeah.
Yes, and you have 2 shields. My general understanding of PvP is it's ideal to save shields if you can, because you only get 2 of them. In Pogo right now, they're doing an event like timed research for Worlds, and you have to participate in the PvP as like one of the objectives. So I did my requisite PvP. I have a shiny Shadow Charizard, which is mercifully under the threshold for Great League. And so basically what I've learned is that if I sack my first 2 guys and then still have 2 shields for Shadow Shiny Charizard, you just win. Because Shadow Pokemon do, I think, what is it, 10% bonus damage, 20%? and they also take that much bonus damage. So like you can just blow stuff up, and if you've got shields, you are not taking equal damage.
Please welcome to the stage.
Anyway, that's my PvP story. I don't understand it at all.
Yeah. The PvP I only really played because when PvP first came out, it was the only way to get Darumaka.
Yes.
They didn't have Darumaka
You're
in any other part of the game. And I'm literally obsessed, singularly obsessed with Darumaka. He doesn't even get a nickname. I just love him. He's just called, like, little guy. He's my little guy. And I love him. And so it forced me to play PvP even though I hated it just because that was the only way to unlock him. And you had to be really good at it to unlock him, too, which really frustrated
Yeah,
me.
the Battle League rewards are like typically very high ranking.
Yes. Yeah, you had to like win several times in a row, and it was really stressful for me.
How do you feel about Galarian Darumaka? Because this would be Sword Shield came out after what you're describing.
It's about him.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay,
You know,
let's discuss.
I want to be the kind of person who's like, I don't care what form my bestest little guy takes, and so I try to be as supportive of Galarian Darumaka as I can, but I do not particularly enjoy him in the same way that I enjoy normal Darumaka.
Okay. How do you feel about normal Darumaka's poo being used as, what is it, like coal? Is that what it is?
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's
He's
normal?
a very useful boy.
That's
However,
true.
I need to inform you that Darumaka does not evolve. If you've ever heard that he has an evolution, that's a lie.
Okay.
He does not evolve. He's always just a little guy. You
Okay.
don't.
You're spitting right now. You're
So true.
spitting.
I agree. Eviolite Darumaka is the future. It doesn't need to evolve.
No, whenever I tell people, oh, I love Darumaka, and they say, I love Darmansion, I'm just like, I become homicidal. I'm like, don't tell me
Whoa.
that. No, I was like, no,
The Menhera like
leave my little
immediately
guy alone.
reveals itself.
Leave him alone.
I liked
He only has 2 feet on the ground. Stop.
Darmanitan is still a quadruped, isn't it?
Thank you for supporting me.
No, but Darumaka is only a biped.
Oh, that's what you mean. You prefer it to be bipedal. I thought you were talking about how like people get really cagey when the starters stand up on 2 legs, and it's like, please don't.
No, I'm like one of those people. I don't want him to go back down on. I want him to stay bipedal.
I see.
Which means I think we are in for
Is it?
incredible.
Darmanite bipedal?
The world
It's a gorilla, so it's like knuckle walking, right? It's got like 2 legs and then it
Yeah.
crawls around on its hands.
I just don't understand how he went from like a cute little Japanese Lucky Charm ball to a gorilla. I'm like, why?
Once again,
Why?
Well, how do you feel about Zen mode, Darmanitan?
of kind of core typings, but
I don't remember what he looks like.
He's like blue.
He's-
It's like if the
he-
fire went out, it's just
He's
like
just
chill.
he's just an orb.
Yeah, he's also like an orb. Could be bipedal because I think he's sitting on his butt, and so he's not like crawling around.
I gotta take a look at him again.
Looks a lot more like a Daruma.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, he's fine.
He's
He's
fine.
fine.
He can hang.
Like what? I just don't. I don't know.
I'm looking at how many protects are actually on both sides.
I don't
feel comfortable going for that.
Yeah,
How
when
is
he's
that
in
going
Zen
to
mode,
affect
he's
your
fine.
gameplay
Otherwise, though,
when you
no.
know that Urshifu
I'll
may be waiting in
concede.
the back.
I'll concede
That's
on
not
Zen
a
mode.
strategy we've seen all weekend long to try to preserve that Urshifu for the.
Okay, but Galarian Darmantian though. Okay, he's kind of funny though. He kinda
It is cool. I'm at least glad that there is a fire ice type.
when it
It's legit.
around, people expected it to be good, so I'm not surprised to see
Yeah,
it be in the
he
finals here,
cute.
but
I
do
like
think
him,
it's interesting to see how people
regular.
have made it
I
around
just feel like the reason why I don't like
sets, for example,
Galarian Darumaka is just because he looks so he looks sad. He looks sad. I don't.
It's
he's
the
not
cool
my happy
colors
little
instead of the warm
guy.
colors.
Yeah, he's not my happy little guy. His mouth is flipped.
Oh, I didn't even notice. See, you've got the eye for
Colors
detail.
isn't the issue. His mouth is flipped, and it just bums me out. He looks like he's running away from a house fire. And I'm just like, oh no.
Aw. A house fire caused by Unovan Darumaka. Yeah.
Probably
play a critical role in this matchup.
I agree
I see,
with
I
that
see.
as well, and you can see
You're
where
so
some of
wise.
the bulk may lie. I think Rillaboom is one of those primary.
Okay,
Thank
so
you for letting me talk about my favorite boy forever.
Please, that's what. Like again, I'm trying to assemble like the elite squad of people who are willing to go on stream and gush about Pokemon, because while I'm running this extremely elaborate weekend plan for Worlds, because it just so happens to be the first event where you're allowed to restream it. My actual plan is going forward in the 2024 season to just stream day 2 of various regionals, and so I'd like a big Rolodex of people who are willing to hop on for like an hour or two and just like talk about Pokemon. And so anybody who's got anything favorable to say about the franchise, who has any special memories that they've ever held with Pokemon, I want to be your friend, is where I'm getting from here.
We are all bonded by our love of funny little guys.
Pikachu unites us. True. This is the real Pokemon unite. Is what's happening here.
I might be, as we commentate on this, I'm walking a funny little guy right now as I try to evolve a Palmy for
oh yeah, okay.
Spare living deck stuff.
Hold on, I'm pausing the stream real quick. Okay, so we got Zapdos, we got Urshifu, classic. This is actually a very off-meta team, I would say. Like, some of these, Zapdos is fairly meta, Urshifu is fairly meta, Rillaboom is fairly meta, but then like the Sylveon and Hisuian Arcanine, and who's this funny little guy right here? I have not heard. Does anybody know what Pokemon this is? Have we?
I have no idea.
I think it starts with a G, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, Gengar.
Gengar. Yeah. So we're finally seeing it, which means, hold on, I can cross this off my bingo. On stream, we're seeing it. Not again. I unfortunately don't think I'm going to get a bingo this season, but that's okay. Oh, actually, we saw this earlier also. It lost. I was very sad about it. But that doesn't really help me towards bingo.
Gastrodon here is a Rocky helmet set with Earth Power, Ice Beam, Yawn, and Protect. Zapdos is bulky. It's got that citrus.
It's not too late to follow along with exclamation point bingo in the chat. Make your own bingo card.
Dark Urshifu with that black glasses.
There you go. But I'm excited to see Gastrodon in a play. Its whole purpose in this current meta format is to redirect Rapid Strikes away from Urshifu. And nullify that big advantage. We've got Rillaboom, who's just a funny little guy. Big fake out user, has access to a powerful grass type move, which also keeps Urshifu in the sheath, keeps them afraid. I don't know why people are running Hisuian Arcanine so much over a normal Arcanine, because they're both just like Intimidate users, and being Rock type in addition to Fire type seems like it would be a...
Because he looks cool.
He does look cool, but I just feel like you're Fire type, so what do you want naturally to be paired with you? Rock type, which is also weak to water and ground, just like Fire type is weak to water and ground.
Look, sometimes aesthetic.
I hear you. I understand. I'm listening to what you're saying. I totally agree. Okay, and then so on Robbie's team, we've got some real good stuffs over here. Another very meta-looking team. We got Tornadus, whose entire purpose in life is to click Tailwind. We got Fluttermane, because you are required to have Fluttermane as per law in the current format. Actually, the seniors division...
Government mandated.
It's government mandated. The seniors division, one of the guys is one of the like 4 people who did not bring Fluttermane to this tournament, which is exciting.
Oh my God,
I hope he wins.
Arrest him?
I hope he wins. I hope he wins and then is arrested. The title is stripped of him when they realize his team cannot compete. It is not tournament compliant. Nobody noticed until now.
I think it just has to be the fact that, going back to why bring Hisuian Arcanine over...
Yeah, is it stat distribution just like way different? I just don't know.
I think it's very specifically Rockhead. Like,
oh, but they all run it. I would be shocked if they were running that over Intimidate, because Intimidate is so meta.
Yeah,
it's so
okay,
valuable.
if they're bringing Intimidate then.
Because otherwise you'd be right. You can run Head Smash and Flame. Flare Blitz, and not take any recoil, which is very good. But I feel like they're still running Intimidate on it because that's the most important ability.
In that case, the stats are pretty much exactly the same, just like 5 stat points differences for all the stats.
Like, I'm trying to think if Rock offers you any resistance that would be beneficial, but all I can just see are the doubled up weaknesses that it shares with Fire. So I don't really know why you'd do that. Anyway, I think the guy who's got Rillaboom is going to lead Rillaboom, Zapdos, and Tailwind, and Fake Out is my guess. He's going to Fake Out into Tornadus, unless he knows the Tornadus is holding Covert Cloak. I don't know what the hold items are. And he's going to Tailwind with Zapdos, is my best guess. And then the other guy's going to lead with Fluttermane Tornadus, like Rose just said.
Sunny day to get that photosynthesis boost right away. We'll have to wait and see exactly what proto boost it's going to provide over. But I'm also looking at
might be a
the Heatran.
Quite honestly, just go ahead.
The one that stands out to me for weakness shifts is taking half damage from flying as Hisuian.
I guess.
Yeah.
That's not like a very common offensive type, but you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You can of course get hit by Ice Beam from Gastron.
Maybe specifically for genies, but I don't know.
Even then, only one of the genius attacks is flying type.
But then Heatran's like, okay,
And it's tornadoes. So like, I don't know.
For Terra Blast.
I don't know.
Gastron's like, well, I'm just gonna
Everybody knows something that I don't know. It's okay. I'm stuck in my little trick room team building
Hey, you know,
group.
really interesting.
I had friends who were participating in these tournaments back when it was like the Wild Wild West and there wasn't really a lot of rules. And one time one of my friends made a team, and I'm pretty sure it was all Snorlaxes.
Okay.
And they just ran everybody out of their PP while healing themselves.
Interesting, interesting.
I don't remember the exact strat, but I remember that it got banned from official tournament
Okay.
play.
I know you can do some infinite battle shenanigans with at least you used to be able to do it with Slowbro and the Lepa Berry item, because what that one does is when you run out of PP, it restores it to the first move that runs out, and they could also learn the move Recycle, which brings you your hold item back. So you could just like keep using Rest or whatever, and you can trap your opponent in certain ways. So like that's cool. That's banned on the simulator. I know, like you can't do infinite battle claws.
If you want to know whose strat it was actually Chalky's.
No shot. I'll have to ask him about it. So I guess now that you've name dropped him, Pia, do you want to share the story? It's your discretion.
Oh, yeah. I actually I've known Chalky like pretty much my whole life.
You may need to provide additional context as to who this individual is.
I don't know like what people know, because I'm not really in the bubble of like who knows who in this thing. But one of my friends who does a lot of stuff with Pokemon has been into Pokemon like pretty much their whole life, as far as I'm aware. And when I was a kiddo, I used to help them catch Pokemon, because I catch Pokemon. I don't fight them. So I would catch Pokemon for him, and
This
I
is
would
what we
give them
call a
to him so
symbiotic
that he could use
relationship.
them. Yeah. So I would catch all the Pokemon, I'd give them to him, and then he would use them in like tournaments or whatever. And so when I was talking to Tom was talking about had some friends that are at the Worlds this time around, and I was like, oh, that's crazy. I have friends who are visiting for Worlds as well. They're doing like something for Worlds. I don't know what they're doing, but I know they're here.
That's exactly why
And
it's so dynamic.
it turned out we were talking about the same exact friend.
Yes.
Against each other.
The world is impossibly small, is how I feel when I hear this, because I have met now both you and this individual completely independently of each other, doing completely different tasks. Like, I met you via VTubing. I met them from locals, like attending tournaments and stuff around here and helping staff tournaments. Completely different slices of interest. And it's just like, oh yeah. Of course you just know each other. Why wouldn't you? There's only like, what, 8 billion people? Why wouldn't you two be best friends? These two completely random. It's just like, how could it possibly be true? I was beside myself.
Do we see a Mungus come out from Robbie's end? I think it makes sense for Robbie to have it in the back. You could go a mode with like Tornadus, Flutter, Keytran, and Mungus, for example.
Why have we not gone into
I was
this
always
yet?
jealous of their gear, because they got so much stuff from participating in the tournaments.
Yes.
Like special DSs and special, like, you know, I think they had like special GameCube too. Like it was like a Pokeball shaped something or other. I don't know. They had like a whole bunch of really random stuff that they would get from Pokemon tournaments, and I was always so jealous. But I'm not a battler. I'm just not.
You should
tournaments for people
get
who
your
just catch
get your judging enroll in the professor program. You could be a judge or a tournament organizer.
I'm gonna have to learn.
You know, that's a great point. That's too hard. I
You know
agree.
what though? Pokemon Go did help me. I like actually learn a lot of their names, because you'd catch so many, and you can't name them all. You know, like if you've got like 3,000 something Pokemon, you're just like, some of these are just gonna be candy fodder, right? So,
This is an incredible lead from Tomoya. I don't know why. It's Arcanine and Sylveon, which is not a lead I would have considered at all. Big damage in Tornado. We get the Tailwind off. Hyper Voice does a lot.
Wow.
However, Robbie
So this is what I was. This was my last thought on why it might be Arcanine.
Yeah.
Is Hisuian Arcanine learns Rock Slide.
That's
so
true.
getting that flinch might be a.
That's true. Rock Slide is like the de facto VGC move. You like live and die by Rock Slide. Hits both opponents. Not very accurate. Has a moderate chance to have like a game-winning effect. And so like when you hit, it feels really good. When you miss, it feels awful. But you gotta click the button. And you're right, it has access to Rock Slide, which normal Arcanine doesn't. And plus it gets Stab on top of that, which is quite good. But now it's been intimidated.
You just gotta press buttons.
I mean, that's what it's all about, right? I was saying before, like my go-to team is a Trick Room team. I've tried so many other strategies and like archetypes, and nothing else ever clicks as well as Trick Room, which is just get your field modifier up and then you click your offense button and never do anything else. Hell yeah, Zapdos. All right, cool.
What's that Pokemon that's on the left there?
I don't know. Maybe they received it from some promotional distribution. Is that a Rocky Helmet Zapdos? Static gets procced! Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, he popped off too.
That's awesome. I would also pop off. That's very cool. So I thought it was actually going to be a Rocky Helmet on Zapdos, because you'll often run Rocky Helmet because of that exact interaction, where you can proc static and do chip damage at the same time.
Robbie is sweating.
What was that?
I said Robbie is
Oh,
sweating.
Robbie. I thought you said Rocky, like the helmet, or the boxer, or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough out here.
With his team.
It's tough.
Rocky could have been a funny nickname for a Pokemon, for all we know.
That's true.
I definitely have named something Rocky before, for sure. I'm pretty sure it was a Geodude.
I was about to say probably a Geodude or like a Boldor or something.
See, now that's the tricky thing, right? Because I'll name them when they're babies, and then they
And they
evolve
evolve
and
into something
the same
different.
name, which means that the whole line is all called the same thing. You know?
Wow. Weak Heat Wave. Pathetic. Alright. Do the yawn. Fluttermane's feeling speepy. Gotta switch back out, maybe. For real, for real.
The Eeper.
I definitely miss Boldor. You were talking about like what do you name Rocky? Though I was very happy this generation that they introduced the Mono Rock, the obligatory Mono Rock type in the Garganical line. That's like actually like interesting and like does something.
I love Garganical.
I'm obsessed with I pronounce it Garganical. I don't know why. It's like Bionicle, but
oh, that's good actually. I like that.
I know you like that, but yeah, I was like, oh, it like has a thing. It's not just like is Rock type. We'll use Rock Slide. It's like it's got like a mechanism. It's got a very cool signature ability, and it was very meta relevant in Reg A and B. Not so much anymore. It doesn't quite have the stats to hack it, and Stall is like not very popular.
Just like JoJo, there's a mechanism.
There is a mechanism. Alright. Fluttermane is done playing games. Fluttermane wishes to do damage. I'm done being baby. I want power.
Question.
Yeah.
So I noticed that most of them don't have their Pokemon nickname. Is that just because it's tournament rules?
Yes.
That you don't have nickname
Tournament,
Pokemon?
Yeah, the tournament spectator mode turns off nicknames, but sometimes they forget, which is very funny. And you'll see the nicknames on stream for like a match. Does this Heat Wave miss both, or like get into a protect and miss? Oh my goodness! What is it with legendary birds and just like not taking hits?
Such a great turn, and now you said
They're flying around.
They're just flying. Hard to hit. Have you ever tried to hit a flying bird? Yeah, it's just really hard.
And we will have to see how Robbie's gonna respond.
Why do you say that like you know from experience?
Well,
what are you
it's-
doing to birds in the park?
Two bird, one stone kind of deal. You know.
Yeah.
It's like how you remember the type interaction with mnemonics. Have you ever tried to punch a bird? It's hard. That's why you know that fighting is bad on flying.
Perfect switch each turn, right?
Nah.
You don't have Terror anymore, so the Keytron, of course, is left exposed to a potential Earth Power. It's going to be Fluttermane.
This is dicey. I don't know what Robbie does here. He's got a paralysis and he's asleep on Fluttermane. He's not burning any of the obligatory turns of sleep to try and wake up. So Intimidate's completely pointless here. They're both special attackers. But we do Thunderbolt into a ground type, so that's a good read.
Yep.
Switch there from Robbie to not take.
The Earth Power, however, does connect. I don't know what he was expecting. Maybe he was just going to sack Heatran. Like, not much else you can do. And now we're down to the final two. It's Sleeping Fluttermane and Lando.
Take a turn of sleep. You can very easily double up onto that slot with the Thunderbolt and an Earth Power. Try to just get the knockout onto that. And then Gastron just
too EP to battle.
2 EP to battle. Sometimes you just need to take a quick nap. It is very funny to see Fluttermane like pop the Terra Crystal and like try and go ballistic and then just immediately go to sleep. Like, well, you know.
She's been putting a lot of work. She's tired.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not easy.
It's not easy being the best Pokemon.
The single best Pokemon, yeah.
And it's just a
Wow, the crit too.
See ya. I don't think the crit mattered, but maybe it did. Flutterman has a lot of special defense that might have mattered.
It just wasn't their match.
We saw a couple
No.
of heatwave misses earlier and the critical hit, but I honestly don't think any of those impacted this game. The main thing is if you
And we still have all 4 guys on Tomoya's team, right?
Yep,
Has not
I believe
taken a
so.
single knockout. That's pretty decisive. I was going to say concise, which is also, I think, accurate. But yeah, Robbie just taps out. That's true. He does not have Flutterman on his draft.
Didn't need it.
I would love to see both the Seniors and Masters no Flutterman team win.
The lead looks so good.
Because it would be very funny if the 71% adoption Pokemon
And the Flutterman
is like not actually the sauce.
very beginning of that game number 1,
Golly.
called it. You could see that in the leads that he ended up bringing.
Man, if I see one more Flutterman Tornadus lead in this tournament, I'm gonna like go postal, I think. I'm so tired of
I feel
this.
like I'm watching the same match over and over.
Yeah, well this is a replay, if that's the joke you're making.
No,
This is in fact the same match.
no.
No, but the Flutterman
It's a
Tornadus.
replay, Tom.
I don't know. It's I don't know, maybe you were just so lost in your burger you weren't paying attention.
The team makeup, you know, I've seen it a couple times now.
Yes. I mean it's meta for a reason, but I think you'll always find that the off-meta teams perform just a little bit better when it counts. Pokemon the video game is so much about knowing your individual matchup calculations, knowing like, if I get hit by a heat wave from Heatran, I live with, 12% of my life or whatever, which is enough to tank one more hit elsewhere. And so if you bring a team that your opponent does not know their calculations into, they will play suboptimally because they will be defensive inherently. They cannot just stand stone-faced in front of you and be like, I live that no matter what. They will maybe switch, maybe they will protect when they shouldn't, giving you a turn to set up or something like that. Lots of nerves coming into play.
Has to be able to bring it back in this next game. But Tomoya
What's Robbie got? What's he gonna do differently?
Oh, I just saw the promo picture for that.
Oh my goodness,
For Robbie, I think he's got like the switch under his arm, and my brain is just going, "Oh, he's gonna drop it. He's gonna drop it."
He's gonna drop it. Those things are expensive.
Yeah, like Hyper Voice doesn't really do anything into the Heatran, but it still does so much damage into everything.
We didn't really get to see Sylveon do much either. It got like a Hyper Voice off and then immediately left, right?
Yep, and then just stayed in the back.
Yeah, and then it was just the Zapdos hour.
Gotta protect the princess.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you been playing Pokemon Sleep?
No, I really respect the play Robbie was
So,
So?
this is the first Pokemon I have not been playing because I don't need to be shamed about how bad my sleep schedule is.
You know what? Live your bliss.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're so right about all these things.
My biggest concern with Pokemon Sleep, and the reason why I haven't been playing Pokemon Sleep, is mostly the concern about having a phone that is running next to my bed. Also, the battery
Yeah.
concerns. There's a
Yeah.
lot of concerns
No, yeah,
I
these are
have
valid,
with
yeah.
Just like energy usage and safety, and also like I'm afraid my alarm wouldn't go off just in case something happened with the phone dying, etc., etc. So I was just like, maybe not this one. Maybe we skip this one.
No, I.
No, that's fair. It's literally just cookie clicker with like minor wellness tracking tied in.
That changes heading into game number
I am
2.
curious how the Pokeball Go Plus
Super
Turbo
Plus
Alpha.
Ultra, yeah.
Yeah.
World Warriors.
I know someone who has even more Pokemon brain damage than all of us here.
That's not
actually
that.
owns
Okay,
one.
Penny, that is not possible. What you're describing is not possible.
Wait, what's the Pokemon Go plus? I have Pogo plus, like little guy, and then I've got the ball. I've got like.
So they made a new ball.
They made a new ball that also works with Pokemon Sleep.
Yes.
So you can keep, so instead of your phone, you can put the ball on your bed.
Yeah.
But it also still just works with Pokemon Go.
Yeah, but see, that's more appealing to me because I just don't want to have my phone open on my bed. Like that's a
Yeah.
really way to like exhaust your battery. Like,
Yeah, it's also a very expensive peripheral to just put on your pillow every night.
Terra, either of these Pokemon, they suddenly become weak to other attacks that Landorus and Heatran carry.
I gotta see if I can dig up my Pokewalker from Heart Gold Soul Silver next time I'm at my childhood home.
oh my god, yeah.
That's the best peripheral.
It was pretty cool.
Okay, but what about the Pikachu one?
Landorus is gonna have to take a little.
The Pikachu?
The one that had no
Oh.
connection to anything. You just shook it. It was just a Tamagotchi.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Still gonna take a huge.
I got that one somewhere.
Hit,
I think that had connections to Gold and Silver actually.
taken down.
Like I remember back in the day, like you'd do some mini games or whatever, and you'd get points in them. Maybe this was like the second version of it, but You get points and like you could send items to like gold and silver and crystal.
Gastrodon's putting in work. That was a big Earth Power, and it just got some Rocket Helmet chip on Lando also. Like, very, very good. It's almost like this Pokemon is very meta and always has been, and as such we are seeing many distributions with winning Gastrodons.
Mini Gastrodons on stage.
Wait, I found the Okay, it was called the Pocket Pikachu.
Okay.
And the craziest thing is that the website for it from
Still
probably
works?
the 90s still works. It's still there.
Can you link it in the chat real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it in the chat.
Thank you.
Dude, this is crazy. It's like old web design.
Perfect.
Response to
Yo!
power to come out, but it is going to be the
This is awesome. I've never seen one of these before.
preserved that he
That's crazy. Yeah, I got this guy. I got this little guy. You shake him and he's happy.
survival is huge. Hyper Poison
Aaron Cybertron saying more excited than he's ever been in his entire life. I love the energy he brings. I guess Sylveon lived with it. Flutterman also barely surviving. Okay, Sylveon on 3 HP is pretty high.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And as we do see the Amoonguss now, nice adjustment from Robin to be able to slow
Shiny.
pace of this game.
Shiny
And
Funky.
why he Urple.
He Urple.
Hello, Urple.
So much work.
I feel like Shiny Amoonguss should look like a Master Ball more. Like it should have the red spots or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like an Ultra Ball or whatever. I don't know. I think Amoonguss is like one of my least favorite Pokemon designs. It just is like does not strike me as an animal or like creature. It's like weird and it looks too much like a like I don't know. I don't get what they were going for with it.
It's a guy.
It is ultimately just a guy. He is just a little creature.
In this game number 2, that it deserves a little bit of a rest there.
Okay, so things are looking okay for Robbie right here. He did lose... oh, actually, I shouldn't say that. Never mind. Flutterman has 1 hit point. It's not looking very good. I was going to say, like, Gastrodon can't really do much more from this position, but it might not need to. It could just yawn into Flutter or Amoonguss again, and then be fine. I don't remember if Gastro is faster or slower than Amoonguss, and it probably comes down to training. But it could yawn onto the Amoonguss before Amoonguss spores it potentially, and then that's good.
It's going to be a dazzling gleam.
Gleam.
Gastrodon.
Gastrodon once again hanging in there.
A bit of chip here, so Arcanine is going to be able
Rock slide. Do we flinch the Amoonguss?
knock that onto the Fluttermane, but is the
Do we get the flinch?
even be able to
Does it
move?
flinch is the question right now. First Ice Beam coming out. That's also a lot of damage.
Okay, it's gonna eat a berry, right?
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of
Great.
damage, but Amoonguss
Okay, does not flinch.
into the Arcanine, putting it to sleep.
Oh my
Spore.
goodness, this is so
Golly, golly, golly.
is that this Amoonguss does not
So much of the meta in Pokemon currently is getting around Fluttermane, getting around Urshifu, and getting around Amoonguss. Like, people will dedicate their entire team, or like parts of their entire team, to like not being able to be spored. They'll hold like the safety goggles item, they'll have like a Terra Grass option, and you become grass just to avoid spore. Things like that. Kind of crazy.
I think there was like a player interview yesterday or the first day where it's just like, yeah, my biggest tip is to respect Amoonguss.
Yes. Yes. It's very powerful. It's been good ever since it was invented.
When does the Arcanine match? And there's the grass coming out.
I think you just have to go for it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
When Tomoya is in just a little bit of a better position
What was that?
heading into the later parts
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help myself.
Ah.
You guys kept saying Amoonguss.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arcanine taking its mandatory turn of sleep. It's gonna have to get through
Oh,
that as the
Heat
Heat
Wave
Wave comes out now.
Oh.
Arcanine's
It's
gonna
like, I don't
avoid
think
that,
that
but
KOs
Gastrodon hangs on there unless it gets burned, and it does not. Leaf Storm.
Arcanine slap, that means Gastrodon gets an attack off.
Leaf Storm.
If it goes for
Ice Beam.
Instantly Amoonguss stacks down. It's
Bye, Amoonguss.
one now.
I think Tomoyo wins this now. Yeah, for sure. Because Heatran's the only guy left, and he's vulnerable to Ice Beam. Though I guess he's going to get Gastro. Looks like Robbie taps.
The imposters have been ejected.
All right. 2-0.
Oh,
Fluttermane
The
not
hug
required.
too.
2 for 2 for Japan.
He's popping off.
Yes.
He's feeling it. Yes, I love to see it.
Yes.
Congratulations to Tomoya.
Me when I win like the local, right? Like the low stakes local tournament. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And to
See, that's why I struggle though. I struggle with like with Pokemon battling. One of the reasons why I think I don't do it so much is because I treat all my games kind of the same, and in RPGs as well. I never do buff or debuff spells, and it's such a huge part of Pokemon battling. And I'm just like, nah.
I hear you.
No defense, no buff.
Yeah, no, it's tricky, right?
He's taking the selfie.
God,
he's taking the video.
I'm glad he has the presence of mind to do this, because he will want that photo later, like for sure.
Oh yeah, you'll forget.
To bring it home.
Way to go, dude.
But yeah,
Send it to his mom.
to your point, Pia, I agree. A lot of competitive Pokemon is like posturing, knowing when your opponent is going to protect or switch out so you can get a setup move in for free.
Yeah.
And like that is very hard to read. That is the like pro level advanced tech right there.
In D&D too, I'm never gonna, dude, I'm always some sort of just like, you know, attack class orc, dude. I don't think, I just hit.
I hear you. Well, you'd play the hyper offense. You would really like leads like Chi-Yu Fluttermane, where you just click your 2 spread special attack moves and hope that you get a knockout. What are you gonna do?
Cross your fingers.
Just cross your fingers and hope. Yeah. In Regulation A, you were just gonna run Murkrow with Tailwind and Goldengo with its big powerful Goldengo move. And if you can't KO with Make It Rain Tailwind, them's the bricks. What are you gonna do? Oh well, go next. I'd already forgotten that Rose is wearing this like insane power suit. I like am immediately enthralled again.
I mean this in like the most positive way possible. She's dressed like a Star Trek character.
Yeah, it's super sci-fi.
Yeah,
right?
it's awesome.
The shoulders are so broad. It's so cool.
Identify that in itself is actually a really key skill in the game. So it didn't end up working out for Robbie, but I can see a world in which Robbie does get this one big prediction right, and it just completely brings him back into the game. The plays I'm thinking about are specifically in Game 1, Fluttermane going for that Fairy Terror, trying to just snipe down the Gastrodon, and then in Game 2 going for
So now all that's left is Masters, and then they're going to do closing ceremonies.
Had a little bit of misfortune throughout the course of the set with Heat Wave misses, but ultimately I thought...
Did they do like Unite and Go before TCG?
Go was before TCG. Unite was a whole separate day. I think it was done yesterday. Because Unite, for whatever reason, is like not on like the main schedule for this, even though it is the most esport of all of the games on the offering.
But let's head over to the stage.
Probably reasons for that.
Okay. Okay.
And the world champion.
I know the HoloLive girls did like a promotional tournament for this, which is cool for Unite.
I posted about it was during streams. Selene announced that she's gonna be coaching Twitch Rivals Pokemon Unite thing.
That rules.
I hit my hands, so they're really sore right now.
What 2 weeks of like a week of recovering from wisdom teeth removal does to someone?
Maybe I'll get Selene on here for the next Pokemon regional. She's a big Pokemon fan now. Yeah. No, we can all be here. There's plenty of room. Like right now we got 4 of us. There's no reason not to have more. The more the merrier, very much. Everybody can talk about why they love Pokemon.
Yeah, you can have up to a team of 6 in Pokemon usually.
That's true.
I tried to enjoy Unite, but it wasn't my cup of tea.
I come from a Dota background. That's the other video game that I play a lot. And I also didn't particularly care for Unite. But I think it was the last time I played, the number of characters you could have were very small. So like I'm typically a healer, and there was literally only one in Unite at the time I played. There was one healer character, and I was like, oh okay, I guess I'm just playing that all the time.
When they,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you can go first.
Thank you, everyone.
At the time that I played,
You now are a world champion.
it was before they started just adding a bunch of evolutions and legends, so it felt very like, oh, here's a Crustle. I love Crustle.
I do love Crustle is the thing. That's a great point.
Here's Pokemon like that I don't really see as much and that I enjoy. So like there was a bit of that, but it's also very like I enjoy casually playing it. When it gets more like ranked and that sort of stuff, it's like that's where I just have to tap out.
I admire everybody who's like, I don't need to play video games competitively. I cannot relate. I'm just like, I have to fight other people. It's what I'm here on this earth to do.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time, all right?
This is the
Yeah. I downloaded Unite when Glaceon dropped. I played one game and I was like, that's fine.
Penny, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Glaceon.
Interesting.
Tournament, but only 2 remain. I'm Adam Doricott.
I know, shocking it's not like Lopunny or Scorbunny or something like that.
A bunny type.
Here, so excited to see this match. I think we're going to see another banger.
What would you have done if I just said like Diggersby?
That'd be really funny, and I'd talk about his beefy ear arms.
In the video game championship at the World Championship.
Right, he's got like fists on the end of his ears, and he's got like
Yeah,
Popeye arms for ears, right? They're like gross.
Yeah, he's nasty.
Let's talk about Diggersby.
He's a nasty boy.
Nasty boy, huge power haver.
A really incredible tournament.
Wearer of like the Japanese old man pajamas.
We've got all these fun new mechanics.
I don't know what the term for that is. Pia, you might know. Where it's got like the like wrap around the belly area. It's like a big old sweatband.
They're absolute fine.
I see.
It's just honestly, Scott, like.
But yeah, he's got that built in.
Into this finals because
I know the term from watching One Piece.
Nice.
Right?
Nice.
I think that.
Wait, where in One Piece is that?
Zoro wears one.
Oh, okay, never mind. That makes sense.
Different countries facing off.
Me sitting here with a One Piece character permanently on my skin, like, what's the character that is in every episode of One Piece where?
In the video game championships once again this year.
Yeah, it is of course.
I'm mad though that you invited me to this collab because it means that I opened up Pokemon Go and it means that I have opened up Pokemon Go again.
So many.
I'm sorry. Do you mean like right now, or do you mean like when I was talking about
I'm literally
this?
catching Froakies right now. I didn't even know they.
Oh, it's Community Day today. Yeah, that's true. It's Community Day for you, and it will be for me in about 10 hours.
Does that mean there's shiny Froakie?
Yes.
Hey, yo.
On the fringes.
Well, I'm not leaving my house, but
very well respected in his region. A lot of people scared of the team.
Well, you were saying in
really
in Space Japan, where you are hovering
Yeah.
3,000 miles over the island in your funny little UFO, how like it's so oversaturated there that you might not even need to leave your house, right? You were saying like it's just too easy now.
Really well regarded. It's
Yep.
so tough.
I'm sitting here. I'm not on top of a Pokestop anymore because they made the little circle smaller, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, well, we
but
can look at the two
yeah, I pretty much just sit here and Pokemon show up because like it's so densely populated in Japan that like you get a lot of Pokemon and there's Pokestops everywhere and there's raids everywhere. Like when I used to keep my ship above like a kind of rural area, it was a little bit harder. Like that's why we had raid groups and everything else. But now that I'm hovering over Tokyo, it's like no shot. I don't have to talk to anybody. I don't have to do any community thing. I just show up. There's too many players, so it's too easy.
Too easy. The Slime Demands Challenge. Only the most difficult video games for her.
Win from day one since Wolf Glick did it in 2016.
Nah, it's just it lost the community aspect, you know.
We have a veteran that I think is very well respected.
Oh, real quick while we're talking about the players who are in the Masters finals, Michael from Germany. This is his first season playing competitively. He picked up VGC at the end of 2022 because his friends told him he might be good at it, and then he is here. If he wins, he would be the second person to ever win from day one, not having a direct day 2 invite, which is just unheard of. If you do well enough with the circuit and get enough points, you can qualify for the direct day 2 invite, which means you skip the first day of Swiss. Means you don't have to play an additional 7 rounds. People don't get acclimated to your team, and you just start right in the second half of the ladder. It is monumentally hard to reach the finals from there, and so Wolf Glick, who's a very popular Pokemon character guy.
My Oshi.
My Oshi, right? He's the only other guy to have done it. Yeah. So, and then the other one is, I believe, a previous world champion winner. So either we're going to get the second time somebody has ever gotten the victory from day 1, or the second person to ever win more than one world championship.
I'm really excited to see Michael.
So that'll be cool.
I think he mentioned that he wasn't sure if he was going to make it out here, and it's kind of funny. Some players, it's like the rest of a season is kind of just preparation for Worlds, where it's I see someone where he was happy just qualifying for the World Championships, right? Was able to make it out here and earned a really good run. I think it's kind of cool.
Oh,
comparing
the junior just posted his selfie.
Michael, who
Or the senior rather.
Online grassroots
I'll
tournaments is kind of the way we
pull that up.
The West,
Hold on.
where there's so much geographic distance between.
Here he is. This is our lad. He's done it.
Mad lad, he did it.
Nice.
Mad lad.
Congrats, the selfie was so cool.
Congrats.
Between us that
Pure
kind
bliss.
of like locals.
He wrote thumbs
where,
up.
On the other hand,
Yes.
you got a lot of Japanese players.
Thumbs up.
Kind of all
And then the emoji in case you didn't know.
So sort of fun. I think there's like great champions of both sides with one Western player against one Japanese player, kind of showing the best of both different ways to prepare for this tournament.
Well, Michael as well, coming in, only starting play in December. I
wonder how rare Pocket Pikachus are now.
Tournaments, has played some other kind of online form.
Who knows?
It's not like it connects to anything. Like you can't use it for anything.
To bring that to the VGC
Who knows?
format.
Pokewalkers are very expensive.
In such a short amount of time, then take that really.
But I don't know
Like,
about
Pocket
Pocket
Pikachu was just for fun. You know, like it. You can't do anything else with it. It was just cute.
Been around a little bit longer
And that's all you need.
I bet you could find one for a very affordable price in Japan, and I bet they're more expensive abroad. Is
That's
my guess.
probably true.
Though actually, I'm looking on eBay right now, and even in America, they're only like $40, $35.
Yeah, well, because they have no connection to anything.
Yeah, but it's an old electronic that is Pokemon branded, so it's inherently very collectible.
Not seen anywhere at all, and I'm really proud of it.
Paragraph is a really strong Pokemon, and I'm very worried about it. Good interview.
Great interview. It's true.
I am also
You should
terrified
be.
of Fergraph.
It's gonna be
So Fergraph is really good in that you can set Trick Room with it, which is very advantageous for a lot of reasons. Being able to invert the speed tiers is great, but also because it like pretty much hard counters Chien-Pao and to a lesser extent Rapid Strike Urshifu and Dragonite. Like those Pokemon just cannot play against it because its signature ability, Armor Tail, means that the opponent cannot use priority against any of your guys, Fergraph or its ally. So being able to block Sucker Punch is like a huge deal. And that's like Chien-Pao's bread and butter, is Sucker Punch.
2015年の世界大会の決勝を見て、それの日本人対決を見て、本格的に頑張ろうと思って始めました。
To win the world championship.
So I'm taking a look at what I was thinking of from the Pocket Pikachu thing.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking specifically of the Pocket Pikachu 2 or the Pocket Pikachu GS that could connect to Gold, Silver, and Crystal, and you would send Watts there and interact with its mystery gift, which works differently than modern mystery gift. But you would get stuff like house decorations, important items. Like there's a sort of thing where it's like you could get an NES for your room, or a Virtual Boy, or a Giant Onyx. Like
Virtual Boy.
Virtual Boy.
That's, I mean, that's what we call male VTubers, I guess.
Welcome, Michael. You said you've been watching Pokemon.
Yeah,
so long. How does it
I
feel
got
to now
my
be
Pocket
standing on
Pikachu
this
from
stage
my
yourself?
cousin. He used to like, his parents would buy him lots of cool stuff, and then when he was done with it, he would usually trade me for like nothing.
To give it my all.
What does giving it your all look like? What are you going to have to do to come out on top in this match?
Oh yeah, speaking of collecting, Pia, were you a big Pokemon card collector also? Or
I
no?
was.
Nice.
I still, so I wanna, when I was back home, I wanted to kind of check my collection because I have like a whole bunch of like I have like all the Gen 1 cards, like first edition. And those include all the holographics. I'm not missing any.
Anything else you want to say to anyone watching?
Wow.
But they're probably in crap condition, is the thing.
I don't know enough about the resale market for TCG to know if even in poor condition they're still worthwhile,
Thank you so much.
or if you'd even be willing to sell them.
Gen 1 first edition still sell, even if it is damaged, still sells for quite a bit.
Wow.
So there's
More
your little
than-
nest egg, your retirement fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had like, I think I had 3 holographic Charizards, and I know I had all the other ones too.
Golly.
Welcome, Shohei.
My prized card from back in the day was a like normal Meowth, but instead of the typical yellow trim around the border, it was gold. I don't know what the promotion there was, but it was like reflective gold. It wasn't a hollow, so I don't know what the deal is. But that was my favorite card, and then I don't think I had anything else even close to being valuable.
Happy about it. Good. good. I'm glad you're happy.
I'm curious, so I'm just looking up the price of the
I also had
Charizard.
all of the error Pikachus, like all of the Pikachus with all the different errors. Like I had the Pikachu that had like the yellow cheeks. I had like the Pikachu that had oh, what was the other error? There was like one other error and then there was the normal one. But I had all 3 of the error cards, or 2 of the error cards and then regular. I was like pretty obsessed with collecting. I collect. I don't fight. I just collect.
I'd love to hear it. It's a great perspective to have, and that's like what the game encourages you to do, like what the franchise is trying to sell you.
They literally said gotta catch them all. What was I supposed to do?
Yes. Well, as Tom learned, they don't say what you're supposed to do after you catch them all, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't.
Is there anything else?
Pia, thank you for
very
just
much
posting
like
your dancing emote in my chat. Why have you done this?
Just like I have everything now. Now what? What do I do now?
Yeah.
Now I gotta release them all and start up.
Start over.
Yeah,
No.
well, the first time I had a full living dex was when it was around 500 Pokemon. I don't remember which game that was. I think it was Diamond Pearl, question mark.
Diamond and Pearl was 493, yeah.
Okay.
I love that
yeah,
you just
I
know that.
remember-
That's cool. That's normal.
That was the first time that I had every single Pokemon, and I remember once I got them all, I just sat there and was like, now what?
Now what? If only there were twice as many Pokemon to collect.
I think I finished my living decks in X and Y specifically. I remember that because I was using Tumblr at the time, and I didn't use Tumblr until like 2012 or so. And I just made this post that's like, here's a picture of every single box of the living decks, and like, here's a gif of like crying Ash. I did it. I caught them all, and then that was my notes for like the next 10 years. Like just that post just getting reblogged forever.
I probably reblogged that if I'm being honest. That sounds really familiar.
Small world, right? Like, it's funny. We all just keep bumping into each other.
Surprising, he doesn't even want to warn us about that.
Yeah, no,
Just for reference, because I got very curious about what even a damaged Charizard would sell for. The lowest is still $70.
So there's your retirement fund, P. If this whole being a successful idol doesn't work out, you can just sell your Charizard cards and have a comfortable nest egg.
Really unique about finals.
Even as a kid, I was pretty like persnickety about like everything being just so. So I know that they're in a binder, like in a binder in plastic, like sleeves, and I was like, no. Like I was the kind of kid who had like the little plastic things on like the Beanie Baby tags. Like I was pretty like. So they're probably decent enough condition, but
already, right?
Yeah,
Where
don't know where they are.
It was something a lot of people were pretty scared about last week, where they realized how strong.
Penny, I linked the Meowth I was talking about in chat. Do you know where this is from? Like what the circumstance of this gold border card is? Because I never actually learned. I just know I had one. I traded for it in school, as one does.
Preparing for giving some extra time.
Promo back from when a different company was heading the TCG.
With essentially what people are considering
I don't know.
Has answers to everything. It feels very, very confident. On the other side of the coin,
Jungle Board.
Let's just get.
I'm really not sure.
Video, and it's something that.
I was muted. A promotional variant of the English print was created with a gold border and made available in pop boxes of Pokemon Rolls for a limited time in December 1999. Pokemon Rolls being the fruit by the foot sort of thing.
Oh, I traded for this card. I was not partaking in the funny little
I like how you
snack.
tried to disavow Fruit by the Foot like that hard. You were like, that was not me.
It wasn't me. Some other guy. I don't even know her.
Able to.
Never even heard of Fruit by
Sorry,
the what?
sorry. Fruit by the meter is how I know it.
I think those stats are a little bit.
Okay, let's get hyped for Dragapult or what was it? What Mama?
I think being a
Mommy Gun.
Mommy Gun.
Those are moves that
It's like it's like Tommy Gun, but Mommy Gun. I like that.
Graph of whatever his name is. That one's called Kirinin.
Michael's history.
Is it? Is that the Japanese name?
That's no, that's my name for it.
Oh, okay.
Kirin means giraffe in Japanese, and rin is the sound of like a bell chiming, and so I called it Kirinin.
Do is get your foot in the door and look what you.
That's my nickname for it anyway.
Yeah, I think the poise he's shown at these World Championships has been really impressive, considering these accomplishments, right? Where
Pia, you're never never gonna guess what the actual Japanese name for this Pokemon is.
Oh my god, is it like Keating?
It is this.
Here, but
So you're pretty close. You have it like backwards, if I can read kana correctly.
Yeah, Nikki Keating. Yeah, pretty close.
Wait, what is Girafarig called? Okay, and Girafarig is Kiniki, it looks like.
Something that obviously did very well recently in big events.
Yeah, funny
I called it Keating.
Whereas the second regulations in a row where we're talking about the combination of...
I will be very stoked if Michael is able to win here because it will mean that Fluttermane wasn't the answer. After all this time, people can stop using it. Everybody will... Suddenly, 70% of players will be like, you know what? You're right. I don't need a Fluttermane to win. And then we'll go back to having a healthy meta.
You anymore.
Yeah, it's the Toy Story meme, right? Where you just, I'm done playing with you. Drop Fluttermane right in the garbage.
Traveling, like you mentioned earlier, Scott, and then in 2017 it was a Japan.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, so Shohei has not won a Worlds before. I thought he did for some reason. I incorrectly stated that I thought he had previously won a Worlds. Very decorated record though. He does not have a Tornadus, so he's not going to do the Tornadus Fluttermane opener. He might do like Iron Hands and Fluttermane. I think people lead with Iron Hands a lot because of Fake Out. I don't know. I'm trying to think like what the leads are and what the counterplay are. I had some really good calls in terms of switch ups, in terms of how people would adapt in days 1 and 2. But now I'm just kind of in spectator mode, having a good time, laughing about this stuff.
To this matchup.
It's difficult to give good insight when you don't know what the teams actually have. There are a lot of ways you can build a Fluttermane, as much as I like to say that we shouldn't use it anymore or how stale it is. There's a lot of variance. For all we know, this could be the other Rocky Helmet, Terra Water, physically bulky Fluttermane.
Pretty quick games when both players have that, because the whole point of the Pokemon is that it helps.
Maybe it knows Imprison and it will stop Farigiraf from setting up Trick Room or something. Who can say? I can't, because I don't see the team sheets.
Particularly strong next to that Dragapult. I don't know if I'm still
oh, actually, maybe they're just going to run Dragapult Chanpao as the opener, because then you can do really powerful Shadow Sneak or just be faster naturally and get a big hit in on basically anything you want. It's like Terra Ghost, Terra Blast, Dragapult or something like that.
But one thing we do have to talk about, and something that is actually going to be huge in this match, looking across the teams, is the use of terrestrialization. It's obviously our mechanic for this year, and a good use of that mechanic could swing a match very drastically.
I'm a big fan of this year's gimmick of terrestrialization. I did not like Dynamax. I thought Dynamax was rather boring. It's just like, cool, you become big.
Did not like Dynamax.
You get the big moves or whatever. Cool. I love to just have 3 times as much hit points. Dynamax was an improvement from Megas, in my opinion, only insofar as every Pokemon could Dynamax, whereas like only like a dozen Pokemon could ever Mega Evolve.
I hated the Mega Evolutions because they canonically said that they hurt the Pokemon.
Yes, the Pokedex entries for Mega Evolutions go crazy, and then in Gen 7, where they the Pokedex entries overall were just like a little bit darker, they're like really miserable. It's like, Sharpedo's body is like torn apart by the Mega Energy overflowing with it. What is it? Houndoom is literally melting, I think. It says it's like the tip of its tail is melting. And then the most awful one of all is Mega Kangaskhan is worried that its child is not being raised properly. It's like the most pain.
I will say, I will miss Parental Bond Kangaskhan.
VGC players disagree. They do not miss it. It was very, very good. It was meta-defining.
Thanks to Mega Evolution, its child grows, but as the child is good only at fighting and nothing else, its mother feels uneasy about its future.
Yeah? A Mungus Shenpao, interesting.
Gen 6 is when I was playing the most competitive though, I have to say.
This is a good opener from Michael because the Farigiraf stops Shenpao from being able to Sucker Punch into Dragapult, which would be a super effective Dark type hit, and it kind of just lets Dragapult run the show because it is inherently faster than everything else in the game. So that's cool. We like that.
That's like my dream team right there. You got Mommy Gun then you got Kirindi.
It is a good
Those are my
combo.
faves.
It's like a very valuable story team also, which is why I like to see it.
Not going to be from the Chien Pao this turn as Shohei switches out
Ursh.
place of that.
Big Ursh.
Big ol' Ursh. Is this is Rapid Strike? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they're both running Rapid Strike.
That would make sense.
It is going to be on to
Parrying the Amoonguss, who's gonna Rage Powder and try and draw in the attack from Dragapult, I would assume. Actually, no, but if you're gonna switch, that's probably not what you do. You probably go for the Spore.
Dragapult kicks us off with a
Dragon Darts.
though, getting a good chunk of damage.
This is Dragon Darts is a funny move.
Really threatening anything else.
I think it's really funny. It shoots the children out of its head.
Yes, mommy gun.
So Amoonguss looking pretty healthy after it's just tanked up.
Okay, so I guess Amoonguss towers water to avoid a extremely painful Psychic from Fergaraf. Which makes sense. You don't want to be Poison type anymore. And we go for the Spore. And now Dragapult's in trouble because Dragapult is very, very physically frail. And it's staring down the barrel of an Urshifu.
Which in this case would have avoided the Spore for a single turn, but still a bunch of damage going down the field. And
I think you can just click a button as Urshifu, though Rapid Strikes will not be very effective because Dragapult retains the Dragon typing. And you can't Sucker Punch. And Close Combat can't hit it. So actually, I don't know what Urshifu does here. Never mind, I take it back. This is actually still a fine board state from Michael, I think. The inability to Sucker Punch really... Yeah, okay. Back out. Like, cool. Into what end?
Keep on being a revolving door of Pokemon as Urshifu leaves just as quickly.
Now that's a little more threatening.
His fourth and final Pokemon in that Fluttermane. Farigiraf will leave the field, not
Rillaboom. Okay.
Against something like the Sucker Punch as Rillaboom.
It wants to Woodhammer the funny mushroom man is all I can think. Sees Terra Water, smells the blood in the water, and is like, I need to use the grass move. But
I must click button.
And also you block the Spore. That's a good point. Because you were the grass type.
And the Fluttermane as well. Sort of a strange situation here. That Dragapult as
well, Dragapult's burned to turn to sleep, which is good. It's possible that it can. Oh, it's choice band. Is that what he just said? That's no good. It has to come out then, because otherwise Dragon Darts will not be able to touch Fluttermane at all. But it will double into Amoonguss if that's the case. So that's good.
Could potentially wake up.
It's a little unfair to the Amoonguss. It's doing so much work trying to set the board up for Shohei.
I think you probably need to switch out Dragapult though.
It's gonna get 2 Dragon Darts.
No. Wow. Keeping it in.
Ooh, I like the little thing. It just it disappeared already, but a little pop-up at the top said how many turns that were left on Grassy Surge.
Oh, that is useful. Well, see you, Dragapult. Mommy gun. Got the one cool hit in.
In the Masters Finals. Rillaboom, though, will Woodhammer, targeting correctly in the...
Oh, critical hit. That might matter. That crit might have mattered, actually. I don't think you one-shot. It's a big night for Fluttermane's getting precisely one attack off, I feel like. Oh, wow. Rillaboom took so much recoil from that Woodhammer. It, like, procced its own berry with the recoil. That's crazy.
I'm excited to see what this final Pokemon on Michael's side of the
field.
Rest
in peace, Fluttershy. Actually, don't rest in peace.
No.
I'm sick of you.
We don't miss it. It's already a ghost. Like, it's fine.
On the other side to plan a little bit, but
stop. She's already dead.
I'd actually been seeing people in some of the tournaments that I was playing in earlier this season talk about not Fluttermane, but Misdreavus as a Pokemon that might be meta relevant in a little bit, because Ursaluna was coming into the scene, and Ursaluna's entire thing is insanely powerful normal type attacks and insanely powerful ground type attacks. Meanwhile, Misdreavus is a ghost type, can't be hit by normal, has the ability to levitate, can't be hit by ground, so you can just like mess with it and be completely immune and walled out. But I don't think that ever ended up panning out.
Are we talking Misdreavus or Mismagus?
Misdreavus, because you'd run Eviolite on it, which was deemed to be better in this case. Eviolite being the item that increases your defenses by 50% if you are not fully evolved. An item that Duraludon will be able to hold starting with the DLC. So look forward to 170 physical defense Steel Dragon types.
Gosh, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be funny. I've been talking about this a couple times. I'm surprised I didn't see H. Gudra, or Hudra as he's known, in any of the stream games, but I feel like Hudra still has the edge as a Steel Dragon type.
from that Chien Pao.
Terra Poison. I love the Terra Crystal for poison.
One that is going to be pretty hard to
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh yeah, and so what I was saying is earlier is I like the gimmick for this gen because it applies to all Pokemon equally. Like any Pokemon can Terra. Oh, the flinch is rough.
It's not able to get anything done, and the Spore.
Or is it was flinch into the Spore too?
Yep. And Rillaboom's no longer immune to Spore also.
Maybe just take out the Amoonguss.
Because it's poison now.
Getting it done. What a
This Amoonguss is putting in work. This is why Amoonguss is always meta.
Division match, and they're happening right again here. Perhaps if that doesn't happen, Rillaboom's able to knock out the Amoonguss. That Spore never happens. Likely Trick Room goes up. We're looking at a very different situation. Instead, Shohei picks a...
Imagine becoming meta relevant when you're such a uninspired design.
Wow, harsh. Yeah, I thought you were defending Amoonguss before when I was saying it's a bad
I
design.
was into fungi. I just said he seemed like a fun guy.
Yeah.
Faint to the recoil. It's not able to stick around for multiple turns.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's almost worse that it's on the field now, right? Where just
Yogo AI says, would love if it was a bit easier to change Terra types, but it is what it is. Yeah. I don't like that it costs 50 shards and they're difficult to get. Though there is a Blissey Raid series going on right now in prep for the Mewtwo event.
What's that?
What is Shohei?
Oh, that's going on right now. Oh.
What's he signaling?
Just sucker punching into the Frigoraptor.
Yeah, it's going on right now, and it's gonna go on for the next couple weeks as well. Okay. Big hit. But that was like the easiest way to get shards. I wish that when you changed to Pokemon's Terra type, you got like some shards for the type it was, like a little refund or something like that. And it's part of what makes the current formats and later formats where legendaries become viable very frustrating, because those are like one-ofs. And if you want to try like multiple different sets, you'd have to keep changing its Terra type and like just keep burning shards and never getting them back. This was like a big problem for me in Reg C when I wanted to use Tinglu on one of my Trick Room teams, and I couldn't decide between Terra Poison or Terra Ground. And it's just like, oh, okay. This is very expensive. Ally switch!
Hopefully we'll see something in the DLC that like makes it a bit easier. I know they didn't like have the ability to like enable G-Max in Sword and Shield until the DLC, but just adding like the Max Soup and that sort of stuff. And Max Soup was decently easy. It was just doing 9 max raids on Isle of Armor.
Yeah.
This time, but the Chien Pao on the board, certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, watch these two Chien Pao. There's a bunch to keep in mind of his
Cat on cat action here. But one side can sucker punch, the other can't. As long as Frigoraptor hangs in there with any HP, the opposing Chien Pao cannot sucker punch.
Sacred Sword move. Usually it would be a big deal for trying to pick up the knockout on the other side. Because that Chien Pao's been weakened by that surprisingly devastating Dazzling Gleam, maybe it'll still have enough damage to knock it out, but critical turn here.
Frigoraptor doing some of the heavy lifting in that previous turn with Dazzling Gleam.
I'm so happy that Giraffe got an Evo. I like the trend of Pokemon getting an evolution like 8 generations later. Ursaluna, Frigoraptor, Dunsparce. It's cool.
Frigoraptor is one of my favorites. I love this thing.
It's such a strange looking guy.
With an icicle crash, it hits this time into
just such an interesting critter.
with one of those Dazzling Gleams, and Amoonguss.
I always, as I will, was hoping for a Torkoal evolution this gen. Maybe we'll get one next gen. But there's like, yeah, he did his job. He'll be back in game 2.
You know, not getting to use any of the turns of the sleep on that. So even if the Rillaboom were say to go.
Shohei's in a pretty commanding spot right now, I'd say. Amoonguss is like not going anywhere, and nobody really has anything to deal with it. Everybody's asleep. Rillaboom has no HP. Like,
slumber party.
Slumber party.
Everybody eeping.
Everybody. I saw. Okay, so on Top Cut yesterday, I saw a set on a Rillaboom that I thought was really, really cool. They were running the move Worry Seed on their Rillaboom, and they would side target it. What that move does is it changes the target's ability to insomnia, which says you cannot be put to sleep. And I learned that if you acquire that ability while asleep, you wake up instantly, which is very cool. So really cool tech. Didn't pan out to getting to the finals, but it is like a cool Amoonguss counter. Which again, all of the meta is how do I get around Amoonguss? Yeah. So Rillaboom is the last guy standing here for Michael. And meanwhile, the other guy has, I think, Ursh still in the tank. We haven't seen Ursh in a while.
Yeah.
So I think this
Still has
is
Ursh.
done.
Only have 1 hit point after activating a focus sack.
Yep.
Even Amoonguss
This one is
picking up knockouts here in the Masters Finals.
this one's Dundozo.
This one's Dundozo.
It is a 2v1 situation though, and Rillaboom, it's got some grassy terrain healing, but it's not really healed enough to put it in a
Question is, how does Michael adjust for game 2?
Not like you can
I felt like he had a pretty good lead, but then it's just like there's no answer for this Terrawater Amoonguss other than Rillaboom.
giving the benefit over to the Amoonguss.
Like the only grass type damage dealer.
one.
Unless his Heatran knows like
Making sure it's
Terra Blast and his Terra Grass.
Surging strikes to bring it up to 2.
That's the only other way I see it. Like water is such a good defensive type.
Shohei Kimura.
Bye-bye, Crunky Monkey.
Crunky Monkey.
Finals.
In the end, it feels like a dominant first game, but I think there's kind of a lot to go back and think about with that one, right? There was that one
That guy's on
Yeah,
TV. He
he-
looks so
yeah.
cute.
It's
like, oh.
going to be too shaken up. going into the second game.
Nanka.
I think Michael's going to be able to
So
take
kawaii.
the beat, maybe understand where that game got away from him a little bit and start to dissect it. We get to look back exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Great game to start. It's a really interesting lead from Michael, getting both the Farigiraf and the Dragapult out, showing the depth of his team. A huge terrestrialization, honestly, from the Amoonguss. But then the Dragapult goes right to sleep.
What was the timing of Amoonguss being released? And like the meta of
Gen 5.
the Among Us.
But then
Yeah.
Like
out, and then this Rillaboom.
How do you mean?
just miraculous timing, I guess.
Well, I mean, Amoonguss has been around
That Amoonguss, which
for like a decade, right? It's the Gen 5 Pokemon.
feeling
Yeah.
So,
about this one. Shohei
so
I
it
guess
predates
so.
the video game. So if anything,
An icicle crash. Farigiraf does wake
all
up
I'm saying is, you know,
to do enough
must be big Pokemon fans over at Inner Sloth.
jump out under half.
Yeah.
That's definitely where.
Yeah, the word Among and Us did not exist
No.
in a combination prior to the Pokemon.
That Amoonguss is really
I hate what it's done to my brain because I don't even need to hear the full thing. I just hear the word among, and I just start howling.
Amoonguss's matchup into Rillaboom is
Golly.
positive as a Pokemon that
We have an Among Us shelf in the apartment.
That's depressing. I also hate that for you, actually.
Realization with the water typing onto the Amoonguss. And
Can
So
you
you got
elaborate
plush-
what goes on the Amoonguss shelf?
very early on.
When I hung out with our friend Ricky Hirsch, we went to an arcade and I could not stop winning Among Us plushies out of
Just
the crane
physically
game.
incapable of not playing the crane game.
really
Had to keep
Every
going,
ti-
winning more
I had to
plushies.
keep going, and then I was out doing the adult thing of buying toys at Target, and I saw an Among Us figure, so I bought it for my partner,
a whole lot. I think
Golly.
and now we have a nice little Among Us shelf,
I mean the flinch was some.
and also an Among Us poster over the couch.
I'm kind of curious to see what he is. His
Depressing.
He's got a little different plan for game 2.
It was the worst bit imaginable because I bought it when I moved in thinking it was gonna be really funny, and now every day I walk inside and I'm greeted by these little beans.
But the choice band, can put out big.
Thinking about those
the
beans.
later portion of the game.
Thinking about those beans.
To start pushing it over the edge and getting those either huge amounts of damage or the knockouts that it
I always wish I could get that deep vibrato to do that whole the brains like thing that people do. Like, you know what I'm talking about? It was like a meme like last
No,
year. But
I don't know what
every
you're
time
talking
I heard it,
Yes.
it made me laugh.
Yes.
Yeah, brains.
Here, so even though it wasn't used in game 1,
I'll
Also,
find it for you. I'll find it for
the
you.
element of this matchup is really
Carrie, yes, I do have a green one. One of my plushies is a green Amogus with a beanie on.
kind of safely bring 5 of the 6 Pokemon at least. I think Landorus's matchup's a little bit tough, but Michael's always going to be guessing, right? Having that one game advantage is big because based on
YouTube.
how the preview phase goes,
I'm gonna go on the YouTube.
with the advantageous.
Gonna look up some beans.
Pokemon.
It's
Can I get some beans?
a big decision to
Boing.
make. If you're Michael, you've got to win this game to stay in.
Can I even look it up? I'm looking up beans, but like, what am I looking for? The beans.
Google search beans. Nice.
Google search beans meme.
Shohei's got a little bit of wiggle room.
Right.
Beans, parentheses,
Wait,
funny.
I might have found it.
Number 1, but I don't
You cannot have the green Among Us. That's my son.
probably stays at home. Honestly, the Iron Hands is something that could come in to shore up a matchup if you're expecting a mix-up from Michael.
Yeah, I gotta say too, we're a little suspicious that Farigiraf. I thought it was a key player in that matchup, right? Did a bunch of damage, survived some attacks, kind of helped force that terrestrialization.
Okay, I found it, but you can't play it on this stream right now because it has a swear word in it.
I won't.
But
Thank you.
A whole lot more.
I will send it to
Getting
you anyway.
caught with
Thank you.
sport was a problem. It's going to be the same lead
did
for
find it.
Shohei. And
At
it's
your
gonna
own
be a
discretion
mix-up
later.
The
from
Wagapult
already
comes
seeing
Give it
back
a
out.
listen.
Pokemon. He's got
This Amoonguss Chanpao opener from Shohei seems to be pretty good. Again, like there just doesn't seem to be a good good answer for Terra Water on Amoonguss.
For Shohei. Sort of a sneaky position on either side here, where a lot of things can happen.
And here, though, I don't think you even need Terra.
Hard about this one.
You're like fine into Urshifu regardless because you're grass type. You want to keep the poison to be resistant to fighting, and like Dragapult's going to be neutral into you no matter what. So
yeah, you can leave the Terra to peace.
Currently, there's no Farigiraf, right? So the threat of a sucker punch.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
When he came out with the terraforms, immediately that was the first thing I thought. I was like,
That's the first thing you thought of?
Yeah, when
Interesting.
Whenever they say Terra, like I know it means like Earth in like Latin or whatever, but every time I hear Terra, I'm always like, oh, Terra.
A powerful ground type.
We're getting the turn 1 terrestrialization, and it's going to be the Dragapult this time.
That's my boy, y'all.
Here we go.
I love monster girls. I like beast boys, you know? How it is.
I see, I see.
Going to make Phantom Force,
You're so
Let's
real.
go, mommy gun.
You're so real for that.
Uh-oh.
into the Amoonguss.
Surging Strikes, not Rocky Helmet, fortunately.
Not going to be super effective.
But this does not do a lot. I wonder why that was the play. Like, was he expecting a switch? Or what? Because that does really very little.
Will be moving next and is given the opportunity to
Maybe it's just to soften up the Amoonguss and we go for the Terra Blast? And we just try and get rid of the funny Mushroom Man immediately?
Such a problem.
I think that's what
No!
it was.
Not good enough. This dumb little mushroom can take an unlimited amount of punishment.
All in from Michael on that turn.
Oh my god, that's depressing. And Spore.
As it fires back with a Spore onto the Dragapult.
And now it's the second game in a row where that
This feels very familiar.
a single turn without falling asleep. And Amoonguss critically healing up there. With that Citrus Berry, I think it's just enough health where it should fairly comfortably survive another surge.
That's crazy.
So, you know,
3 crits in a row and a Terra boosted Terra Blast from Dragapult. And the mushroom is just like, didn't hurt. Didn't feel a thing.
Being able to hold on to that for the rest of the game is really, really important.
Golly.
Big turn for Shohei there. Also, this Dragapult once again looks really, really vulnerable.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to say Dragapult looks really, really cool, which is also true.
Also true, yeah.
Dragapult is one of the few Pokemon that I like every stage of their evolution.
They're all
isn't
cool.
A single stage that I think looks lame.
They all look good, yes. They're all different, too. Like, Dreepy is like a funny little guy, and Dragapult's like a much bigger guy.
Surging strikes the opposing.
I'd like to say the same thing about Dragonite, but why does Dragonite?
Why is
like, yeah, nice. Like, I definitely do buy into the tinfoil hat theory that he was added on to the other 2 evolutions last second because they didn't want to have a Charizard.
Rocky Helmet is happening right now. It's very bad for the opposing Urshifu, who has now lost half of its life from kicking this giraffe in the head.
But hey, all of a sudden it's looking pretty worn down.
Hey, okay, so if a Farigiraf wore a Rocky Helmet, would it wear it like this or like this, with both heads being wearing the helmet is the meme here.
I think it'd wear 4 tinier Rocky helmets
on each of its giant antennas.
Yeah.
Which would just instantly knock out Urshifu if it even looks at it. Just taking so much pain. Both heads. Don't this Dragonite. I'm the biggest Dragonite defender. I like you. Kurubo. That's good.
Way more than he bargained for.
I always interpreted Dragonite as like the Dratini and Dragonair are like larval stages, and then it like turns into like tadpoles, right?
Don't you think that it was probably like a 2-step evolution, and then they just like had Dragonite, and then they were just like,
I guess
oh,
maybe.
Shoot, we don't want a Charizard copy, so they just pulled it in.
That would make sense. It's like a Butterfree and Venomoth are like swapped.
It is quite round, Carrie. I agree. I do like how round it is.
Wow, this Urshifu is really just like seeking pain.
That trade, right? It's gonna make sure that he gets the Farigiraf down.
Okay, so Ursh has like 1 hit point left, right? Ursh can take 1 hit from something. Unfortunately, everything is asleep on Michael's team. Oh no, okay, Ursh just knocks itself out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocky Helmet's a very powerful hold item.
Close to a sweep from Team Japan here. We have 2 sleeping Pokemon.
Yeah, it's looking really bad for Mike, unfortunately. Like, both being asleep is not what you want.
You don't want to be napping.
Which is back and looking healthier than ever. It's going up against the Chien Pao, which is not going to appreciate the presence of that Flutter Fluttermane
Being EP does not help right now.
No.
work around that one a little bit more. Urshifu staying.
They should balance Amoonguss by making it so if your Pokemon is asleep, it actually heals like leftovers recovery at the end of every turn. And it's like, do you really want to put them to sleep? Do you really?
It switched into battle. It got that healing from a generator. We haven't seen the terrestrialization committed on that side of the field yet. So
this really is like the Amoonguss show. Like Amoonguss is single-handedly winning Shohei these games, I feel like, because of the power of Spore. He could have like any other offensive threats other than Flutterman and Urshifu, and it would still be like just as good, I think, because Michael just does. I'm actually very curious what Michael's other matches look like because he wasn't on the stream rather until today, but how he made it to the grand finals while seemingly just having no answer for Amoonguss just casting Spore, I'm very curious because Amoonguss is the third most meta Pokemon in the entire game right now. Everybody has one. So I don't know what the plan was, but it seems like he just has no answer to Spore being clicked. Maybe it's some greater team composition issue I'm not understanding, where like he only isn't able to deal with Spore because he's afraid of the other guy on the other team. Like you have to attack into the partner Pokemon and can't really deal with Amoonguss. But even when he doubled into Amoonguss, it wasn't enough. So I don't know. I wish I got to see his other matches. Ursh is dead. Well,
Kimura in this one. Let's see how much this Chien-Pao can fight back in the following turn. It just protected. I don't know if it has a good answer to the side of this Amoonguss and the Fluttermane right now.
Well, things are looking dire. This Dragon Bolt switched out before.
Official commentator literally saying your same point.
Chien-Pao just committed
did he?
attack. I guess you go for a
I totally spaced. That's cool.
Fluttermane is going
but yeah, I've been on a roll so far for predicting what the commentators are going to say. On day one, I was watching some match and like Iron Hands like survived with a sliver of HP from getting hit by Heat Wave and then got burned, which was going to knock him out. And I was like, ooh, insult to injury. And then 2 seconds later, Rosemary was like, oh, insult to injury. And I was like, ah, yes, I can predict what the players are going to do and what the commentators are going to say. Yeah.
Tom for president, or
for sure.
official MC.
Take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelch has remaining in this match.
Well, I think Shohei's won it.
He's already celebrating. He was.
And there we go. We have our new world champion.
Michael throws in
Japan holds the world title this year when it's held in their country. That's good.
Home team advantage.
Home team advantage. Awesome. Cool. So now all that's left is the closing ceremonies, which I assume will be.
You might want to mute the actual Pokemon stream because it's one of the songs.
Ah, okay. I have muted it. One of the possibly licensed pieces of music.
I love you, Kara Bonito, but please. The light stick, that's awesome.
Pretty good. The set design here is so pretty. This building looks unreal. Like, you forget you're inside, practically.
I know, I was saying it yesterday. I love the stage design this year. They always knock it out of the park, but...
We didn't see it much because we were watching the VGCs, but there was that like snowy stage variant that that looked really nice to me.
Yeah, when they were running all the games simultaneously, there was like 3 pieces of the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's time to make some truffle fries.
Yeah?
Whoa.
You're making them?
You gotta make them out of a certain Pokemon.
Oh, I see what you're saying. This is like a Slowpoke tale kind of thing, where the games can talk about eating them, but the anime can't. Everybody's got to eat berries or kibble in the anime.
Did they ever address that in Scarlet and Violet? Because you just like have like prosciutto and stuff.
No, but you can get like cloth sticks, right? The crab Pokemon.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. In Pokemon Sleep, one of the cooking ingredients that Pokemon can find are Slowpoke tails, by the way. So that's cool.
I guess they grow back, so
That's what they
there's no harm,
say.
no foul.
Allegedly, they grow back.
Yeah, I think the big issue with Gold and Silver was that it was like very hostile farming of the tails going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Predatory.
I have like a really unpopular opinion, but Black and White was my favorite like generation of games.
Pia, you will
Not
find that is actually an
that's a real big
extremely
one.
popular opinion. Many people agree with you.
Oh really? What? No, all
yeah.
my real life friends always told me that Black and White they don't like it. So.
People turned around on it after like release. I'm a Gen 4 fan, but I think Black and White and Black and White 2 are probably like objectively the best games.
I really liked that it had like a solid storyline too.
Yeah, and is like the sickest Pokemon character.
And you can go on a date with him in the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, and you go on a date with him on a Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
Pia, have you seen
Normalize
the
Pokemon
DLC
dating.
for Scarlet and Violet? Have you seen anything about that yet? Have you watched any of the promotional? Okay. So in the second DLC that's coming out later this winter, you go to this place called the Blueberry Academy, and they were showing off that in your clubhouse you can invite faculty from the main academy to like do rematch battles and other trainers and things like that. And so I'm wondering if you'll be able to invite Rika to your house.
Oh, the dream.
Yeah.
How much is the DLC? Google's.
I don't remember. I think it's like $15.
I think?
Rapid Googling.
It's like 30 or 35.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
it's for both halves, right? For like the one that's coming out next month and the one that's later.
Volume 1 and 2, yeah.
I need to know where this translator lady got her pants from. The Pikachu print.
I know
They're
they're
cool.
so crazy.
You'll see when we pan back out.
Let me take a peek.
Yeah.
Look at these pants. They go crazy.
Whoa, those are cool. I do not know.
Junior, senior, master category.
Wow, that nap put in work. I did not realize it's almost 4 in the morning.
Yes. I'm also amazed that I'm like as lucid as I am, but that's what the power of good friends does. Because I was like tapping out at like 1 every other night this week, and now it's like 4, and I'm like, oh, I'm good.
You also started a little earlier on those days too, for what it's worth.
But today I went to IKEA for 4 hours, so I like was busy today also.
You know, I'm going to IKEA too. I gotta replace my couch.
Yeah, that's what we were looking to do.
Yeah.
Because of the air conditioner.
Oh, well, you got extenuating circumstances.
I was ready to get rid of the couch anyway, so it's all right. But
you got to find one of your loyal viewers, your high-ranking members, to sell it to. I'm sure somebody paid premium for that. Sorry, that is not discussion that we should be having on the stream. Actually, never mind. This is not sanctioned.
It's just because you know, my Pokemon sit there. They hang out there.
Yes.
Yeah. There's some char marks from a Charmander tail, you know, because I keep them in good condition. Man, that was the most depressing episode of Pokemon ever. They have never made a more depressing episode of Pokemon.
More than Bye Bye Butterfree?
Bye Bye Butterfree's pretty sad. Hold on.
Nah, man. Looking at that Charmander in the eye when he gets abandoned twice? Nah.
This is
that
true.
was harsh.
Oh, I love this guy's lapel pin. That's a Zubat with a repel. Like a name of more iconic duo. That's so good. Sorry, Pia. I got excited seeing a Zubat on screen. For only time anybody's ever been excited to see Zubat.
Zoob.
Actually, not true. My partner loves Zubat.
Why?
Crobat's good. I love
Crobat did
because
turn
they're
around the
goth.
reputation of the Zubat.
I like Zubat. I also like Crobat. Crobat carries a lot. I carried a lot of my childhood runs.
Pokemon Go made me hate Zubat, so Cannot relate.
Interesting.
That's so sad. He's just a little guy.
No, but have you ever tried to catch a flying type Pokemon in Pokemon Go?
It's
Literally,
very difficult.
Oh, yeah, true,
They
true,
sit
true,
around
true.
a lot, yeah.
Miserable.
I also have to say, it's probably mortifying when Zubat evolves and acquires eyes for the first time in its entire life after
can
living
see.
blind for so long.
Zubat named Carrie, true. True Carrie, I'm always saying that.
So I believe with this, Japan is now tied with America for total number of World Championship wins at 4. Now granted, 3 of those for America go to Ray Rizzo, and 1 of them goes to Wolfie, and I think that's it. So, Ray really putting in the work for those, but I believe that's the 2 top countries now are America and Japan, which is not unsurprising. Or rather, is not surprising. It is unsurprising. And then we just get the closing ceremony. They get to tell us whatever they want to tell us where Worlds 2024 is going to be. If it's anywhere local to me, I'm going to yell really loud at 4 in the morning and wake up Bon upstairs. And
come on, say the moon, say Mars.
Mars would be cool.
Mars would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's true. They had Worlds in Hawaii for Gen 7, but they didn't have it on the moon, even though it was Pokemon Moon. It's like, what's up with that?
Nah.
Missed opportunity.
On the tip of a sword either, or on a shield.
No, it's true.
Honestly.
They gotta have it on the moon, and then it's like everybody has to bring Cresselia or Ursaluna.
Mold can't grow in space, so you have to leave fungi behind.
Is that so? I feel like spores would be very effective in space, like in terms of... I don't know, you could be right.
I don't want to talk about it.
That's
I'm just
fair.
trying to come up with any excuse.
Any excuse to change up the meta?
Yeah.
Amoonguss, always good. Continues to always be good. I was really hoping the No Flutter main team would clinch it out, because I think that would be good.
In Pokemon Go, like there's also there's a different meta. It's like funny how, you know, even though it's both Pokemon, like it doesn't really, you know, match up.
Yeah, I mean it's similar when we were covering the TCG earlier. Like one of the best cards in the card game is Lumineon, and what does that do in any other Pokemon game?
Yeah, Lumineon sits around and looks pretty in VGC. It's worse Gastrodon and worse Tornadus. It can use Tailwind, it has Storm Drain, but it is not durable enough for either of those to be useful. But it's very pretty. It has one of my favorite Pokemon cries of like any guy. I can't emulate it because it is a like 16-bit noise, but I could identify it if you were to play it.
Yeah, like the meta might have changed, but like outside of legendaries, like one of the best Pokemon in Pokemon Go is like Tyranitar. Like Tyranitar is like the raid killer. Like you could just play him and it doesn't even matter what the type advantage, just use Tyranitar. It doesn't matter. Like Tyranitar is just like God in Pokemon Go.
In the
he's like a pseudo legendary almost.
And they finally introduced Mega Tyranitar like this past month, so he's gonna be even better. You know, the PvP competitive stuff we were watching earlier today for Go, I saw more than one team have Shadow Quagsire, which I thought was very, very interesting. I could not tell you why, but they all had it.
Is he silly?
He is a silly little guy. So Quagsire is bipedal, but Clodsire is quadrupedal. How do we feel about this?
I like the stinky poo-poo fish. I like it a little bit more than Quagsire. I don't know why. It's rotund in a different way that appeals to my brain.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh my god, I found a tiny Froakie. Why am I playing Pokemon Go right now?
Hell yeah.
What have you done
Just
to
give
me,
in.
Kong?
Just give in.
I found him and he's tiny. He came in and they just said,
It's tiny.
That didn't happen before. They didn't used to do that in Pokemon Go. This is cute. Like, he's so small. Just a little guy. And then this one is huge. Oh my god, this is so funny.
There's Pikachu. There he is.
There he is.
Yep. Now imagine 200 of them descending upon you in the middle of a park.
That sounds like a good way to go.
Sounds like, yeah.
Worse ways to go.
I would simply be ground type in this case.
Just lay down.
Yeah. Become immune. Ground type. They can't touch me.
I mean, I feel like in the real world, if you're a ground type, that just means that they can step on you.
Well, maybe that's fine.
I'm not going to judge you.
The world Sukion that he's got there is so hot, actually.
It's crazy.
The drip is unbelievable.
He's iced out of his mind.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna play it on the soundboard, but I'm gonna hold off.
Thank you. Oh, he's going over to the second place podium. I feel like we've had a lot of stage goof 'em ups today where people just go to the wrong place, but it's because they're like children who are nervous, which is endearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Tord, who is just used to winning.
Yes. Goes up to the winner's podium instead of the second place podium. Wow, the doorway here, not quite tall enough to accommodate this seniors level player.
I was gonna say it looks like this adult was just competing with the small children.
Oh, he is. He does seem actually quite tall, actually.
Yes.
Like.
Quite.
Yeah, he's taller than Anna, the hostess. This is a large child, who is at most 16 years old.
Wow.
But then again, Pikachus are only about like a foot or two tall.
That's
and
a great
he's only
point.
about as tall as
Yeah.
the Pikachu.
That's true.
You can see it on his face. He's still feeling good. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
He's really excited, yeah.
What a legend.
What?
Hmm?
Nothing. I just smacked my mic.
Ah.
Yay!
Big winner.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah.
Japan sweeping in the VG division, all 3 winners.
Woohoo!
Oh, I'm realizing I never turned my browser audio back on. Oh well. We missed Mr. naming everybody. That's fine. Oh wait, is this music also copyrighted? I turned it on back in time for... Hold on.
It's most likely copyrighted.
Just in time.
That's what made me realize it. Oh well.
It is the same song I had you mute for before. Alright, it's off now. Oh, no, never mind.
Closing ceremonies?
While we prepare for that, let's head back to our analyst lounge to wrap up the weekend.
Okay.
Oh, it's just still going.
It's just still going? We good?
Hello, hello, and welcome to the Analyst Lounge, where I am sitting here with other
Analyst
game experts to break down the
It seems to have faded out now.
this weekend
Yeah, we're good.
at the Pokemon World
Rose, your
Championship.
outfit's so cool.
Got Ross Gilbert from the trading card game, Gabby Snyder from Pokemon Go, and we have Spray
There she is.
Pokemon Unite. And I'm Rosemary Kelly to bring you through the VG action
That's
as
a fun
well.
outfit on Jake.
First thoughts.
Yeah.
How was the weekend?
The
weekend was fantastic.
was that velvet suede suit?
Top 4 we've ever seen.
Something like that, yeah.
We had these 3 gigantic names: Azorgas, Griego,
Oh, the Mammoth Swine.
Pramawat. Yeah, none of them won. It was Vance Kelly, the underdog, in this stacked top 4. The one name people weren't talking about came through and won with Muvi Max, which is a deck.
Tusking. Wow, you really do have names for all of them.
Counters too. And
Yeah.
Muvi Max is like, nah, mate, I'm good. I'm just gonna go win Worlds.
Well, I mean, Mew, right? It's a Pokemon that can kind of do everything. So I
And
feel
he's
like that's
holding
just so
a
fitting
Pokemon whose
for
name
that
I
deck in
literally
particular.
do not remember, except that I know I called him Derpsmurf.
It's
Oh.
great. If you
Really good.
Oh,
I have
yeah,
no
Fua
idea.
Koko.
It's embarrassing when I can't remember even the starters' names, but I literally have named all of them.
I think it's pretty official.
That one's
Official
Derpsmurf.
also, and you know what?
What are your names for the bikes up front?
Because Mewtwo.
The bikes?
Was that a
Okay,
Well, Mewtwo
so
was
I don't actually remember what I called the red bike.
Allowed in competitive play, but let me tell you,
but
it is on
the
ladder at
blue
Pokemon
bike.
Unite, and it is an absolute menace.
I'm
This
trying to remember.
weekend was
We named him on
incredible.
stream,
I
and I let
was
my chat
streaming
name him, and
the
that's why I'm
Uh-oh.
blanking.
Dangerous.
But out of excitement, it was amazing. 28 teams from around the world showed up.
If I had to rename him though, I'd call him Sam, and then with a dash, and it would be Witch.
Mental math, but that's about
Interesting.
Great,
Go
great.
I just call him
in
Sam.
one night. We were here till the wee hours of Friday night, and
Sammy to friends and family.
Yeah.
clear eyes, full hearts. They could
At
not
night,
lose.
Samuel,
North
you know, he gets dressed up and
Luminosity.
cranking his dog on the dog.
They have a full
Wait, don't
run.
tell me closing ceremony starts in 25 minutes.
World champions for
No,
Pokemon
I
Oh
don't want
my
to hear that.
God.
Why not now?
Sounds incredible. We could hear the
They're like, we're gonna run it at 4 o'clock no matter what.
around the arena.
I might have
Oh,
time to pull
no.
up that juniors from NAIC that I was talking about. The actual match is like cool and all, but the interview is really what
The crowd
I'm interested in.
that we were hearing.
Mostly, it was mostly me.
Let me see if I can pull that up actually.
It was a packed house. Japan had 2 teams in the top 4. They were the only region to do this, so everyone was very hyped.
What is
Very
Derpsmurf's
hypey.
real
Gabby,
name?
how
I
about
feel
you?
so
How
Kawhi
embarrassed.
Coco.
Pokemon Go.
Ah,
Wait.
that's right.
Was not just you.
I called him Derpsmurf because he looks like a Muppet. And I was like, if he was a Muppet, they'd just call him Derpsmurf.
Because every single match came
Kind
down
of
to
is a Muppet.
He looks like a Muppet.
by our
He looks like
trainers, and at the
he
end
looks
of the
like
day,
Lightning
we had
McQueen if
2
Lightning
trainers who
McQueen was a
actually
Pokemon.
faced off
Oh my
a
God.
regional
He's
championship
literally
back
like
in Portland
set them
in
next to
the
each other and tell me that that's
facing
not
for
the
title of
inspiration.
World
Good
champion.
chow.
Insane.
Good job.
Jackson though took the crown home and was the first ever Pokemon Go trainer and possibly even the first trainer ever to win a regional championship, a international championship, and the world championships in Pokemon Go.
That's
he
amazing.
was the first, yes.
Yeah, that's historical.
It was
Historic.
very historical, which was fitting because I feel like we always talk about writing history for Pokemon Go. We don't have as much of a tenure as the TCG or the video game.
Yeah, what would you say is the general
So being
overall
able to close the
opinion of
chapter on
people
yet
of
another
Pokemon Go?
incredible year was
Because I know
I
back
just don't
when I was
understand
playing
it. That's all.
It did not have a very high opinion in the community.
This was the highest level of competition.
I think people just
ever.
regard it as a novelty, and it's just like, oh, okay. I think it's strange that it's elevated to quite the same level, because especially since you have like no control over the training of your Pokemon, you just kind of have to get ones that have.
Candy.
Yeah, I mean you can level them up, but like you can't spec them into. You can like give them one of the moves that they're allowed to have, but otherwise it's kind of just. It is ultimately a gotcha game.
And we have a
Right?
lot of tournaments in TCG. We got regional.
Like it's luck of the draw if you have a like competitive Go is played in the Great Ball format, which is your maximum power level is 1500 or below, and so you know most guys are not going to be able to reach that. They get close, but it's never optimal, right? And it's just because you have no ability to control that. You just have to keep catching Pokemon until you get one that gets close enough to that number, as close as possible. So like I think that's very strange.
Against Michael Pramwat. in the top 4 of the World Championships. You cannot say no to that game.
No, I don't think you could go to that ever. And Torrid looked like such a strong favorite.
I think as a
final portions of your top
from my own personal experience with Go, for the first
Vance got it done because Mew,
like that came out in 2016, right?
It's kind of
Yeah,
I think so.
They print my
So yeah, the first 3 years I lived in the middle of nowhere, so it was just like I guess I can't play this.
Yeah.
There's nothing for me to do, and it was just kind of
wasn't on the list of most
hard to get into after that. Like it feels like if you weren't there during that initial huge burst, then it's difficult to get on that train afterwards.
I understand that, yeah, because it didn't come to Japan for 3 months until after it had been in the States, which was really, really frustrating.
Like it's gonna be tough.
Because everybody had already been playing it and were already getting sick of it by the time it came to Japan.
Tournament, it won Japan National Championships, which to be fair was in the same format as World Championships.
Yeah, I forgot it had such a weird rollout.
I don't think the player base as a whole gave Mew the respect it deserved.
It's so funny though, because I think it was like 1 week or like 2 weeks into it being live in the States. It randomly went online in Japan for like 1 hour, and I remember I literally like left work. I was like, oh, tummy ache, and then I like ran away from work and like just ran around the block trying to catch Pokemon. I think I only managed to catch, wait, I can tell you literally what I caught because it would be my first Pokemon. I caught a Rattata, which you can call it Rattata, Rattata, Rattatatty, I don't care. Nobody has decided how it's actually supposed to be.
Scientists are unclear on this one. The jury's still out.
But my first Pokemon, I think, was a Rattata named Ratty, and then I have a Eevee named Ramune.
We've left it
and a Lickitung that I'm not going to tell you what it's called, but I got it, and it's great.
Cool. Awesome. I love that for you.
That rules.
I think I'm thinking the same, actually. I would love to get back into playing. But, you know, we see Mew VMAX continuing to dominate the competition, maybe in a bit of an unexpected way.
All right, Rose, I love everybody here, but I'm going to pull up the... this is from earlier in the season. This is like a very important match for me, mostly because the winner's interview is so good. Also, is conveniently about exactly as long as the break we have here. If I skip around. Oh, like they like get straight into it. Okay. So this is the Juniors Division Grand Finals for North America Internationals.
We'll see how that one goes. We are into game.
Very, very good.
Of the juniors finals of the
Actually, I can probably just skip to towards the end, like game 2. But basically, the premise here is that Avery is running a high-level strategy that basically no one has ever seen in the juniors division. Avery being this tiny little child here. But they're running Oranguru, who is one of my favorite Pokemon, to set up Trick Room, which is a strategy that almost never gets used by the children because it is a thing that requires a lot of foresight and planning to know like what you're gonna do in 6 turns. And Avery pilots it to absolute perfection here. They know that they have to Terra Fire because they need to survive an attack from Chi-Yu and Fluttermane, which is exactly how you do it. This is like a set I was running at locals at my level, and Avery is just like, yeah, no problem. Does not care about Iron Hands even a little bit. Stone Cold just lets it go down. Survives the Dark Pulse here. Trick Room goes up.
Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery's.
Very, very good.
At the cost of the Iron Hands, but I don't know if Avery's going to mind that. Purely because
Avery doesn't care. And we get Torkoal, my favorite Pokemon in the entire world. So this kid's after my own heart for sure.
Set the drought, and now you've actually got 2 fire types in an uncontested Sun to be able to start going. It does, of course, help Chi-Yu out a little bit as well, but why would Chi-Yu be attacking with something like the
they could have given Avery like a book to sit on herself.
Avery's so small, right?
Hard here, but that's why I love
Wait till you see the winner's interview. After the first game in the series,
He's just a little guy.
I'll jump to the winner's interview. All right, Torkoal does Torkoal's big move, powerful eruption.
But Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
That's a pretty significant chunk. Activating the berry immediately.
But wait,
There's more. Do it again. Listen to how loud the crowd is. They're like yelling.
It's gonna happen again.
Hooting and perhaps hollering.
It's gonna help it hang on.
That berry was vital. The Torkoal's eruptions are going to be weakened though, as Chi-Yu gets to fire back with a Dark Pulse.
Oh, I see that fissure.
Yeah, wants to click fissure.
Pokemon for Takumi taking a lot of damage.
Ting Lu's in a little bit of trouble. It has to go for the protect here, but that is not stopping the train. Torkoal is on. It goes for the overheat into the protect. And unfortunately, we do see the Oranguru go for the instruct. It gets a chance to try to use it again, but what a smart protect here from Takumi.
Yeah, that is a massive protect, being able to keep the Ting Lu safe from this overheat, which is both targets on the Ting Lu, so not able to get the work done, and Shiyu able to fire back.
I forget what happens in game 1 here. I forget what the last Pokemon Avery has. I also don't remember if this is a 2-0 or a 3. Was it 3-1? 2-1.
The fourth and final could be exactly what Avery needs, though, in the...
I mean, not remembering how many games are in a best of 3.
To try to stim...
Oh yeah, I think Avery might lose game 1.
Now hitting the field as Avery's fourth and final, getting a nice special attack boost thanks to the summon that the Torkoal had set.
Yeah, but this is a lot of work for the Fluttermane. It's got to take down an opposing Fluttermane.
Yeah, looks like it,
yeah.
Fourth, and of course, you know, you don't usually see the Fluttermane being played in...
They repeat the process a couple times.
Time,
I'm gonna skip to the
maybe the Oranguru is
winner's interview.
In itself.
Because this is really what I wanted to showcase, is why I love watching the juniors interview.
Yeah, the Ting Lu's not able to...
There we go.
Major congratulations.
Wait until you see this child. This is like the ideal Pokemon trainer.
International champion.
Look at them.
Performance. Honestly, what a performance from both players. That was
so
an insane
cute.
set
Just a little
to
guy.
start our day
Oh, he's
with.
so
There
small.
is
The oversized T-shirt.
Oh my
God.
Oversized.
Helen's got me.
It looks like they just came from like their pajamas. Like that's what I would have worn as pajamas.
Division sometimes.
They might be my same height though.
Honestly, I think I'd rather watch some of that than some of the Arcanine switching. This Oranguru really was a breath of fresh air, but...
Can he even write his name? That's
Avery back to the stage.
Look at this child.
Just stand here, Avery.
Just a little guy.
First, I want to ask you about your team because so many people are going to be watching and want to play just like you. So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
Her dress also slays.
But it gets Trick Room off, and if I use Instruct, then my Pokemon will move twice and use the same move. And Encore will make if I Encore Protect, then the same Pokemon will have to use Protect the rest of the 3 turns.
That's right.
I just love the audience popping off.
I mean, yeah.
I heard that your dad also competed
He even has
in
freckles.
Pokemon,
This
and
is like the stereotypical small child.
It's the smallest child on Earth.
My brother and my dad
He needs to be missing teeth, and then it would just literally be perfect.
against me. They all did really well, and they helped me practice and build my team.
And you were telling me that this is your first year, but you've already won a lot of medals and trophies. Tell us which ones.
I've won a bunch of soccer
I'm surprised that he can read already.
2 Pokemon medals.
Because I bought Pokemon for a cousin of mine because I wasn't really thinking about it because like, oh, Pokemon's fun. And I remember my aunt and uncle were like, oh, he doesn't know how to read. I don't think he can play this game. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, yeah, you need to be able to read to play this game.
Trying, and it's your first.
I hadn't even thought about it.
You already got it. Are you gonna be the best Pokemon player ever?
I'll try.
I'll try.
I'll try.
Congratulations.
Good job, Avery. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that really badly. I've thought about this interview constantly since the day it happened. It's extremely good. Welcome Meadow. Hi. Yes, this is an incredibly small child, incredibly small person.
So small.
I really liked when asked about you've won a lot of medals this season. Can you tell us about them? They say that they won a lot of soccer medals, and not understanding the questions about the Pokemon circuit is very funny.
And yet was underrepresented at Worlds while everybody's going on.
I love the shadow.
What's going on with the locked characters?
Yeah, I was just about to say those locked.
Amount to play as we would expect. Gardevoir was
You gotta complete arcade mode before you can
show us how good Gardevoir is. He got
before you can see him.
Welcome to the chat, Meadow. We're waiting for the closing ceremonies where they announce where Worlds 2024 is going to be. If it's somewhere local to me, I'm going to yell loud enough to wake my partner up, so that's exciting. I did not get my bingo,
I mean,
unfortunately.
Has always been.
But that's okay.
Not only
There's always next year.
Grabbed 4 international championships, like every single one.
He completed the set.
Yeah, now he needs that final in the Infinity Gauntlet to be able to grab the World Championship.
Can you say Infinity Gauntlet on the stream, Rose?
Just around the
That's
corner,
somebody else's
but,
IP.
You know, you talk about tech choices, you talk about maybe not seeing some more interesting picks, but Spraggles, what about in Unite? Did you guys see any new team compositions that really allowed a team to find success?
All right, closing ceremony in 10 minutes. We can do it. We can hang in there.
That played this weekend that have not been available.
I'm wide awake right now. I ruined my sleep schedule today.
For this? Just for me? That's awesome.
Not just for you. I was exhausted, but you know what? A little bit because I did want to actually stay the whole night this time.
I appreciate it. This has been super fun. Like having a group made this significantly more enjoyable. As I was saying, I think going forward, I'm going to try and do this for day 2s of regionals and not try and do like every day all matches. So like maybe just like day 2 or just top cut or something. And that'll be my plan.
Bring it to a big team fight.
We will see.
Really
I have to find out if I got selected to staff the upcoming Pittsburgh regional, and I'd like to know sooner rather than later because that is September 8th. And if I need to book travel, I'd like to do that now. So we'll find out. I really want to get my staffing hours in so that I can apply to Staff World someday. That's my goal. That's my dream. I don't anticipate ever playing at a level where I can get to Worlds, but I can definitely be a good little cog in the machine and
I have a
work.
big question though.
Okay.
Did anyone
Yeah.
play Mama Swine? I didn't get to see much of it.
I love the little Tatsugiri that's just hiding right behind this man.
Oh yeah.
On your pin. I'm so sorry.
That's sad.
Yeah, it was very, very sad. I love Mamo. I love Mamo Swine, but it doesn't.
Apparently, competitors attendees get a code for a Cherish Ball Tatsugiri if they go to Worlds, which is cool.
Yeah, I think it has
It has
move
Celebrate
as well.
Yeah, which is like the splash variant that just does nothing.
I was. So Trevenant is in Unite. So that's where it went. Because Trevenant was in Go for a very long time. But then it just went somewhere.
Fursuit also slays.
It went to Eos.
Gabby's?
Well, I'm
The
just
main green one?
went because I'm
Yeah.
a little concerned.
That's my favorite color, so
Oh.
I'm a little biased, but
Woodhammer, he's doing his own thing. Yeah, he's loving it.
Okay, living his best life.
He's really.
I just like the crazy shoulder pads on Rose. Like, I'm gonna keep saying it. It's like such a funny shape. It's so cool.
gotta make note of the glittered silver shoes too.
Oh yeah.
A little bit in the TCG.
No.
Not really.
Oh wow, yeah.
One
I was thinking of
Meowscarada
like
day one.
Decidueye, like maybe like a cycle before.
Oh, if you go
Been
back
a
to when
while.
Forest of Giant Plants was legal, oh, grass decks were everywhere. That was a card that was definitely a mistake. And we
Forest of Giant Plants? Is that what he said?
It was
Yeah,
good.
before my time in the TCG.
Golly.
That didn't make day 2, but did do all.
I'm a little sad Meowscarada didn't make day 2. I think it's a very, very interesting deck. That's very undervalued.
What's its
or under...
central gimmick? Like, what's the game plan for Mascara?
Oh god, I was testing it for a little bit, but it just completely evades me right now.
As Rose points out, Meowscarada was also viable for approximately 15 minutes in VGC, and then disappeared.
Seeing the Rillaboom make an appearance in finals. Can someone please confirm the Gastrodon are safe? We need to know.
She's got a great point. Grass types are a menace. We can't have them. We need more Gastrodon.
Don't worry. Like, yeah, you can breathe a little bit because it was Gastrodon with Sylveon in the seniors finals with such a unique team that people weren't expecting to see.
I cannot find a list for this right now.
That's fair.
Firewater Grass Core, looking at Urshifu, and also a Zapdos, but
Big Ursh.
Zapdos, where's the Tornadus? Where's the Fluttermane?
You don't
it
need
was
it.
just I guess you don't. No. Nah, that's okay. Fluttermane's seen like 70% usage since the time that it was actually brought into our tournament circuit. Everyone is excited.
Oh, Meadow, thank you.
Like,
there's a saying here in the digital underworld where if it doesn't read rest in peace on your tombstone, you get drafted into the Skeleton War. So I gotta thank you from the bottom of my heart, metaphorically speaking, for voluntarily enlisting.
You know, something
means I don't have to go
pretty interesting.
on the draft.
Halfway
Thank you,
through
thank you,
our
thank you.
season, Venusaur came alive again.
It's always nice to see friendly faces around here.
Came into Pokemon Unite. It's fine. And then as it went on, it started getting better and better, and all of a sudden, people sort of discovered that.
I wonder if there's going to be anything else in the closing ceremony, or if they're just going to be like,
competitive play.
"Catch you next time. See you, Space Cowboy, in Worlds 2024, the Moon."
Really powerful. I think it's
Or if they're going to announce like
Pokemon that you really
something else. We just did a Pokemon Direct, so I can't imagine they really have anything else to say.
all of a sudden one player.
We already know when the DLC's coming out.
And then every team.
They're not going to announce Gen 10. Please God, don't announce Gen 10.
A big meta shift happened all.
It's way too early.
It's
to
I
announce
know.
that,
But the joke is just like the development cycle is so accelerated now. So it's like, yeah.
Have they ever
When you look forward,
like
though,
do they tend to like have anything at the end of the closing ceremony?
Closing ceremony is usually just where the next Worlds is going to be, I think.
Last year was they announced the mechanics for Scarlet and Violet TCG.
On incredibly good authority.
So
but it is
they announced
hyped
that EXs were coming back.
Stage 2, and I know Gardevoir's a stage 2, and Gardevoir does very well, but Gardevoir's got the Curlier with the built-in draw engine, and the Gardevoir, the single prize with the built-in draw engine. That's why Gardevoir's so good, because Gardevoir accelerates energy, and Curlier draws, and Gardevoir draws. Charizard does have a really good ability that accelerates energy on evolution, which is great. I don't know if we've got to that stage in the TCG yet, where stage 2s are quite good enough. But
The Charizard, I'm also saying this because they need to get rid of Vs and VMAX
he told me
before that's possible.
Wrong. I put Charizard way too low in my top 10 card of Obsidian Flames. He thought I should be removed from casting for putting Patrol.
I think they should remove Charizard.
Right. I like Charizard.
Next exit, they're just not going to have Charizard somehow.
As a stage 2.
I know people are saying this new Charizard deck is going to be good. I'm just like, no, it's not.
Who are telling me that it really?
I think they should release that original Charizard card, but like just there's no Charizard on it. It's just like the background. It's empty.
It's like Garfield without Garfield.
Scarlet and Violet
Yeah.
so far. Single energy, 10 damage.
Charizard without Charizard.
You can have that as like a support card or something.
Everyone has an ability right now. I will build around nothing but.
If Charizard's in play, remove it from play.
Great.
I love it. I love that you're so passionate about Scissor, because we also looked at that Pokemon in the VGC.
Passionate about Scissor. Many people are saying this.
Punch. Maybe you can hit a Flutter Mane really fast.
I'm always saying this.
Damage. To go back to your Charizard point, that's a fire type. And I'm looking for hot takes right now. We're gonna
She's
do
fired
right
for hot takes.
round, going down the line.
Rose, I have to interrupt you. It's a Terra type Charizard. It's darkness. I know that hurts your transition, but it is a darkness type. Can we have some dark takes?
Yeah.
Dark takes. It's time. The tournament's over. Let's have some dark takes. He knows not what he asks for.
Yeah, we're changing the takes.
Okay, Team Rocket takes. I like that one.
Yeah,
so
Team
we're
Rocket
gonna go
takes.
quick down the line. I'm gonna ask some rapid fire questions. You guys are just gonna give an answer, and we're gonna get some good insight here. Okay? So, top performing Pokemon or card or whatever from each respective game. Go.
Mew.
Metacham.
Mewtwo.
Fluttermane. Next, we're gonna go ahead and look at your personal pick that you thought was gonna win Worlds. Go.
Miraidon?
Altaria?
If it's a Pokemon,
Miraidon even allowed?
Inteleon, but if
TCG.
I'm talking about TCG.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I like that. You gave it
Which is also a very interesting take because even though I play Miraidon or variant of it in the TCG, I think it fell off very, very hard.
Fell off.
Keep going with the questions now. Let's see. VG. I lost my train of thought actually.
What you thought was going to win?
Right.
Oh, that's
Thank
a
you
good
for the
one.
reminder.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Thank you. Fluttermane is the obvious one, but I was also thinking maybe we would end up seeing something like a Regidrago. Didn't happen though. Oh well.
Didn't see like any Regidrago, surprisingly.
Region. Which region did you think was going to take it?
EU. We got toured.
US. There were just so many strong players, and so many of the regionals were stacked in the US region this year. I felt like it just was going to happen.
EU, NA, or Japan.
Wow.
Answers. Come on, where's my credit?
That's like the whole world.
Now you're just
Hold
farming
on a
the
second.
system.
I
Yeah,
just
wait a
need
minute.
Credit. Don't take credit away from me.
I'm narrowing it down
So
to
bad.
one planet.
Please.
Earth.
Yeah, we're gonna do well, Earth. I think we're gonna.
Gabby's hinting that it'll be on the moon next year.
I like
Earth
it.
region did well this year.
I can't give you credit for that
I
one.
understand. Yeah.
You're spread a
I'm
little too
cheating at
thin
this
there.
point,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're gaming the system
I think
like
I am.
that. Just like Mewtwo. But we're also going to look at NA on our side.
Closing ceremony in 50 seconds.
On the
Come on.
side did say Japan.
So I'm going to give a ton of credit to them for making
Come on.
that call so early on in the tournament. We are just a few seconds away, though, from being able to get to our closing ceremony. So thank you so much to our lovely analysts and for everybody else on the team to make this production happen. Let's close out strong here at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships with our closing ceremony.
All right, what's good? What do we got? 20 seconds. They're announcing Mew 3 for the first time ever.
God, I remember when X and Y were first coming out, and I was just like, it's Mew 3! It's Mew 3 when they showed off the Megas.
Oh?
I just wish they did more with Mew, I'm gonna be honest.
Well, you can get one in Scarlet and Violet right now for freezies. There's a promo
but
code
that's
for
what
it.
I mean, is that like it's like a freebie item
You
now.
just get
that
it for
isn't
free,
very
there's no, like,
good.
quest
I'm
line?
like, bro, this is supposed to be like the god of all Pokemon. I wish they did more with it.
I agree.
No, Arceus is the god. Mewtwo is the progenitor. Or Mew is the progenitor.
So, but you know what I mean. Prior to something.
Is this copyrighted music? It feels like it is, right?
Probably.
Do I have to mute this? I feel like I got to mute
Someone
this.
is singing, so I would assume.
That's what I feel like, right?
This is absolutely copyrighted.
Whoa, 4 of them. That's way more than 4 of them.
This is okay. Yeah, no, this is music absolutely that like Pokemon commissioned because it's like saying Victory Road.
Yes. But that doesn't make me think that they won't copyright strike me for it. They say in the guidelines, like, there will be copywritten music, and it's up to you to figure out which ones those are.
Wow.
Yeah.
Love that for you.
Yeah, exactly. Good thing I don't, like, live and die off the monetization of my channel.
And not only that, but it's just like Twitch also doesn't seem to care sometimes. We're just lucky we're not on YouTube right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been streaming on YouTube a bit more lately. How do you like that? How do you feel it works for you?
I mean, when I started VTubing, I was on YouTube for like 6 months straight before I came to Twitch. It's different, but it's fine. I definitely think if like you're more so wanting to like build a community and like chat and like have fun with your chat, do it on Twitch. But if your point is that you're trying to like produce content and like your stream is like that's the content, not your community, then YouTube. But YouTube just doesn't have like even the fan interaction. Like interaction on Twitch is very much like talking to the streamer and talking to the people in the stream. Whereas on YouTube, it's literally just saying words at the streamer with no expectation that the streamer will reply.
That's interesting. That's a strange
Very
meta shift.
different. Yeah. Well, that's the reason why I left YouTube in the first place, was because all my friends were on Twitch and they were having fun. And
They were having
building
fun.
communities.
You were looking out the window and wanted that for you.
Fun. I wanted to have fun. So
That's interesting to consider as well when there's like membership streams, and I don't really interact with YouTube streams like at all, even though like I like VTubers a lot, but I don't watch any like Hololive or any other or brands that I don't know if I'm allowed to say actually. But
You're fine. Go ahead.
Gotcha. But like it's just a sort of thing. It's just like Twitch just feel, especially like if you're in an audience of like 200-ish or so or below, it's very community focused. It feels.
We want to thank everyone for joining us this week. What a splendid experience to relive some of these moments that I know we will all cherish for years to come. Now, I know everyone is eager to hear about what's coming.
That was an interesting camera zoom onto a door that I was expecting somebody to walk out of, and then nothing happened.
Bring back out the president and CEO.
Oh, okay. I think they were expecting it to happen right now. Let's look at that door. Roll that beautiful door footage.
Okay, I was about to say it's the door.
It'd be really funny if it was still nobody. Yo, one of these years he should just come out and rocket attire and be like, Pokemon is evil now. The Pokemon company is evil.
I mean, gosh, yeah, he could really rock like a Giovanni.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's his current outfit made me think of that.
Congratulations again to all our new world champions.
I enjoyed his translator walking up behind him like a stand.
Yeah.
大会に参加していただいた皆さん、お家でご覧の皆さん、ありがとうございます。
Thank you everyone for taking part in our World Championships here in Yokohama or watching from home.
That's us watching from home.
That's us.
That's me.
Oh my God,
He's talking
that's
about me.
That's me.
Watching from Pokemon Home.
You wish.
実現させたスタッフの皆さんにも心から感謝です。
And of course, my most heartfelt thanks to all of our staff who have made this event possible.
さて、開会式の時にお約束したポケモンの最新情報です。まずはポケモンユナイト。
Now, as we promised in the opening ceremonies, we'd like to share some news with you. Let's start with Pokemon Unite.
Oh, it's Pokemon Direct 2. Let's go.
Pokemon Unite か。
ユナイトのリリースから2年が経ち、ユナイトのコミュニティの驚くべき進化を目にしてきました。
In the 2 years since the release of Pokemon Unite,
It's been 2 years already, golly.
witnessed the evolution of its community.
I think it came out right around when we first met Tom.
That's messed up.
と
Yeah.
する皆さんの熱量に、このゲームの未来がこれからどうなるのか、とてもワクワクしました。
The amazing teamwork from the players and the enthusiastic cheering from the audience in yesterday's grand finals made me very excited for the future of this game.
では、最新情報をご覧ください。
So here's a preview of what's to come.
Wow, they really are just doing a Direct again. That's cool. Mew 3. Let's go. Blaziken.
Darumaka, I'm not interested.
If it's not a little guy, what's the point?
Yeah, little guys only.
Little guys only.
This is a little guy's zone.
Wow. Is it just gonna be the 3 starters?
It is
No,
not.
okay.
Oh,
Maybe that's a little guy.
That is a little guy.
That's a little guy.
How do we feel about Mimikyu being able to do that to people?
It's fine. He's just a little guy.
Just a little guy. Murder is only for tall people.
Oh boy.
Oh.
When it stands up, we don't like that.
Put the
No, I like this one. I like this one. I like that it's a clown.
Yeah, so my big beef with it is that it's too over-designed and it doesn't really read as an animal, it reads as a character. Like, it has, like, accessories, which I don't typically like in Pokemon designs. Because it's like, what, am I supposed to believe there's, like, a whole, like, herd or pride of them, and they all look exactly the same like that? With the, like, weird asymmetry and items. It's the same with, like, Rillaboom's drone. I like it when my Pokemon look like animals, and I can believably imagine, like, a group of them together. But when they're, like, a character, like Scorbunny or, like, Meowscarada, it's, like, too over-designed.
But it's a clown.
I do like the... I think you could do the clown thing without giving it, like, items. Or, like, an outfit.
ポケモンカードゲームの最新情報です。
That's my opinion.
What did they announce for the card game?
Pokemon trading card.
Guess what? We're gonna make more cards. You'll never believe it.
What?
ポケモン
That's
カードゲ
crazy.
ームはパルデア地方に足を踏み入れました。未知の領域で私たちの冒険を待ち受けているものは何か。どうぞご覧ください。
So this year, the Pokemon trading card game took its first steps into the Paldea region. With uncharted areas to explore, let's take a look towards what lies next in our adventures.
They should just leak what Terapagos, the legendary at the end of the DLC, is gonna do by making a trading card of it right now. I want to know. I want to know what that turtle does so bad. It's gonna ruin the video game.
Yeah, it's like when Toys R Us or like other stores release like
Stuff early,
the
yeah.
action figure from the movie before the movies happen.
Yeah.
They're just
Paradox
showing
time.
off the paradox.
Flutter
Oh, they're
Man
bringing-
about to ruin another game.
Wait, no, they're bringing back Ancient Mons. This is sick. This is sick.
Why? Okay. Penny, tell me about what Ancient Mons are.
Oh my god, this is an old mechanic. I didn't play the game, but I just think it's really kind of neat.
I mean, I'm always down to recycle mechanics instead of inventing new ones. Like, I think that's always good.
I don't think this is actually bringing anything back. I just think it's a neat concept. The only quote-unquote ancient card before was the Ancient Mew one.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I'm very curious.
Future,
yeah,
okay.
I like
Hyper
when they
blower,
add new
okay.
I like when they add new mechanics to the game.
Hyper blower.
I do like Iron Moth. I have
Iron
to
Moth
say.
is cool.
I like Iron Moth, yeah.
Iron Valiant.
This thing's gender.
Everyone thinks I'm hot, which makes everyone gay.
I'm feeling a little fruity right now looking at this card.
I'm definitely feeling a little fruity looking at
Fruitier
this
than
card.
normal.
Got an entire salad going on over
Ancient.
here.
Yeah, I'm like a fruits cocktail normally, but I'm feeling a little bit of a fruit punch.
I can't believe.
Ooh,
oh, that art of fruit font was
the-
crazy.
I do have to say, even though I did not like this game, I really do like that they named the Pokemon as if they were like named by indigenous tribes.
What, like just actual cryptid names? Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah.
And that's not all. Flutterman's also gonna be here.
Of course.
Stop, that's what it's gonna be. What is this?
What if they just announced a new Paradox Pokemon by a card?
Ace.
Ace spec?
This is an old mechanic they're bringing back.
The return of Ace.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This is an old mechanic they are bringing back.
What does it mean?
I forget what these cards do because I didn't play it, but
I thought you were the TCG expert.
yeah, I'm a TCG expert who started
Fake,
playing
huh?
during Sword and Shield.
That's right. Ace Spec is returning.
It's specified for it's attachments for specified Pokemon.
I see.
And as you saw, ancient and future Pokemon are also on the way. We can't wait to see how you will use them.
As a video game player, I sure hope that there's a cool announcement for the video game.
I assume what's gonna happen now. Guess what? There's DLC coming. Like, I can't imagine what they're gonna announce.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed the season pattern on the ground.
Oh, that would explain what we were saying. You were like talking about the snowy one, right? I guess each setting is like a different season.
Yeah.
Good news. I opened up Twitter and Joe Cerebi spoiled it for me.
How? I mean, I know he's live on the field, but bro, like, just enjoy the setting. Like, you don't have to tweet it out. I guess he does literally have to tweet it out. That's like his entire livelihood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll find out in 12 seconds. Yeah. Alright.
Alright. Fair.
Uh-huh.
Alright.
Tell me what the turtle does. Yeah.
For
yeah.
2.
Okay.
Release date?
Good start. Torchic.
Oh, like a focus on starters.
Yeah, it is.
Litten confirmed. Uh-oh. We're in danger.
Just wild starters, okay.
Oh, that's awesome. Look, Kip and Toda are just hanging out. They're besties.
Besties. Well, Incineroar is gonna mess up everything again. It's gonna be another VGC staple. No! No! Smeargle can't be allowed back in the game. That's not okay.
Time.
Bring it back.
Time to ruin another season.
Bring it back.
I've got the ice burn and the freeze shock Smeargle just in time.
I'm terrified. Confirming Smeargle is criminal. That Pokemon can't be allowed to exist.
New move.
Prevents the target from healing.
Did you realize that it took 2 whole generations being added to Pokemon Go before they finally were like, fine, Smeargle can be in that game?
Yeah.
The dex was incomplete because of 1 Pokemon, and it drove me insane.
Strikes before a target's priority move. Okay, these are cool moves. This is hot stuff. Hell yeah, what do you got for me?
What do you got for me, Mr. Longneck?
Raging Bolt, Electric Dragon, of course. Strikes
Thundercloud.
before a target's attack. Is it just like always super priority, like better Sucker Punch?
Electric Sucker Punch.
That's
yeah.
cool. And you're gonna be like fighting Steel? Steel Psychic.
Iron,
okay. So you're just Metagross 2. Tachyon Cutter. Guaranteed to hit twice in a row.
Oh, yeah.
That's
so,
rough.
Yeah,
That's rough, Mimikyu. Gardevoir getting a heal block move is like super cool. That's going to be very, very relevant. Yeah. Whimsicott coming back. We knew this already, though. I don't miss you, Whimsicott. Yeah.
The focus on the button feels...
I'm alarmed. Yeah.
New type?
No. Put the turtle back away. I don't want this anymore.
Turtle form. Okay.
I no longer care about the turtle. It's going to break the game in some way.
All types at
Omni.
once.
If it was legit all 18 types at once, that would actually be extremely funny. But, okay.
Oh, only a hint.
Man.
Okay.
We'll never know what this turtle does, but it's gonna ruin the game in some dumb capacity. Like,
I'm
whatever
really
that does
curious.
can't be balanced.
Ogerpon's Terra thing seems really interesting too, because it's like got a Terra form altogether.
Where it like pulls out the mask, right?
Yeah.
本当に盛りだくさんです。
Did he just say chaos type in English? Is that what I heard, or is it just a sound alike? I could swear he said chaos type.
Toho Project.
New move, new Terra type, and much more. Pokemon Scarlet.
He probably just said whatever. Yeah, Toho Project.
Thinking about the Kamen Rider video where he just slips into perfect English.
13日に
そしてもちろん Toho Project.
Toho Project.
楽しんでください。
We truly hope you enjoy these new additions when the hidden treasure of areas.
I was so impressed when I saw that Toby Fox video, though, because, like, typically when I know people who can speak both languages, they will still speak with the accent of one or the other, even when they change what this in the same sentence. Oh, where's the world's gonna be?
情報は以上ですが
This is important.
皆さんがおそらくまだ気になっていることをここで発表したいと思います。
So we've shared the latest news about Pokemon with you, but now I'd like to reveal the one thing that you are all still probably wondering about.
それは2024年の世界大会の開催地です。
The location of next year's World Championships.
I'm getting off Twitter before
Video?
Mr. Cerebi spoils it for me.
Oh, jeez.
It's either LA. I think it's LA probably.
Oh, wow.
Put it back in Hawaii. That would be super funny. No.
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. Honolulu.
Yep, Hawaii.
We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to.
Well, guess I'm not going to Worlds 2024. Oh well.
Twice to Hawaii.
I was really hoping it would be back local again, but that's okay. It was just in Hawaii.
Alolan Executor spotted.
来年はハワイの
It's like the only place that could be more expensive to go to than Japan.
お会いできるのを大変楽しみにしています。
That's so bad.
Wait to see everyone.
I'm not thrilled about that.
Here.
Yeah.
The person arranging it is like, I would like to go on another
マウイ
holiday.
島で大規模な山火事の
I want to go to the
甚大な
beach.
被害が出ています。
I mean, who doesn't, right?
It's true.
皆様には心よりお見舞い申し上げます。
Devastating wildfires have severely impacted the people of Hawaii.
They sure have.
Of Maui. And our heartfelt
Yeah.
sympathies go out to
A
everyone.
lot of things sure have affected the Hawaiian population.
ポケモンには
Gosh, that's crazy
特
right
別な
now.
つながりがあります。
Yeah, wow, they actually put out a
このような
statement on the official Pokemon Twitter.
私たちにどのようなことができるか引き続き真剣に考え行動していきたいと思います。
Hawaii and Pokemon have a special connection. We are looking into actions we can take to be of assistance during these trying times.
Give them lots of your infinite money from your infinite money
The-
well, right? Like, that seems like a
Yeah,
no-brainer.
reach into the infinite money generator.
The Twitter
The money
statement is
dupe.
saying that they've, as of right now, donated 200K to it.
That's pretty good. That's a good start.
Yeah.
お祈り
Don't they have like an infinite money glitch at Nintendo or
ま
something?
たお会いしましょう。
At Pokemon Company specifically, yeah.
Yeah,
And I
just
wish
use
you all
that.
the very best.
Yeah, they have someone backwards long jumping on like a hamster wheel and it's just generating money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What can't a good BLJ do?
The 2023 Pokemon World Championships have come to a close, concluding a weekend filled with excitement and enjoyment across all titles. The newly crowned world champions can revel in their achievement and take pride that they have cemented their place in history.
Can I ask an unfortunately timed video game question real fast?
And we eagerly
I just found a shiny Floatzel in Scarlet and Violet. Can I run away from it and add a Pokemon to my party?
Yes. Yes, you absolutely can.
Okay.
Just don't leave the area, but you have no reason to do that. Like, it'll despawn if you just, like, walk too far away.
Yeah.
But you have no reason to do that. Alright, I guess that's that. Worlds is over. See you again in Hawaii.
Congratulations. Aloha.
Aloha.
Alola.
Alola. That's what they say in the Alola region. I was like, oh, I should go raid somebody, but unsurprisingly, nobody I know is still streaming at 4:20 in the morning.
What? Nobody's streaming at 4:20 in the morning? That's crazy. Let's see.
That's fine. It's all well and good. I can just end the stream like a normal person. That's fine. Thank you so much for joining me, all friends, one and all. This is super enjoyable. I'm really glad we were able to get like everybody together, other than Ty, of course. But do you know
someone you could raid who I think would really, really match you really well.
Okay, I'm listening.
All right, there's a guy called It's Ya Cat Boy.
It's Ya Cat Boy?
It's Ya Cat Boy.
This doesn't sound like a match inherently,
I know it doesn't. They play retro games, and they're very,
I trust
very
you
kind.
100%. I trust you like
me.
an unreasonable amount.
Cat Boy is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Tom, speaking as someone who plays a Catboy in a video game that might be massively multiplayer online,
Oh,
as a free trial,
hold on. I know a
do
game.
you have something against Catboys?
I just tuned into what It's Ya Cat Boy is playing. I've played this game on stream also. Pia, you know me so well. This game is awful.
I told you.
All right, cool. We're gonna raid It's Ya Cat Boy. That's fine.
I told you.
A nice 4 a.m. stream. Thank you. You're so smart. But yeah, seriously, thank you all for like coming in. I really wish Ty could have joined us because he's like the Pokemon guru. His wisdom and playing in the VGC circuit are what inspired me to like get my butt into gear and become a professor. Oh, this is gonna be copywritten again. That's fine. But yeah, like I hope he can tune in next time. He's quite ill right now. So I hope he's able to be healed and we can do this again sometime. I'm gonna definitely keep trying to do this, and I'm gonna try and keep the same group and expand it where it's just like open invitation. If you want to hop on while I'm doing one of these, just hop in the voice and we can have a good time. Talk about what we love about Pokemon, latest stuff going on in the franchise, and yeah, that'll be that. And I'm gonna go raid this fine young cat boy. I'm gonna ignore Tom's question about do I have something about against cat boys. Irrelevant. I think the answer is no. And until next time, bonus era and good night. And then I hit my end scene.